Every man's childhood has probably included a dream of piloting a mech. Since 1979, with the launch of the Mobile Suit Gundam series, to Hideaki Anno's Neon Genesis Evangelion, and more recently, the blockbuster Pacific Rim. Each has fueled countless teenagers' fantasies of one day piloting a giant mech across land and sky, dominating the battlefield. And this year, in China's animation market, a Chinese-style mech comic finally emerged, making countless mech fans eagerly clamor for more. Since its launch, it has gained over 1.2 billion views. And in this comic, you don't just experience the thrill of mech battles. You'll also find many familiar homages to classic mech series. Today, let me take you back to relive that childhood mech dream. The old man you see is humanity's final hope. He is a Saint-class Star Soul Master, currently piloting a mech to fight alien beasts. His sole purpose is to protect the remnants of humanity hiding behind barriers. Just moments ago, the last stronghold of humanity, Xuanwu City, was invaded by beasts. Fragile humans were no match for them. Faced with the onslaught, they could only flee desperately. At that moment, a Dao Ti targeted a lone mother and child. Just as it reached out its claw to grab them, a giant energy sword flew toward it. With a boom, it was pierced right through. Nearby Dao Tis were also slain by the flying swords. The savior was the old man, Song Yunxia, piloting the main mech. People cheered, thinking they were saved. Little did they know, old Song was barely holding on. At that moment, alien beasts from the sky launched another assault on the ground. Despair filled the people's faces. Mobilizer Master quickly moved in front of them, activating the shield array. The powerful shockwave flattened nearby buildings. After the explosion, although Old Song shielded them, the mech's soul power was overloaded. Helpless, he had to deactivate the mech and activate the new master system to create a new mech. This new master system was something Old Song had accidentally found in an ancient ruin decades ago. It could not only replicate other mechs, but also guide him out of danger in critical moments. Soon, the new mech Sao Ren was created. Old Song immediately switched Sao Ren to Phoenix mode. He then dove swiftly towards the enemy. Several alien beasts were crushed like grasshoppers. But before Old Song could react, the beasts spewed countless tentacles at Sao Ren. Sao Ren couldn't dodge and was entangled tightly. In desperation, Old Song quickly deactivated Sao Ren. The beasts were momentarily stunned by this. At the same time, Old Song summoned a new mech, Bai Chi. But the Dao Tis on the ground quickly noticed him. They all fired energy beams at him. Old Song skillfully piloted Bai Chi, dodging the beams. Just as Bai Chi switched weapons to twin blades, tentacles from the air tightly wrapped around him. Seeing this opportunity, the Dao Tis locked on and fired energy beams. After the explosion and smoke cleared, Old Song's mech had already switched to the Ao Bing's reverse scale form. The laser cannon locked onto the Dao Tis below. Countless lasers rained down upon them. But before he could enjoy his victory, he plummeted straight to the ground. This old man was born with a flawed soul vessel. Though he eventually became a Saint-class Star Soul Master, he had to rely on consuming large amounts of Star Soul pills to fight alien beasts. Even so, he could only unleash a fraction of his mech's true power. After Bai Chi was shot down by Dao Tis, he immediately switched to Lu Bu battle mode. He then charged toward the Dao Tis. Lu Bu's power was overwhelming. The Dao Tis had no chance against him. This planet was invaded by alien beasts. Because ancient humans greedily absorbed alien energy via star arrays, they even tried to manipulate space and time, which ultimately invited disaster. Humanity was crushed by the aliens' overwhelming strength. Now, they could only hide behind defensive barriers. At present, Old Song was the last Star Soul Master alive. At this moment, he switched to the Guan Yu mech. When Guan Yu drew his blade, several beasts were instantly cut down by the energy wave. But no matter how strong Old Song was, he was exhausted. He tried to replenish his soul power, but he had already run out of soul pills. Meanwhile, the beast's attacks rained down. With no other choice, Old Song fought on desperately. Suddenly, tentacles burst from a dimensional rift, piercing through his mech's left arm. Without the soul pills, he was a spent force. Soon, his mech was hoisted up like a puppet. Yet with unyielding will, Old Song reactivated the mobilizer master. Countless Do Yuan swords pierced toward the beasts. In an instant, Old Song wiped out many of the alien beasts. He piloted the frozen grievance master and quickly descended to the ground. Just as he was about to catch his breath, the system alerted him that a large enemy force was approaching. If he didn't retreat immediately, he would surely die. At that moment, more alien beasts were pouring through the space rift toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, humans were fleeing frantically. Inside the evacuation ships, people's faces were bleak. They had no idea what the future held. On the battlefield, a dense swarm of alien beasts had surrounded the frozen grievance master. Old Song immediately ordered the system to devise an escape plan. Soon, the system informed him that the only way out was to lure the enemy toward the transport ships and escape while the enemy attacked them. Looking at the mother and child he had just saved on board, Old Song firmly rejected the system's suggestion. The reason he fought alone all these years was to ensure humanity's survival. He hoped to see humanity rise again one day. Since there was no way out now, then let him buy them some time. To those who entrusted me with the future, I, Song Yunxiang, am truly sorry. After speaking, Old Song began to burn his life force to ignite his soul power. Following a loud explosion, countless sparks burst outward. Numerous alien beasts were burned to ashes by his self-destruction. No one knew how much time had passed. In a daze, Old Song seemed to hear someone calling his name. If you had a chance to live again, what would you choose to do? Perhaps most people would choose to become a better version of themselves, to make up for past regrets. Song Yunxiang was no exception. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, he felt like he had lived a lifetime. This time, he would not disappoint his elders' hopes. This time, he would not watch his friends die because of him. This time, he would crush the enemies he once could not defeat. He would shatter the heart demons that haunted him for decades. Suddenly, a tower exploded with dazzling light. He had finally broken through. After 3 days of relentless effort, he finally reached the peak of the yellow stage. In his previous life, due to his flawed soul vessel, his grandfather had sent him to the South State Mecha Martial Academy for protection. But he hadn't appreciated the effort. Instead, he lived decadently and foolishly at the academy. Later, when the catastrophe struck, the academy was destroyed by the beast tide. The entire Tiandu nation collapsed. The Song family was annihilated as well. But he was reborn along with me. And just as I expected, the data stored in the new master system was gone. Tonight would be the night the beast tide hit the academy. I had to quickly refine a pill to repair my soul vessel. Song Yunxiang went to the pharmacy to collect the Tianlong stem he had ordered. But the clerk told him the herbs wouldn't arrive until noon. Since he had a few hours to wait, he decided to go to the academy first and set up formations to prepare for the assault. He hoped to minimize the casualties. However, with his current low cultivation level, he could only set up slow-down formations to hinder the enemy's movements. Yet the system warned that he couldn't replicate ownerless mechas. Helpless, Song Yunxiang gave up for now. To avoid causing a commotion, he decided to wait until the beast tide struck to seize the soul energy from the mechas. Just then, he received a message from the pharmacy. He hurriedly rushed over. On the way, a mysterious man caught his attention. He immediately ordered the system to scan the man. As he suspected, the man's soul power was condensed in his middle dantian, a unique trait of the Milan Kingdom. The Milan Kingdom bordered the north of Tiandu Nation, one of the 3 great countries of the eastern continent. According to his past life's memory, the Milan Kingdom was supposed to invade Tiandu Nation 3 years later. So why were they appearing here so early? Could there be some secret plot behind this? The man went to the pharmacy to buy medicine without paying, intending to trade in a more primitive way. But what he offered made the beautiful clerk's eyes light up. She immediately treated him like a VIP. Because the items in the bottle were all high-quality pills. Then, Song Yunxiang borrowed the alchemy room to refine the Tianlong stem. The beauty agreed eagerly. Facing the furnace, Song Yunxiang felt a little frustrated. Luckily, he had learned hand refinement techniques from the spirit race in his past life. He casually waved his hand, instantly forming a square-shaped refining array. Song Yunxiang quickly pulled out herbs from his storage card and started refining pills by hand. Meanwhile, shopkeeper Hong Fang was stunned by the 5 extreme blood vitality pill in her hand. She immediately stood up and asked the clerk to take her to meet Song Yunxiang. By this time, Song Yunxiang had already finished refining. Looking at the 6 extreme regeneration pill in his hand, he couldn't wait to swallow it. He immediately sat down and began repairing his soul vessel. When Song Yunxiang finished his recovery and emerged, he ran into Hong Fang, who had been waiting for him. Seeing Song Yunxiang wearing the Mecha Martial Academy uniform, Hong Fang immediately guessed he was either a noble heir or backed by a master alchemist. To win him over, Hong Fang offered a high price to buy Song Yunxiang's pills. This suited Song Yunxiang perfectly. He immediately took out 2 more 5 extreme blood vitality pills to give them a taste of the benefits. In fact, Song Yunxiang intended to use the Hong Commerce Association's power to build his own forces, preparing for the coming crises. Hong Fang then gifted him a platinum-level membership jade token. Song Yunxiang gladly accepted it. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Asan, his lover from his previous life. In his urgency, he grabbed Asan's hand. Asan was a female assassin from the secret organization Taiyuan, specializing in intervening in wars to prevent humans from killing each other. They had come together because of shared ideals. "It's really you, Asan." Song Yunxiang finally met his Asan again. But she looked utterly confused. At that moment, a ding sounded. The system had finished copying Asan's Lu Bu mech. Asan's attack followed immediately. But familiar with her moves, Song Yunxiang easily subdued her. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Song Yunxiang fell into a trap. He cried out in pain and collapsed. Meanwhile, some Milan spies chased after the fleeing Asan. Song Yunxiang hurriedly tripped one of them. When the spy got up, he started cursing. But Song Yunxiang calmly blocked him and turned the tables. The leader hurriedly whispered to Song Yunxiang, "We are from Tiandu's Secret Investigation Division. Please don't interfere with our arrest." Song Yunxiang claimed he was from South State's Secret Division, also targeting the female assassin who had just fled. Not wanting trouble, the leader invited Song Yunxiang to join them. He even led him into a preset trap. But he didn't know Song Yunxiang had already seen through them. Song also suspected they might be linked to the missing beast nest and Mecha Soul Jade at the academy. Have you ever seen a girlfriend so ruthless? Who would throw knives at her boyfriend the moment they met? If not for quick reflexes grabbing a scapegoat, Song Yunxiang might have died right there. Earlier, Asan had been chased into a preset trap. The captain ordered to activate the formation. Soon, Asan was surrounded by enemies. Facing them, Asan showed no fear. She launched a surprise counterattack. At that moment, Song Yunxiang arrived with the small leader. He immediately noticed. The battlefield was under a spatial isolation formation. In the distance, he recognized Tiandu's military-grade Wei Yuan mechas. This meant the Milan spies had long been embedded here. What were they after in capturing Asan? By now, Asan's battle had reached its climax. Unintentionally, she caught sight of Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang naturally waved at her. But Asan had no idea who he was. They were supposed to meet 3 years later. And so, misunderstanding him as an enemy, Asan hurled a throwing knife at him. After dodging it, Song Yunxiang quickly shouted his explanation. But Asan was puzzled. How could a yellow stage cultivator dodge her? Meanwhile, the captain noticed Song Yunxiang. The small leader reported the situation to the captain. suggesting they eliminate both of them quickly. Not wanting further delay, the captain ordered the mechas to attack Asan. After dodging, Asan summoned her own mecha. Soon, the imposing Lu Bu mecha appeared. With a mighty sweep, she split the enemies apart. Then a beautiful spinning kick sent others flying. Suddenly, the small leader attacked Song Yunxiang. But Song Yunxiang easily dodged and counterattacked, killing him with a bamboo skewer. The captain immediately ordered everyone to attack together. But Song Yunxiang, using agile footwork, quickly killed several enemies. While fleeing, he also ordered the system to hack the space array. Meanwhile, Asan's Lu Bu mech was trapped in a Starlock soul formation. Asan tried to cleanse Lu Bu but failed. Stop struggling. This formation was specially designed to capture mechas. Quick, extract Lu Bu's soul stone data. Soon, 4 mechas carrying data tanks surrounded Lu Bu. Asan tried desperately to break free, but to no avail. Just then, the sound of someone constructing a mecha came from the distance. In the next second, a beam of light severed the data tanks. When you are about to die, and someone who looks exactly like you saves you, your despair instantly turns into utter shock. Was your expression as dumbfounded as his? In fact, even Asan couldn't believe his own eyes. How could there be another Lu Bu mecha identical to his? At that moment, Song Yunxiang swiftly raised his Fangtian halberd and struck at the enemy mecha sneaking up. The Fangtian halberd accurately pierced the enemy inside the cockpit. Seeing this, Asan hurriedly questioned who Song Yunxiang really was, and why his mecha was identical to his own. But Song Yunxiang reassured him. At least he wasn't Asan's enemy. For now, they should join forces to defeat the enemies. Later, he would slowly explain everything to Asan. Hearing this, Asan stopped questioning. The two immediately teamed up to slaughter the enemies. Song Yunxiang unleashed his masterful spear techniques, striking precisely at the enemy mechas. Every thrust hit right inside the cockpits. This made Asan even more curious how a mere yellow stage cultivator could fight with the precision of a seasoned veteran. It was as if he had decades of battle experience. Soon, the two wiped out all the small fries, leaving only the terrified captain standing. Song Yunxiang ordered him to surrender. Knowing he would die anyway, the captain decided to fight. He charged forward with his mech's broadsword. In the next second, both arms of his mech were severed by light blades. Song Yunxiang placed his Fangtian halberd over the captain's mech head, forcing him to reveal his true intentions. The captain, looking crazed, tried to self-destruct. He wanted to take both of them with him. But trying to self-destruct before Song Yunxiang was like showing off before a master. Song Yunxiang immediately synchronized with the captain's soul frequency and suppressed the detonation. Then he shattered the mech with a single punch. The captain lay dying. Realizing self-destruction failed, the captain tried to destroy hidden information. But Song Yunxiang stopped him in time. He quickly guessed the captain was a subordinate of Nightnet, the mercenary king leading 300,000 remnants of Taehi. In his past life, he fought Nightnet many times, but always ended up defeated. Whenever he thought about it, the sword scar left by Nightnet on his right eye would throb. Not wanting to dwell on it anymore, Song Yunxiang handed the captain over to Asan. But Song Yunxiang gave Asan an extremely dangerous feeling. He not only saw through the Milan spies, but also knew Asan's true identity. Song Yunxiang grabbed his hand. Taiyuan, the secret organization preventing internal strife among humans. Relax. I'm not your enemy. In a way, our goals are the same. To unite humanity against alien threats. Song Yunxiang then snatched his dagger, and even stuffed a candied hawthorn into Asan's hand. My name is Song Yunxia. This guy was so popular that as soon as he arrived at the academy, senior girls chased him with clubs. Naturally, he ended up beaten like a frog. Just earlier, Liu Yan arrived at the Mecha Martial Academy. This silly guy didn't take the normal path. He jumped and climbed through the academy, and ended up seeing something indescribable. Worse, he was caught. He was treated like a pervert. After a thorough beating, he was dragged to the dean. But the dean told class leader He Yan to release him. He Yan was furious. But what the dean said next left Lu Yan speechless. The dean assigned him to He Yan's class. Then the two headed to the training grounds. As they passed the plaza, Lu Yan couldn't stop staring at the giant mecha statue. Seeing his curiosity, He Yan explained the statue's origins. It was said that thousands of years ago, giant beasts suddenly descended upon the world. Humanity was powerless and almost wiped out. In their darkest hour, immortals descended from the heavens. The immortals gathered starlight and manifested external avatars. Using divine powers, they slaughtered the beasts. Afterward, they left soul jades for humanity and taught them the secrets of cultivating starlight souls. Thus, humanity grew stronger. Fast forward 1,000 years. Human sages mimicked the immortals' techniques and created mass-produced external avatar mechas. The first dean was chosen by the Zuochi Mecha. He used Zuochi to conquer South State for Tiandu Nation. And 400 years ago, he founded the South State Mecha Martial Academy. Today, the Zuochi Mecha's soul jade is sealed within the statue, waiting for the next hero to appear. Learning Zuochi's heroic deeds, Lu Yan was so excited his eyes sparkled. He immediately rushed forward to worship the statue. As a result, he got beaten up by He Yan again. Afterwards, He Yan dragged him to report to the instructor. Meanwhile, after confirming that Song Yunxiang was not his enemy, Asan shared some intel with him. According to the intel, Milan Nation had discovered technology that could induce spatial rifts in a secret realm. They planned to use this technology for military purposes. However, Asan ended up falling into their trap. It turned out that Milan Nation was behind everything. It all made sense now. At that moment, thunder and lightning suddenly roared in the distance. Song Yunxiang sensed trouble. The Milan spies had induced a spatial rift early, intentionally luring beasts to the Mecha Martial Academy. They wanted to seize the soul jade hidden in the Zuochi statue. Song Yunxiang quickly bade farewell to Asan. Soon, a mighty Lu Bu appeared before Asan, scaring him half to death. Because the Mount, Fire Dragon Ju, could only be unlocked at the heaven rank, he immediately suspected that Song Yunxiang was a student of the academy. It was said that Zuochi's mecha could transform into other mechas. Could he be Zuochi's chosen one? Thus, Asan warned Song Yunxiang to be careful. The Milan spies were after Zuochi. Song Yunxiang rushed toward the academy without delay. He must not let the enemy succeed. Meanwhile, a teenager entered the wrong room and saw something he shouldn't have. The girl, furious, challenged him to a duel. She planned to beat him up. Unexpectedly, he was pretending to be weak. In the end, the girl was the one defeated. Meanwhile, He Yan brought Lu Yan to the training grounds. Instructor O seemed to share He Yan's intentions. He immediately arranged a sparring match. He Yan showed a wicked smile. He planned to beat the kid up properly. Soon, both donned their mechas and faced off. He Yan attacked aggressively, aiming to kill. Lu Yan had to dodge clumsily. Instructor Cheng joked that He Yan was bullying a rookie. After all, their realms differed by 2 stages. But Instructor O thought differently. He noticed that Lu Yan's footwork, although chaotic, always avoided fatal blows at the last moment. He guessed Lu Yan was waiting for a single, decisive strike. And he was right. Lu Yan knew the gap in strength was huge. His only chance was to win in one blow. He soon realized He Yan was bad at ranged attacks. Lu Yan's evasion enraged He Yan. He Yan unleashed his strongest attack. Countless arcs of electricity surged at Lu Yan. Lu Yan seized the perfect moment. While everyone thought Lu Yan was doomed, Instructor O suddenly declared Lu Yan the winner. His arrow was already aimed at He Yan's vital point. Just then, several spatial rifts appeared in the sky. A moment later, several Teodi beasts descended. Some students were instantly incinerated by their energy beams. The beams then headed toward the crowd. At the critical moment, Instructor Cheng blocked the beams with his mecha. Instructor O immediately ordered the students to evacuate. Just as Lu Yan and He Yan escaped the training grounds, a Teodi chased them relentlessly. Outside, the Teodi's speed suddenly increased. He Yan told Lu Yan to run while he held off the beast. While running, Lu Yan hated his own weakness. Why could he only watch others sacrifice themselves for him? He suddenly thought of the Zuochi statue in the plaza. Maybe Zuochi could help him. If he was chosen, he could gain Zuochi's power. Hold on, instructors, classmates. I'll be back to save you. But when Lu Yan reached the statue, he saw someone standing on its shoulder. That person held the Zuochi Soul Jade. Who are you? How dare you steal the Zuochi Soul Jade? The figure grinned. I'm Song Yunxiang. He was once despised by the academy because of his congenital soul defects. He fell into despair and did many foolish things. Now reborn, he returned to amend his past mistakes. When beasts invaded the Mecha Martial Academy, he rode his fire dragon Ju back to fight. His heroic deeds caught the dean's attention. The dean also noticed his unparalleled Lu Bu mecha. But he still doubted Song Yunxiang's intentions. Why did he appear at such a critical time? Was he a friend or foe? Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang's arrival caught an old man's attention. An interesting little guy. Despite only being at the peak of the yellow rank, he could unlock the fire dragon steed, which only heavenly rank can access. Not bad, not bad. After rushing back to G Martial Academy, Song Yunxiang immediately took Zuochi's Soul Jade from the statue. Just as he was about to copy it, he was caught by Lu Yan, who desperately needed power to save others. Lu Yan immediately questioned who Song Yunxiang was. After Song Yunxiang revealed his identity, Lu Yan pondered for a while. He quickly recalled that Song Yunxiang was the defective soul vein loser. But by then, Song Yunxiang had already appeared behind him. Song Yunxiang slapped the back of his head. Lu Yan immediately collapsed unconscious. According to Song Yunxiang's memories from his past life, Lu Yan was captured during this battle at G Martial Academy, then turned into a test subject by Milan Kingdom. He later appeared on the battlefield invading Tiandu Kingdom as Mask Number 0. He was eventually rescued and became one of their group. Finally, he died heroically in battle. Although you've lost the chance to become a hero now, at least you're spared the agony of being a lab rat for Milan Kingdom. From now on, just live peacefully as a normal student. After saying that, Song Yunxiang instructed the system to copy Zuochi's soul prison. But the system responded that it couldn't copy an ownerless soul prison. Helpless, Song Yunxiang had to store the soul prison in his system space. He could only wait to find a suitable vessel to copy it later. With the soul prison in hand, Song Yunxiang immediately thought about rescuing the instructors and classmates. But suddenly appearing in front of them riding Lu Bu would conflict with his usual humble, low-key style. So he disguised himself as a student mech instead, and rushed straight towards the martial arena. Meanwhile, He Yan was fighting desperately against a Toty. But she was no match for it at all. With a single slap, she was sent flying over 10 meters away. The powerful impact rendered her unable to move. Just as the Toty was about to eat her, its butt was suddenly hit by a surprise lightsaber attack. The one who launched the sneak attack was Song Yunxiang, who had just arrived to save her. Being interrupted while enjoying a meal, the Toty became enraged. It immediately charged at Song Yunxiang. But Song Yunxiang easily dodged the attacks. Then it was Song Yunxiang's turn to counterattack. In no time, the Toty was covered in wounds. He seized the moment, leapt into the air, and prepared a fatal blow. But the next second, he was stunned. The student's sword couldn't pierce through the Toty. All the slashing earlier had only tickled it. The one-handed sword was just too weak. Star-Lord system, give me a customized Fangtian halberd. Soon, a Fangtian halberd appeared in Song Yunxiang's hand. But wielding it looked a bit mismatched with his student appearance. He was once the laughingstock of the academy. Due to his innate soul power deficiency, his soul energy would be depleted after just 3 minutes of fighting. Now, after reincarnating with decades of combat experience, slaying brutal monsters was as easy as chopping vegetables. The class monitor and senior sister instantly became his fangirls. Just moments ago. Because he couldn't kill the TOTY with a student's sword, he switched decisively to the Fangtian halberd. Facing the approaching TOTY, he unleashed a falling moon slash. The TOTY didn't even have time to react before it was cleaved. His overwhelming strength stunned He Yan. Only after Song Yunxiang asked if she was okay did she regain her senses. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, classmate." Song Yunxiang waved his hand. "No need to thank me, class monitor. I'm off to help others." Watching Song Yunxiang's departing figure, He Yan blushed and swooned. But she quickly realized she had forgotten to ask his name. Meanwhile, in the dormitory area of G Martial Academy, a group was defending together. Suddenly, Shangguan Yingqin charged out bravely. She slaughtered TOTYs fiercely. Even under sneak attacks from the TOTYs, she dodged effortlessly. But facing multiple TOTYs at once, she was quickly overwhelmed. Just as she was about to be swallowed by a TOTY, Song Yunxiang arrived just in time. With one sweeping blow, he slew the TOTY about to devour her. Then, Song Yunxiang began a massacre like cutting melons. Soon, all TOTYs were slain. Yingqin was deeply captivated by the mighty warrior before her, wishing she could marry him immediately. Song Yunxiang helped Yingqin up and asked if she could continue fighting. Blushing, Yingqin said she was fine. She also thanked Song Yunxiang sincerely. At that moment, the system suddenly warned Song Yunxiang of low soul power. The mech would collapse in 40 seconds. Song Yunxiang dared not delay any longer. He immediately rushed toward the next battlefield. Wherever he went, death awaited the TOTYs. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the students quickly regrouped to counterattack. But they noticed someone had appeared behind them. It turned out that the person was Yingqin, who had followed Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang continued to fight alone, defeating large groups of TOTYs with a single falling moon slash. Meanwhile, the others could only gang up on a single TOTY. Through this fierce battle with the beasts, Song Yunxiang came up with a new way to save soul power. To improve the student mechs. He planned to implement it after this beast tide ended. At this point, only 3 TOTYs remained on the battlefield. And Song Yunxiang had only 6 seconds of soul power left. With a few swift attacks, he finished off 2 of them. Then he dove down and shot one TOTY toward the last remaining one. Instantly, the TOTYs collided. At that moment, Song Yunxiang descended from the sky, stomping onto the TOTY. The TOTY died instantly on the spot. Everyone marveled at how powerful he was. But the next second, they were stunned. Because this person was none other than the so-called loser, Song Yunxiang. What a romantic and heartwarming scene. But they weren't a couple. In fact, both harbored secret intentions. The man wanted to copy the girl's mech and get rid of her, while the girl wanted to bring the man home. Just moments ago. After easily defeating the beasts, Song Yunxiang's soul power was also completely exhausted. His true identity was revealed before everyone. Everyone was utterly shocked. They couldn't believe that the fierce warrior just now was Song Yunxiang. Even the dean showed a look of astonishment. He marveled at how well Song Yunxiang had hidden himself. But then he suddenly recalled that Song Yunxiang had used the Fangtian halberd as a weapon, and immediately thought of the Lu Bu mech pilot. The legendary Zuochi could freely change forms. Had this kid already become Zuochi's chosen one? After the beast tide ended, he must capture and interrogate him. Meanwhile, the students on the battlefield dismantled their mechs and began meditating to restore soul power. At that moment, Song Yunxiang had already refined the giant star formation. Just as he was about to distribute it, Yingqin shyly appeared in front of him. Junior Song. Thank you for saving me just now. I'm Shangguan Yingqin from Class 1, Grade 3. Hearing her name, Song Yunxiang's face darkened. This crazy woman was the vessel of Longqi. During the battle between Tiandu and Milan 5 years later, the Shangguan family betrayed them, causing him to fall into danger multiple times. If not for the Star Lord system's help in his past life, he would have died at the hands of this crazy woman. Thinking of this, Song Yunxiang immediately grabbed Yingqin's hand, pulling her close. Thus, the scene at the beginning was recreated. With a ding sound, the system notified him that copying the soul domain failed. It detected that the target had no soul domain. He suddenly remembered Yingqin hadn't obtained Longqi's soul domain yet. Judging by the timeline, she would acquire it about 10 months later. Song Yunxiang immediately let go of her hand, grinning sheepishly to apologize. Yingqin, starstruck, thought he was mesmerized by her beauty. Hence his passionate reaction. To ensure he could obtain Longqi later, Song Yunxiang gave Yingqin a soul restoration pill. He didn't want her to die prematurely. Seeing that Song Yunxiang had such rare items, even the instructors came to ask for some. But Song Yunxiang quickly explained he had very few left. Although there were no extra soul restoration pills, he had prepared a giant star formation for everyone. As he raised the formation into the air, the giant star formation instantly materialized. Everyone immediately felt their soul recovery speed increase fivefold. Afterward, Song Yunxiang bid them farewell and flew toward the martial arena. Yingqin hurriedly followed him like a shadow. If one day you were saved by someone you used to mock, how would you face them afterward? The students of G Martial Academy now faced such a monumental dilemma. Feel free to leave your answer in the comments. The one they had always mocked. As the 3-second man, Song Yunxiang today single-handedly repelled all the fierce beasts temporarily. But due to soul power depletion, he was now meditating to recover. No one dared approach or talk to him. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang was fiddling with a recovery method. When he heard the instructor of Grade 3 ask him his name and class, turning around, he replied straightforwardly. I'm from Class 18, Grade 1. My name is Song Yunxiang. The third-year students who heard the truth were all stunned. A first-year student is this strong? And he's even the shrimp boy they mocked before. How is that possible? However, Shangguan Yingqin, who had been saved by him earlier, stepped forward to express her gratitude. Hearing this name left Song Yunxiang completely dumbfounded. Could it really be such a coincidence? She would be a key figure in the future Soul Zhonglong. Moreover, the Shangguan family was one of the 4 great families in Tiandu. In the war against Milan Kingdom 5 years later, they would betray their side at the last moment. This woman, as his former enemy, had repeatedly pushed Song Yunxiang into desperate situations. If not for a stroke of luck back then, he would have already died at her hands. So the next second, Song Yunxiang grabbed her hand, ready to copy her new soul Zhonglong. The students behind them were all shocked at the scene. He actually dared to tease such a fierce senior sister. No one had expected it. Even Shangguan Yingqin was a bit flustered by Song Yunxiang's action, and started fantasizing in her head. Was he about to confess to her? But her father had said their family only accepted live-in sons-in-law. Would Junior Song be willing? She kept overthinking all sorts of things. If he held on a little longer, maybe she would even pick out a house. But right now, Song Yunxiang only wanted his main system to copy the Zhonglong quickly, then eliminate this future threat as soon as possible. However, the system suddenly reported that the copy failed. What had Song Yunxiang given her, making Shangguan Yingqin feel so ecstatic? Even better than enhancing her bloodline? Just now, after the copy failed, the system gave 2 reasons. First, the previous Zhonglong inheritor had not died. Second, the Zhonglong was not yet unowned. At this moment, Song Yunxiang finally remembered. The Shangguan family only obtained the Zhonglong Soul Domain during a secret realm exploration 10 months later. He would have to wait and check back with senior sister later. When he came to his senses, he realized he had been holding her hand for too long. Awkwardly, he immediately let go. He even asked if he had hurt her. She acted like nothing happened. But senior sister's heart wasn't calm at all. In those few long seconds, she had already thought up names for their children. At this moment, Song Yunxiang was still explaining that he just admired senior sister too much. And got carried away, that's all. And meant nothing else. Even the students watching the drama behind couldn't believe it. At this moment, Song Yunxiang pulled out a soul renewal pill from his pocket. Popped one into his mouth to recover. He also generously told senior sister to stretch out her hand, so he could give her one too. At this point, the almost fully self-conquered senior sister stretched out her hand as if waiting for a wedding ring, softly reminding Junior Song to be gentle. This magical scene left Song Yunxiang unsure whether to laugh or cry. He flipped her hand over again. And after receiving the pill, she realized it was a soul renewal pill. Meanwhile, a nearby instructor froze in shock. This single soul renewal pill was worth his whole year's salary. Song Yunxiang said it was to help her recover soul power, since he would need her fighting strength later. He urged her to recover quickly. The obedient senior sister immediately swallowed it. But the next second, she felt an enormous soul power fill her completely. It felt as if billions of stars were being poured into her. The feeling was indescribably blissful. This pill was much higher quality than anything she had ever taken. It was truly top grade. Seeing senior sister enjoying it so much, even the instructor wanted to ask for some. But Song Yunxiang declined, saying he had none left. However, he did prepare something else for everyone. He waved his right hand, covering everyone with a huge recovery barrier. Inside, everyone felt their soul recovery speed increase fivefold. While everyone marveled at Song Yunxiang's generosity, he said he was heading to the martial arts field to help out. He asked everyone to rest here in the meantime. After he left, senior sister immediately pulled out soul charms and hurried after him. Soon, only the instructor and the other students were left fuming in frustration. Meanwhile, at the center of Jiwoo Academy's martial field, Instructor Ope was directing Instructor Chen to capture and feed unknown soul force flesh. Then they led the team to encircle and kill a lone assassin. With the support of several students, the assassin was gradually isolated. Instructor Ope quickly seized the opportunity, charging up and finishing off the assassin with a single strike. After killing the assassin, although the situation was dangerous, Instructor Ope still ordered the formation to open up, preparing for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, several dazzling lights appeared in the sky, flying rapidly toward them. Although Instructor Ope had already ordered everyone to scatter and dodge the bombardment, they were still a bit too late. Amid the dense explosions, the entire team was instantly enveloped by the assassin's soul energy bombardment. As the smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated, Instructor Ope realized the assassins had gotten smarter. They knew close combat would be suppressed by mysterious formations. So now they stayed at a distance, planning to blast them to death with bombardments. Sure enough, one of the students spotted the artillery units beginning to charge up for another bombardment. He ordered the remaining team members to scatter and dodge, and to keep an eye on their small shields, as they wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment's force. Just as the situation grew dire, another brilliant light suddenly appeared in the sky. The next moment, a powerful attack directly killed an assassin that was charging up. At that moment, the figure revealed its true form. It was the male lead, Song Yunxiang, rushing over from another battlefield. He carried a massive weapon, Fangtian Wahi, moving swiftly among the assassins' formation. Alone, he charged into the enemy ranks, once again becoming the war god of Tiandu. He kept harvesting the assassin's willpower. Meanwhile, Instructor Ope noticed that he was skillfully releasing a little soul power beneath his feet to keep floating, moving with subtle footwork, to glide and dodge continuously in midair. His combat skills were truly remarkable. Moreover, despite using only a standard student device, he was wielding a massive star-smashing weapon. This was something they had never seen before. At this moment, all he wanted was to know who this powerful figure was. And he wasn't the only one thinking that way. All the elementary students behind him were also piloting trainee mechas. Why could this guy pilot it so powerfully and skillfully? The student they were mocking in front of the freshmen this morning became their savior by evening. How was his former class teacher supposed to face him now? At this time, Song Yunxiang was still weaving back and forth on the battlefield, facing a horde of alien beasts. He maneuvered like a seasoned general commanding himself. But this scene terrified his former homeroom teacher. This movement technique was a secret treading step skill from Xuanjia sect. The next moment, something even more shocking happened. Song Yunxiang performed a falling moon / midair. That was a move only the martial saints of the 8 generals of Tiandu could use. Yet he managed it with a trainee mech. Just how strong was he? Even the instructor next to him was tempted to take him as a master. Yet the truth was even more face-slapping. In the previous battle, Shangguan Ningqing, who had become a big fan of Song Yunxiang, rushed over, running and shouting for Song Yunxiang to wait for her. Hearing that, the 2 instructors began doubting their lives. Could it be that this powerhouse had the same name as that loser? Just then, Song Yunxiang finished off the last beast with one slash. The system once again notified that his soul power was depleted. Just as Instructor O stormed over to question his true identity, Song Yunxiang's mecha forcibly disengaged, and a figure very familiar to them appeared before their eyes. The 2 instructors instantly recognized him. It was Song Yunxiang, the one who had gone missing for 3 days. Now, he arrogantly declared his return. The teachers and classmates I just saved, instead of even saying thanks, immediately put on a face at me, demanding an explanation why I was so strong. Good deeds are treated like crimes, what a waste of saving them. Instructor O seemed very bothered that I saved him. He kept pressing me on why I hid my strength from the start. Although he was grateful I just saved them, he badly wanted to know whether I was an enemy or a friend. While I was thinking how to answer, Principal Gu's exclusive mech suddenly landed before us. The 2 instructors immediately disengaged their mecha constructs and respectfully saluted the principal. But Principal Gu ignored them completely. Instead, he walked straight toward me. First, he thanked me on behalf of the whole school. But what he cared about most was why I hid my strength. He demanded a reasonable explanation. In my past life, I had never told anyone about the new soul system either. But Principal Gu was from the Gu family of Tiandu. I couldn't tell if he was friend or foe yet. Better not reveal anything. But he seemed to see right through me. In an instant, he deployed a barrier around us to prevent others from hearing. It seemed he wouldn't give up unless he got answers. But then, he spoke first. He asked if my hidden strength had something to do with Zuo Si, the new soul craftsman. According to his deduction, I had pretended to have a crippled soul vein, used family connections to sneak into the school, all to seize Zuo Si's soul jade. To be fair, he was pretty accurate. Zuo Si's soul jade was indeed with me. But the next second, he assumed that I had become Zuo Si's successor. The gifts appearing in West City were sent out using Zuo Si's unique powers. Where did that nonsense come from? Since when did Zuo Si have such powers? I hadn't heard of that in my last life. I really didn't know. Then he said according to Tiandu's historical texts, Zuo Si could not only manifest illusions, but also hide the true strength of a new soul master. He didn't believe I could leap 3 minor realms in just a few days. That was his evidence that I was Zuo Si's successor. Damn. Even I was nearly convinced by his reasoning. But given the situation, might as well roll with it and let Zuo Si carry the blame for the new soul system. One second he was threatening my family with treason. The next he was making deals with me. Tactical players really are snakes. Here's how it went. After his wild guesses, he concluded that I was Zuo C's successor. So I had no choice but to play along. I explained my new soul system powers as being due to Zuo C's illusion abilities. After I admitted it, his imagination went even wilder, saying that my old man probably knew I was compatible with Zuo C's soul jade, and deliberately pulled strings for me. Send me to the school. If it weren't for the beast invasion today, I would have been forced to reveal my strength. 3 years later, I would have graduated smoothly. No one would have discovered that I obtained Zuo C. Then the Song family could use Zuo C to become the foundation for their resurgence. I really thank you. You've already come up with all the excuses for me. Just when I thought things were settled, he brought up the Tiandu Kingdom's new Soul Descendant Management regulations to threaten me. Because every Soul Descendant inheritance in Tiandu Kingdom must be filed with the Xingtian Bureau. Our Song family secretly handling this is a violation. If it's serious, the entire Song family might be accused of treason. After saying this, I didn't know how to respond. At that moment, he proposed making a deal with me. According to his deduction, this beast invasion was likely triggered artificially. Currently, he has pinpointed 3 suspected core locations of the triggering devices. In the East District, he has hired a TN-class expert to suppress it. In the Barbarian City District, he will lead the city guards personally to control the situation. He asked me to take charge of the North District. However, the task isn't to completely suppress the core. Instead, he wants me to rescue someone. The person I need to rescue must have an important identity. Sure enough, he wants me to rescue the second prince of Tiandu Kingdom, TNZ. According to my past life memory, the second prince was a pro-war faction. He had often planned to launch military actions against the Marin Kingdom. In my past life, he seemed to have died during this beast invasion. But when the public cause of death was announced, it was said he was assassinated by a Taiyuan assassin. This led to Asan unjustly being hunted down by Tiandu Kingdom. But as far as I know, Asan never assassinated him. Could it be that the people from Marin Kingdom took action against him? And Principal Gu also said, if I successfully rescue the second prince, he would help me apply for the record with the school. I would then legally hold the resignation. Alright then. In this life, to stay hidden. I can only reluctantly agree. But I don't know if I'll meet Asan again in the North City. There's no time to think about it now. I have to hurry and fulfill this agreement with the principal. After I equipped the Lu Bu Mecha, Shangguan Yingqin, who followed me earlier, also wanted to come with me. It's fine though, better than him staying with the principal and possibly getting killed. Before I can copy his new soul essence, I still have to keep him safe. However, now that he is so heartbroken, will he become my future rival? As the saying goes, men and women working together don't get tired. But why do I feel like I'm going to die from exhaustion? Although I know I'm strong, this crazy woman is constantly giving me a hard time behind my back. Is she trying to kill me? I have no choice. For the sake of copying his new soul essence, I can't fall out with him just yet. I can only helplessly stop him. Luckily, since I saved him, he has been very obedient to me. But according to reason, when we were in Jiwu Academy, he should have been able to protect himself. But since my rebirth has already begun rewriting history, it's better to keep him close for now. However, there might be enemies appearing more than 10 miles away. I better teach him how to prepare with me first. After hearing me ask for help, he actually showed an indescribable expression. He even said that I could make him do anything. Oh my God. Can I get an assistant who's more reliable? At this time, the situation with the second prince wasn't looking good. Lu Shenwu, as the second prince's respectful commander, had just sacrificed himself to charge into the trap to rescue him. Now he was severely injured. The second prince Tianzi was feeling deeply guilty. Previously, he had received news from Tiandu that Murin Kingdom was nearby. He planned to fish for a big catch. After getting evidence, he was going to convince his father to declare war on Murin Kingdom. But now they had become the big fish, trapped by the people of Murin Kingdom here. He had planned to convince his father to declare war on Murin Kingdom after gathering evidence. But now, they had become the big fish, trapped by the people of Murin Kingdom here. In this situation, the young prince grew increasingly anxious. He kept urging his subordinates to ask when reinforcements would arrive. But the only response he received was that reinforcements were already on their way. Feeling utterly helpless, he could only order the maid to bring out the last rejuvenation pill. However, the maid refused, because the pill had to be kept in case the prince needed it. Even Lu, the wounded commander, urged them not to waste the pill on him. But the second prince, loyal and righteous, snatched the pill away. Ignoring their objections, he insisted on feeding it to Lu. Just then, a guard discovered another group of ferocious beasts approaching from ahead. Everyone immediately took formation, swearing to protect the prince at all costs. As the ferocious beasts closed in, another guard reported that beasts were appearing on his side too. Was the second prince truly doomed this time? Today, we'll show everyone what it means when a king personally leads his troops. Previously, the principal said he would personally lead a team to suppress the rift in the South City. But judging from the current formation, one could easily mistake it for a declaration of war against another country. Although from the rift, a horde of powerful ferocious beasts emerged. Facing such a formation, even they might be shot down by a barrage of arrows. Meanwhile, at the East District Rift, several defensive squads were observing a standoff between a man and a beast from above. Facing the ferocious beast before him, the bald old man displayed an air of calm and grace. He hadn't even started assembling his mech yet. A rookie soldier asked their captain why they weren't going to assist Elder Shu. The captain replied that Elder Shu was a powerhouse capable of soloing ferocious beasts. At this level of combat, it was better for them to watch from a distance, to avoid getting caught up. Compared to the cores of the other two rifts, the North District was the weakest in terms of strength. At the moment, only a few royal guards were facing beasts emerging from both sides. Seeing the situation, one of the guards urged Maid Xiaomei to quickly flee with the prince, while they stayed behind to hold the enemies back. Even the gravely wounded Commander Lu told them to run, saying he could buy the prince 20 breaths of time. But the second prince told them not to panic, because he sensed that the figure approaching wasn't a beast. Sure enough, a weapon suddenly flew out from the mist, striking the ground before the ferocious beast. While intimidating the beast, I also emerged from the war mist. Seeing this, the guards felt a surge of hope, because the reinforcement was me, commanding a new Soul General mech. Taking advantage of the gap, I quickly asked senior sister Shangguan to help me extract the rift crystal from the beast's body. This would be extremely useful to me, facing a beast 3 major realms stronger than myself. I couldn't afford to play fair. Now I used the Soul Prison Array to temporarily restrain the beast. Even the second prince noticed that I was using an array to stall for time. What surprised him most was that even as a prince, he had never seen anyone embed an array into a weapon and throw it out. Meanwhile, his maid was closely watching senior sister Shangguan's looting technique. On her screen, she saw senior sister pulling out a purple crystal from the beast's body. The second prince immediately recognized it as the priceless rift crystal. This thing had another name, spatial stone. It was the main material for crafting storage suits and mech soul suits, strictly classified as strategic resources. They were rarely seen on the market. Yet his maid thought I was just delaying the fight for the sake of looting. She could never have imagined that the rift crystal had other uses beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, because the soul prison array consumed soul power rapidly, I had to keep eating soul recharge pills to maintain it. Fortunately, Senior Sister Shangguan, managed to secure 3 spatial stones. Although it was a bit fewer than expected, it would barely suffice. In the next moment, I used my soul power remotely. Dragging the few stones with me, I charged toward the ferocious Changqi beast. Exchanging a glance with the second prince below, I leapt off the crimson flame dragon horse. Midair, I summoned back my Fangtian Wahi. As the array lifted, the beast immediately fired a soul energy beam at me. I dodged it effortlessly. Its left arm then morphed into a scythe aiming to kill me midair. It slashed towards me. I could only parry with the Fangtian Wahi. Our clash lit up the entire battlefield. Taking advantage of the close combat seconds, I manipulated the space, flying straight toward the beast. But the next second, the beast's brute strength knocked me flying. After smashing through several buildings, I barely managed to stabilize myself. Currently, I was at the peak of the yellow rank. Even with the Star Soul descent technique, it was hard to resist a Changqi beast capable of challenging heavenly experts. Unfortunately, I was no longer a powerless child. With a roar, the spatial bomb hidden beside the beast detonated violently. Half of the beast's body was blown away. The stunned beast summoned minions to attack me. But these weaklings were no match for me. They were swiftly dealt with, taking advantage of the moment when it couldn't move while firing a soul beam. I closed in and slashed. Yet my Fangtian Wahi shattered. At my current cultivation level, my physical strength was no match against the Changqi. But as long as I could create a hole big enough to insert a spatial bomb, I would succeed. Another explosion tore half of its body again. Furious, it charged at me like a mad beast. Before it could swallow me whole, I prepared my final strike. I shoved a spatial bomb straight into its mouth. Using soul power, I remotely detonated it. With a flash of dazzling purple light, the entire beast was obliterated. Unfortunately, its Changqi crystal was destroyed too. Otherwise, I could have made a fortune. What to do about untreatable injuries? Naturally, you just keep going. Right after I defeated the Changqi beast, the second prince's guards gathered, ready to meet me. As expected of royal people. So formal and dramatic. After expressing their gratitude for saving them, I politely asked if they were all safe. Hearing me directly call him second prince, they immediately grew tense. They seemed worried about their identities being exposed. Luckily, I added that Principal GU had sent me, which resolved the awkwardness. In our later conversation, the second prince learned my name was Song Mingshang, and that I, like him, came from Nanzhou's Jiwu Music City district. This reminded him of my connection to the Song family. He had heard that the Song family pulled strings to get a soul vein damaged descendant into Jiwu Music Academy. He guessed that person must be me. After seeing me leapfrog levels to kill the beast, he wanted to recruit me into his faction. Having someone like me would be a huge boost. Though I could tell his intentions, I had more important matters to attend to. I had to brush him off for now. But just then, Commander Lu's condition worsened. He started coughing more severely. The medical team from the academy would need another 3 hours to arrive to win their favor for the future. I had no choice but to save him. So they'd owe me a favor. Using my previous life's medical knowledge, I diagnosed Lu's injury as soul vein trauma. He couldn't circulate soul energy. To heal himself. With no advanced medical tools available, I could only let him take a rejuvenation pill to sustain himself. However, the second prince said he had already fed him one earlier, and it likely wouldn't have much effect now. Apparently, he didn't hear what I had just said clearly. He probably didn't hear clearly what I said earlier. I said a bit. Not just one pill. If one pill doesn't work, then give him a whole bottle. And leave another bottle with his maid. Feed him some from time to time. Hopefully he can last until the medical team arrives. Probably the second prince in his whole life had never seen such an extravagant method. This uncle with his balding head, squinting eyes, and slippers was a typical ruthless expert. According to the unspoken rules in manga, he must be a hidden master. If you meet someone like this on the street, you better not mess with them. Otherwise, you'll end up like the little guy below. Quick, tag a good buddy to block the incoming kick for you. The old man's name was Elder Shu. Among the many new soul masters in Nanjo, he was the one closest to reaching saint level, though currently half a step into the saint tier. A mere heaven tier beast was nothing against him. Even piloting the oldest model of mass-produced soul forger, he could still single-handedly slay his enemy. He raised his short blade and began gathering power. His soul power instantly formed a sword energy dozens of meters long, with a gentle swing downward. The sword energy stretched thousands of miles. This move was called 10,000-mile sword, third style. One sword to shatter mountains and rivers. A mere heaven tier beast was instantly reduced to dust in the Soul Force whirlpool, while the nearby domed city guards were marveling at this magnificent strike. One soldier noticed Elder Shu had suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, on a rooftop nearby, a group of Milan Kingdom agents realized their plan had failed. They were preparing to retreat, but Elder Shu intercepted them right on time. One of them immediately recognized the old man who had killed the beast with one strike, just as their squad leader was about to assemble his mech to resist. A slipper flew across the air, smashing the squad leader into the wall. Before the rest could react to losing their leader, they were all subdued by Elder Shu barefooted. After finishing the last one, Elder Shu grabbed the squad leader like a chicken, hopping between buildings. Meanwhile, the beasts in South City were being beaten to death under Principal Gu's command. Thousands of troops beat them without mercy, proving that no matter how strong you are, enough knives will win. While others were still celebrating the victory, Principal Gu noticed Elder Shu appearing. He handed over the captured agents to Principal Gu, saying that the city guards had likely been infiltrated. He didn't trust them, and insisted Gu personally handle it. This task must be executed personally by Principal Gu. Then he set off for the North District, because over there, he sensed a very interesting little fellow. He had to go check personally. Who could attract such a powerhouse's attention? Was it the second prince? Or the mysterious Song Yunxiang? What had this young man consumed to make himself feel like a seed, bathing in a sea of light? Just minutes ago, Commander Lu was gravely injured and unconscious. Thanks to my skillful treatment, he swallowed an entire bottle of rejuvenation pills. Meanwhile, the second prince was still examining the pills I gave him, wondering why they were different from before. Judging from the quality, they were absolutely top grade. Maybe even saint tier. But judging from the pill patterns, the refining technique was something he had never seen before. Perhaps this technology had already far surpassed Tiandu Nation standards. If the effect was even stronger. He hadn't finished his sentence when he noticed Lu, who had been hanging by a thread, was healing rapidly. After waking up, Commander Lu said he had a dream where he was surrounded by a warm furnace of life. It felt like a beam of light shone into his chest, and for a brief moment, he felt like a seed, bathed in a sea of light. My whole body felt somewhat damaged. Aside from the injuries from the previous battle, even the chronic waist injury I had from training was gone. Even the second prince's maid, Xiao Mei, noticed that the wrinkles and white hair on Commander Lu's face had disappeared, originally looking like someone in his 40s, with the face of a 50-year-old and the body of a 70-year-old. Now he appeared to be only in his 30s. Could all of this be because he consumed my pill? Originally, he was only interested in my strategic mind. Now he realized I might have connections to a powerful alchemy master. Thus, he must build a good relationship with me. Just as he was thinking of ways to curry favor with me, something even more surprising happened. At that moment, senior sister Shangguan appeared before everyone, holding a pile of spatial stones. In an instant, the entire bottle of rejuvenation pills in his hand no longer seemed appealing. Ever since the second prince saw senior sister Shangguan bring back 9 intact rift crystals, he started to butt heads with me. He began insisting that these were strategic resources. Since I was reluctant to sell, he offered to take them all. I was thinking of striking a deal with him, offering him some discounts for a long-term partnership. But as luck would have it, senior sister Shangguan's family was actually part of the second prince's faction. Her elder brother was even an active officer under the second prince. I initially thought the connection could help me bargain for a higher price. But the second prince said instead, out of respect for the Shangguan family, he could only offer 5 small targets. That really made things difficult for me. Originally, it could have been 6 small targets. The next second, he struck first, boasting he would promote senior sister Shangguan's brother by 3 ranks. Seeing how happy senior sister Shangguan was, I couldn't really refuse. Then he pitifully came to me, saying he was short on funds right now, asking me to grant him a favor. With 2 people joining forces against me, I could only reluctantly agree. But then his maid turned out to be a miser. She clutched their savings card tightly, refusing to let go. He even said, if His Majesty really wanted it, why not have senior sister Shangguan do the mining? Her brother was one of their own, so he would surely obey orders. But Commander Liu, standing aside, sensed something unusual. Normally, rift crystals weren't so rare, but extracting them so intact must require a special killing technique. For us to obtain so many complete rift crystals at once, it must mean I had mastered that technique. Hearing the second prince and Commander Liu's words, the maid reluctantly handed over the money. After receiving the payment, the second prince recalled our Song family, once one of the 4 great families of Tiandu Nation. Our former family head was one of the 8 generals of Tiandu. 20 years ago, we even produced a genius who suppressed an entire era. Unfortunately, it was rumored that because of a woman, our whole family was implicated. Even our sacred ancestor was severely injured. In the end, we were exiled to a remote border town in the southeast, tasked with guarding the southern wilderness Great Wall. But now, with talents like me emerging, the Song family will surely rise again overnight. After receiving the money, the second prince was about to order the guards to move the crystals. As an excellent merchant, I immediately decided to offer free shipping service. Everyone knew that rift crystals carried spatial attributes. Because they carried spatial attributes, they couldn't be stored in a storage device. But they never expected that I could use a space technique far beyond this era to compress the crystals first, and then store them in a storage device. Letting customers carry such valuable goods away themselves wasn't my style. It's just that this method was a bit showy. As senior sister Shangguan and I were about to leave, the second prince said he owed me a favor this time. In the future, if I needed anything, I could just ask. While thanking him politely, I was thinking to myself that there would soon be a chance to ask for his help. I would definitely not waste this favor. This longevity ceremony incident seemed to have ended just like that. But on the second prince's side, he couldn't sense Asen's presence. He must have successfully escaped from Dome City. Now that this matter was over, I had to hurry home to check things out. According to my past life's memories, the G Martial Academy and Dome City were both destroyed during this longevity celebration. I followed the refugee convoy southward, taking a detour around the Death Desert, spending more than 20 days to finally make it back to the Song family. However, less than a month later, the southern border defense line guarded by the Song family was swallowed up by an even larger longevity force. The Song family soldiers and the garrison of Yang'an City were almost completely annihilated. The old man and my other brothers and sisters all died there. And back then, I was powerless to stop it all. Once again, I escaped alone. Later, I encountered the black armored guards from the Devouring Moon. And was rescued by a female master. Now there are still 2 months. Before all of this happens. There is still time. For me to stop it all from happening. But just then, I suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. Without hesitation, I kicked out directly. Amidst the dust, a figure appeared. A bald man in slippers. Seeing me suddenly attack, even the second prince behind me became nervous. Because he sensed that this figure had an aura stronger than even a heaven-tier expert. Commander Lu also said, this person was probably very close to the saint tier. Amidst the smoke, Elder Shu glared at me murderously. He said I had hidden myself well. That someone at the peak of the yellow tier could sense him. I responded sarcastically, mocking him for being a dignified heaven-tier grandmaster, yet hiding as a gatekeeper at the G Martial Academy in Southern State. We were just about the same. One of the 7 great curiosities of G Martial Academy was the ever-changing principal and the ironclad gatekeeper, clearly referring to Elder Shu. As a junior, I should first salute this elder. He was the foremost of the Southern State's 3 swords. Nicknamed 10,000 Swords Shu Hemming. At 30, he reached the heaven tier. And with his famous technique, one sword sweeping across rivers and mountains, he roamed the eastern continent. Once, for a single promise, he charged thousands of miles alone to reach the northern battlefield, slaying 3 sky warships with a single sword stroke, killing hundreds and directly turning the tide of battle. It was said that over 20 years ago, he had already reached the peak of heaven tier. To break the rule that only innate talents could reach the saint level. It said he spent over 20 years tempering his heart among the mortal world, constantly striving to surpass himself, all to pave a path for countless ordinary star soul masters without innate talents to achieve victory. But the strange thing is, if Elder Shu was really Principal Gu's hidden card, if I hadn't shown up, he would surely have sent Elder Shu to rescue the second prince. As a half-saint expert, beneath the saint rank, one should be invincible. Then why did the second prince still die here in his previous life? In this world, becoming a star soul crafter novice means being chosen by the 108 gods who created the original star soul crafters. It is said that once a novice awakens, as long as their cultivation is sufficient, they can reach the saint rank directly. While ordinary star soul masters, who control man-made artifacts, are bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Not only does their cultivation lag behind novices, their advancement is also restricted by barriers of the rules. Since ancient times, no mortal star soul master has ever broken into the saint rank. The heaven rank is already the limit for mortals. And the Elder Shu before them is precisely such a being. One at the peak of the heaven rank. Everyone around him must respectfully call him Elder Shu half-saint. But it's not surprising. The Eastern continent today still hasn't established a training system for mortals to reach saint rank. If I use the techniques I learned in my previous life to cultivate an army of saints, wouldn't I be able to crush the entire era? This Elder Shu before me would be the perfect test subject, right? Let's start with him. At this moment, he also noticed my strange expression, giving him a bad premonition. After all, he's an old fox who has trained in the secular world for many years. He guessed it immediately. He even told me to stop pretending. He had already heard from the principal that I was a star soul crafter novice. But even if I am a novice, my cultivation is only at the peak of yellow rank. That's a fact. He was curious how I could cross 3 major realms to kill a heaven rank fierce beast here. He even boldly speculated that I might be hiding my true cultivation, or that our Song family has some unspeakable secret. Hearing him say that, The second prince connected all the previous doubts. No wonder the Lu Bu mecha we saw earlier was not the color he was familiar with. Since that's how they all think. Then let left gift, Zuo C. take the blame for the Star Master system once again. The second prince, feeling he had grasped the truth, was instantly grateful to me for acting regardless of exposing my identity. He expressed his deep gratitude. But they were still very concerned about how I managed to kill a heaven rank beast across realms. With no other choice, I had to be honest with them. After listening to my explanation, they all found it incredible. Because even when void crystals were processed in a furnace, this kind of phenomenon had never happened. Of course, it's not as simple as they thought. It's not something that could be done by simply burning it. Because beforehand, I had carved a formation onto the crystal and used alchemy techniques to catalyze it, thus reversing the crystal's original structural properties and triggering spatial collapse. Upon hearing this, the second prince admitted the technique was indeed hard to replicate. Initially, he still wanted to learn this method. But after knowing the truth, he could only give up. Just when our group was chatting happily, I suddenly sensed a large number of auras approaching. Moreover, they had already formed a complete encirclement around us. As expected, it was again spies from the Milan nation. And these people had only one purpose: to kill our Tiandu nation's second prince. What exactly did he do to provoke such intense hatred? Our Tiandu nation's second prince. What kind of wicked deeds did he commit to make such a large group of people chase him down so relentlessly? While we were using our perception to confirm the number of enemies, Elder Shu had been secretly observing my actions. It surprised him quite a bit. My perception ability was even stronger than his. Even he didn't notice that there was a hidden heaven tier expert among them. But I sensed it almost immediately. The enemy didn't give us much time either. That heaven tier team leader had already given the order for everyone to aim at our position. They were ready at any moment to blast us into ashes. Under the command of the mage Xiao Mei, the royal guards switched to shield mode, prepared to defend their prince at all costs. At a time like this, how could I possibly be absent? They saw me casually toss 2 soul talismans into the air. They formed a defensive barrier above 2 key individuals. Then, I threw another soul talisman high up, creating a barrier above everyone, concealing us from the outside. Even the well-traveled Elder Shu was astonished by my endless tricks, because he had never seen anyone casually conjure up 3 5G level defensive arrays. While he was still dazed, I threw something else to him and asked him to focus on the hidden heaven tier expert, while I went to deal with the trash mobs outside. As he caught what I threw, something inside my body once again stunned him. However, the enemies weren't going to give us time to chat. With a single command from their captain, everyone immediately unleashed full firepower. The place where we were was instantly engulfed by artillery fire from all directions. The entire area was covered. After enduring the first wave of attacks, Xiao Mei immediately turned around to check on the second prince behind her. Fortunately, the second prince was still completely unharmed. Moreover, she noticed that the array launcher I had fired earlier could actually absorb the enemy's soul power beams. It was unbelievably powerful. Seizing the moment, I quickly stepped out of the protection zone, then turned back and ordered Commander Lu to deal with the enemy's heaven tier team leader. Commander Lu of Wenyuan also constructed his exclusive Royal Guard mecha. Meanwhile, the enemy, based on previous intel, knew that Commander Lu had been severely injured before, and assumed he was already on the verge of collapse. Thus, he was extremely confident and eager to challenge Commander Lu one-on-one. Soon, the weapons of the two collided. At the same time, other soldiers were searching for my whereabouts everywhere. Just as one soldier was reporting my position to the others, I suddenly appeared behind him, piloting Lu Bu. Looks like it's time for me to fully unleash the assassination techniques I learned in Taiyuan under Asai in my past life. This group of soldiers was thrown into chaos by my sudden ambush. They started firing wildly, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Before they could even switch to melee weapons, I had already turned into a shadow and charged at them. With a single slash, I split a soldier's mecha cleanly in two. Before they could react, I swung horizontally once more, taking down another. The next one below was still dazed by my ghost-like movements, unable to recover in time. I wiped them out along with their weapons. However, I have to admit that this group's cultivation levels were all at low stages. Moreover, their mecha armor was sturdier than that of our Tiandu nation. With my current yellow stage strength, it was still very difficult to fight them. Meanwhile, Commander Lu was entangled with the heaven-rank squad leader of Mihun nation. They were locked in a fierce struggle. However, that squad leader, seeing his subordinates being eliminated by me one after another, inevitably suffered a mental blow. Commander Lu, also a heaven-rank expert, was not about to give him any chance to be distracted. With a move called Kilin 100 Tails, he dealt significant damage to the enemy's mecha. At the same time, the second prince noticed that my fighting among the Star Soul generals was even fiercer than when battling ferocious beasts before. Not only was I killing at a rapid pace, but I was also taking down enemies with a single move. Moreover, I was sparing their lives to investigate the truth later on. Seeing this situation, the second prince immediately ordered the guards to fully cover me in battle. All the Imperial guards instantly switched to artillery mode, providing relentless fire suppression against the enemy. Taking advantage of this, I quickly moved to the enemy's rear. Then, with the falling moon slash, I wiped out all the enemies hiding behind cover. The entire course of my battle was observed by the second prince. He was astonished to discover that during the fight, I had been consistently using the heart-stepping 7-step movement technique of the Black Armor Guards. As far as he knew, this technique was only mastered by a few elites among the Black Armor Guards. Although the Black Armor Guards had been established for many years, their true peak could be traced back to 20 years ago, during the era of the 6 Black Armor Elites. The leader of the 6 Black Armor Elites, Song Lang, had reached the heaven rank at the age of 18. I was also a descendant of the Song clan. Perhaps there is some connection between us. Unfortunately, the other 5 Black Armor Elites perished in the Battle of the Imperial Forest back then. The position of commander of the Black Armor Guards remained vacant for 7 years. It wasn't until later that a female commander was appointed. However, this female commander upheld the path of a pure official, never participating in factional struggles. Moreover, she kept a very low profile. But just now, the second prince witnessed firsthand me using the unique technique of this female commander. Could there be some secret connection between the Black Armor Guards and the Song clan? If the Song clan could be drawn into his faction, perhaps the Black Armor Guards would no longer remain absolutely neutral. Everyone, take a good look at this old man. He actually caught an attack from a new Star Soul craftsman with just his mortal body. Sure enough, those who are bald are never ordinary people, because I had been chasing down enemy soldiers everywhere. The Imperial Guards around them also started to help encircle and attack, providing me with constant ranged support. Even Elder Shu himself was busy studying the defensive array I had set up, causing him to overlook the presence of 2 enemy soldiers, although one of them was already pinned to the ground by my flying Fangtian halberd. Unfortunately, I only had one weapon and couldn't kill 2 people at once. The other enemy soldier was now raising his broadsword high, preparing to finish off this seemingly defenseless old man. But what he never expected was that this seemingly ordinary old man was actually Shu Bansheng, the top of the three swords of Tiandu Nation. His strength was so overwhelming that he didn't even need a mecha suit to catch an attack from a peak-level Star Soul Master with bare hands. This completely terrified the enemy soldier. How could it be possible for someone to catch a Star Soul General's attack with bare hands? At this moment, Elder Shu finally began gathering power to strike, relying solely on this strength that was infinitely close to the aura of a saint-rank cultivator. Almost scared the enemy soldier out of his mind. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary daze, Elder Shu jumped up from the ground, and with a powerful kick, shattered the enemy Star Soul General's arm. Immediately after, Elder Shu's soul power began gathering into his right hand. With a forceful swing of his right arm, the enemy lost another piece of his arm. The nearby Imperial Guard soldiers were terrified by Elder Shu's bare-handed dismantling. They were scared he might dismantle them too just for fun. Even I had to admit, this old man was truly an expert at putting on a show. He deliberately avoided the enemy's heavy armor, and only attacked the fragile joints, creating the illusion of dismantling the mecha by hand. I figured he was trying to provoke the hidden heaven rank expert. Sure enough, the enemy squad leader, entangled with Commander Lu, suddenly clasped his hands together towards the sky, pleading for help from their hidden saint envoy. At that moment, atop a nearby tall building, a red figure suddenly appeared. It seemed that this curvy saint envoy was the true cause of the second prince's death in his previous life. This fierce woman wearing a bull-headed mask turned out to be an inspector of the Pingtian sacred sect. This sect was infamously known as the Demon Sect. Even the second prince became unusually nervous, because this sect controlled more than half of the saint envoys in Mihun Nation. Just hearing its name was enough to terrify many, because this sect held power over most of Mihun Nation's saint envoys. According to memories from my past life, the peak of combat strength on the eastern continent was held by two ancestors of the divine realm who had lived for over 400 years. One resided in the kingdom of Milan, and the other in the kingdom of Chishui. 400 years ago, the Eastern Heavenly Emperor disappeared without a trace. Seizing the opportunity, the king of Milan took the late emperor's illegitimate son as a puppet and ruled from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the eldest princess, Princess Chishui, seized control of the three eastern provinces and founded the kingdom of Chishui, proclaiming herself as the empress. But that illegitimate son, upon growing up, actually allied with the kingdom of Chishui to defeat the king of Milan. Afterward, he established the current Tiandu kingdom. When the king of Milan was on the verge of death, he was saved by a divine realm expert. With that expert's help, the current kingdom of Milan was founded. And the divine ancestor who saved the king of Milan was the founder of the Pingtian sect, Ancestor Pingtian, who was said to be a 400-year-old monster. But the strange thing is, within the Pingtian sect, similar to the conservative faction of Tiandu Kingdom, they never supported Milan kingdom's military expansion outward, even during the decisive battle in Tiandu City in my past life. That divine ancestor never showed up. Could there have been changes in Milan Kingdom that I was unaware of? Meanwhile, this saintess revealed a sinister smile and pulled out a red soul diagram from her chest. She then leapt from the rooftop and began constructing her new soulcraft mech. Just as the mech was nearly completed, she suddenly vanished midair. Before Commander Lu could react, a violent explosion erupted nearby. Commander Lu, despite being a heaven-tier cultivator, was taken down in a single exchange. He was knocked flat on the ground. At that moment, I recognized the mech the enemy was piloting. It was a next-generation mass-production Type 1 model from Milan Kingdom. But by right, this model shouldn't have appeared this early. After easily defeating Commander Lu, the saintess advanced swiftly toward the second prince. Faced with such a powerful witch, Elder Shu finally took out her Mecha Soul Talisman, preparing to fight seriously. Their first clash happened almost immediately. It was a battle between an old generation mech and a next generation battle piercer mech. The fight had officially begun. That fierce witch, relying on the performance edge of her next-gen mech, overwhelmed Elder Shu, who was hailed as the number one of the three swords of Tiandu, with her first strike. The shockwaves from their battle blew nearby onlookers off their feet. The soul force storms raging around even shattered the two net-level defensive arrays I had set up. Fortunately, just before their rays completely broke, I rushed over to them. With battles of this level, even I couldn't intervene. The best I could do was escort the second prince and senior sister Shangguan to a safe distance before making further plans. Once I confirmed our safe retreat, Elder Shu could finally unleash her full strength against the witch. With a burst of strength from her feet, Elder Shu threw two flying knives through the gap behind me as I retreated. Luckily, my footwork was nimble enough, or I would have been hit. However, because she got distracted looking at me, Elder Shu was kicked flying by the witch. She slid a long way across the ground before barely stabilizing herself. Just as Elder Shu was searching for her opponent, the witch suddenly appeared behind her, ready to end the fight with a stab from behind. Fortunately, Elder Shu, battle-hardened, instantly countered with a reverse sword thrust. Seeing this, the witch was caught off guard. It turned out Elder Shu had been charging up a strike all along, waiting for this foolish woman to walk right into it. Prepare to die. Luckily, my movement technique was flashy enough. Otherwise I really would have been hit by her. However, because Elder Shu got distracted looking at me, she was kicked flying by the witch. She slid a long distance across the ground before barely stabilizing her footing. Just as Elder Shu was searching for her enemy, the witch suddenly appeared behind her. Elder Shu instantly countered with a reverse sword thrust. Seeing this, the witch immediately launched a counterattack. Elder Shu had actually been standing still, charging up an attack. She had been waiting for this foolish woman to walk right into it. Prepare to die. Prepare to die. In the next second, a massive surge of golden soul force shot straight into the sky. This move was originally reserved by Elder Shu for a certain Saint Street Star commander. Who would have thought it would be used today to strike down this witch? It felt like an overkill, really. At that moment, the short dagger in her hand actually began to disassemble into fragments, and the soul force that was fired originally in a single burst split into multiple streams of energy. They all flew toward where the witch was. Even though she was piloting a next-generation mech, a miserable scream still erupted from the witch. Multiple golden energy beams converged once more into one and smashed downward toward the ground. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, from within the smoke of the battlefield, a black figure appeared once again. This mech truly lived up to its name as Milan Kingdom's new generation Flash Soul General. It actually managed to withstand Elder Shu's world-shattering strike. Not only was its mobility far superior to Tiandu Kingdom's minor forces, even its armor strength was beyond their level. Although that last blow had inflicted significant damage on the witch, she still had one trick up her sleeve. She quickly tapped on the mech's control panel, entering a string of mysterious codes. The heavily damaged mech suddenly returned to its original pristine state. Moreover, it erupted with an even stronger surge of soul force than before. Even the second prince, watching the battle from afar, could feel this overwhelming aura. It had completely suppressed Elder Shu. And yet, I recognized it immediately. It was Milan Kingdom's developed Heavenly Demon Disassembly Mode. The people from the Pingtian sect had actually installed this system onto this prototype mech. No wonder the second prince couldn't escape his fate in my past life. Elder Shu's mech had already lost an arm before she could even react. She was kicked flying again by the witch. As Elder Shu was flung into midair, the witch appeared behind her once more. Before Elder Shu could respond properly, she was turned into a bouncing ball midair. being kicked back and forth by the witch. Elder Shu couldn't believe the opponent's speed had increased so dramatically. She had to figure out a way to counterattack now. Just as she managed to grab the witch's leg, her mech was instantly slashed apart. The witch leveraged her body to thrust her blade straight through Elder Shu's mech. Even though Elder Shu displayed incredible tenacity, refusing to let go of the witch's foot despite her heavy injuries. The witch was now in a killing frenzy. She raised her blade and slashed directly at Elder Shu's head. Even someone as formidable as Elder Shu, who had survived countless battles, couldn't endure such a devastating blow. With her mech severely damaged, the construction automatically collapsed, leaving only Elder Shu's frail human body to crash heavily to the ground from high above. After suffering consecutive heavy injuries, Elder Shu could only use the last of her strength to slowly pull out from her pocket an ultra-advancement pill I had given her earlier. It was originally one of my trump cards. For cultivators below the low stage, taking it could temporarily raise their cultivation by a full major realm. For someone like Elder Shu, stuck at the half-sage realm, the effect would likely be greatly reduced. But it should still be enough to raise her strength by one minor realm temporarily. This was a good chance for me to test whether the ultra-advancement pill would work. For someone like Elder Shu, stuck at a bottleneck in the half-sage stage. Aside from "I'm waiting for you to marry me," there were surely sweeter words he had heard. This man, Shu Hemming, hailed as Half-Saint Shu, once had a sincere yet sorrowful love story. Because after taking the ultra-advancement pill I left him, he felt his entire being instantly drawn into his own inner world. And on his path toward sainthood, his deepest obsession was tied to an event more than 30 years ago. At that time, he was already the foremost of the three swords of Nanzhou. Yet he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Quan Chengshu of Qishui Kingdom. Back then, he was still a long-haired, elegant young man. As a mere mortal, by the age of 33, he had already reached the mid-stage of the heaven tier. Accompanying him on his journey to Qishui Kingdom were the other two members of the three swords of Nanzhou. When they saw Shu Hemming, their eldest brother, standing proudly before them, seeing him beaten like this, Ji Yu Ying and He Kun immediately rushed forward to help. Back when the three swords of Nanzhou had sworn brotherhood, they made a vow to die together if they could not live together. Although Elder Shu was deeply moved by this, the opponent they faced now was simply too powerful. Because standing against them was not only Shu Hemming's newlywed rival, Wen Zhang the layman, but also he held Shu Hemming's beloved, Huang Suman, captive. Seeing this dire situation, Ji Yu Ying and He Kun immediately deployed their mechs, ready for a standoff. But this only made their opponent furious. With just a few soul energy rays, he shattered their mechs, forcing them out of their constructs instantly. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were almost crushed into the ground by the oppressive force unleashed. Huang Miaoying, one of the four great saint-level sovereigns of Qishui Kingdom, was not someone mere mortals could contend with. Huang Miaoying stepped outside the new barrier, coldly gazing down at the three. Even though Elder Shu had achieved the heaven tier by 30, in his eyes, anyone below saint level was no more than an ant. Crushing them would take no more than a wave of his hand. Fortunately, Huang Suman was at the side, constantly pleading on their behalf. Otherwise, the three swords of Nanzhou would have perished here today. Huang Suman possessed the rare natural pure physique, making her an invaluable asset to the Huang family. Yet today, Shu Hemming wanted to elope with Huang Suman. It was practically an act of defiance against the Huang family. However, Huang Miaoying also worried that killing them now would leave Suman with a lasting inner demon. Thus, he proposed a deal. The three would voluntarily leave and swear never to set foot in Qishui Valley again. If they agreed, he would spare their lives today. Upon hearing such humiliating terms, Elder Shu angrily drew his blade, and before everyone's eyes, He sliced off a handful of his own hair. And swore an oath. He would find the path for mortals to ascend to sainthood. Until he broke through to saint level. He would never set foot in Chishui Valley again. But the day he achieved sainthood would be the day he returned to propose to Huang Suman. At that moment, he swore again to the heavens. He would one day shatter these 100-foot-high walls. And take his beloved woman away from the prison of the Huang family. Hearing these words, Suman shed tears of emotion. And softly replied to her lover. "I'll wait for you." Recalling these words now, Elder Shu's eyes flashed with golden light. Because today might finally be the day he had waited decades for, the day he would ascend. The day he would fulfill his dream. Although time had taken everything from this man, loosened his skin, and robbed him of his hair. Deep within his heart, he had always remembered. A woman was still waiting for him. He never would have thought that one promise made in his youth would become the miracle that allowed him to break through to saint level. Meanwhile, from afar, I knew Elder Shu was now forcibly boosting his cultivation with the Ultra Advancement pill. It would not last long. But it was enough to prove that the long-believed barrier between mortals and saints could indeed be broken by external forces. From now on, the divide between saint and mortal would no longer be the ultimate threshold for soulcrafters. Later, when I find a chance, I can pass on to Elder Shu some truly extraordinary cultivation techniques. After all, in my previous life on the central and southern continents, I had gathered quite a few of those. Surely, one of them would suit Elder Shu. Now, standing at the first stage of the saint rank, Elder Shu finally understood why Huang Miaoying once said, "Below saints, all are mere ants." The gap between the heaven tier and the saint tier was simply too vast. At this moment, facing him was the witch. Just like back then. She was completely pinned down, unable to move. Although she knew she should seize the chance to interrupt Elder Shu's breakthrough, she simply couldn't do it. She could only watch helplessly as Elder Shu reconstructed his mech once again. With just a gentle wave of Elder Shu's right hand, she was flung away like a broken kite. After regaining her balance, she thought of maximizing the heavenly demon disassembly mode for a desperate last stand. But how could Elder Shu give her the chance? And with his current strength, he no longer even needed a sword to kill her. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword aura 100 feet tall exploded forth with a roar. No matter how sturdy that witch's mech was, it couldn't withstand Elder Shu's strike. However, Elder Shu had still held back. That strike had only destroyed the enemy's mech, without harming the pilot. As that attack ended, the Ultra Advancement pill's Saint rank boost effect also wore off. This battle ended with Elder Shu's dramatic comeback. Meanwhile, the Milan Kingdom's Heaven Tier squad leader, who had been secretly observing like us, decided to flee after seeing their Saint envoy defeated. However, this battlefield had already been surrounded by the Dome City's defense forces. Moreover, the rest of his squad members had been subdued by the city guards who arrived. Thus, the battle for Dome City ended with a decisive victory for Tiandu Kingdom. The once bustling and prosperous Dome City was now left in ruins after the battle. Everywhere were shattered walls and broken buildings. At this time, the second prince was meeting with Principal Gu. As a member of the second prince's faction, the Gu family had failed to arrive in time for reinforcement, which made Principal Gu feel deeply guilty. Principal Gu kept recommending me to their side, not only for my outstanding combat strength, but even more so for my resourcefulness and adaptability. While they were still conversing, I quietly went to recover the witch's healing evil soul talisman. Then, I went to check on Elder Shu, who had just suffered serious injuries. The healing evil soul talisman. Then, I went to check on the badly wounded Elder Shu. He looked regretful and said, "If my condition had been a little better just now, maybe I could have grasped the key to a breakthrough with the Ultra Advancement pill." Hearing this, I quietly asked him if he wanted me to give him another one later. so he could properly reflect and comprehend. Principal Gu carefully glanced around and secretly asked me if I truly had two of such precious 6-star pills. To them, these pills were extremely valuable. But for me, I could casually refine a whole batch. At that moment, Elder Shu suddenly said that he had already seen through me. That I was not some commoner from Zuochi. He had trained in the mortal world for so many years, visited countless secret realms large and small, and guessed that I must have encountered a fortunate encounter. However, he said he wasn't interested in my secrets. Instead, he could help me erase the traces I had left in the city. He would consider it repaying half the favor I had done for him. Sure enough, he hadn't spent those years training in vain. He saw right through me. There was no helping it, so I decided to go along with it, and conveniently let him be my test subject. After all the fighting today, it was time to rest. Elder Shu also said he wanted to return to the sect to heal properly. Under the arrangement of Secretary Xiao Yu, we boarded a floating shuttle back to the city, temporarily leaving the battlefield, while others needed extensive training and deep reflection to advance. My path was much simpler, because I had walked it once in my previous life. I could skip all the trial and error, and directly fast-track my cultivation in this life. The only drawback to this method was the massive consumption of medicinal herbs and formation supports. Although after a few days of closed-door cultivation, I had already reached the early stage of the earth tier. I had also completely used up all my herbs. It seemed it was time to raid the pharmacies again. But just as I was about to head out, I realized I had missed a lot of messages during my retreat. Especially from that yandere senior sister, who kept spamming me non-stop. I decided to block her and be done with it. But right after I blocked her, she immediately called me. But it turned out she was calling to deliver good news. First, she had successfully certified my qualification as the legitimate owner of the new soul artifact Zuochi. Now, I was officially recognized as Zuochi's rightful holder. Second, the micro-far system modification plan I had previously submitted had successfully produced the first batch of oxygen mechs. She asked me to come to the machine room for testing. Although the Taishuan factory was unfortunately destroyed during the dampness incident, fortunately, all the engineers inside managed to escape unharmed. Now, they were all assisting in the academy's reconstruction, which sped up the recovery process. Although both the academy and Dome City suffered heavy losses, at least with my help, we successfully suppressed the dampness incident and thwarted Millen Kingdom's conspiracy. We also saved many classmates and instructors who were meant to die. I suppose this counts as changing fate. A few days ago, before he left, the second prince also visited me, hoping that the Millen Kingdom specialties I gave him would be of some use. After all, I had salvaged them from captured enemies. Later, Elder Shu also came and told me he had already destroyed all evidence for me. Now I could fully play the role of Zuochi's sole wielder. However, thinking about it, I realized I had made a mistake. That yandere senior sister previously received a piece of rift crystal from me, and she hadn't transferred the payment yet. Looks like I have to pull her out of the blacklist. On the way to the academy's workshop, I suddenly noticed two instructors nearby, adjusting a memorial monument for the fallen. Although I thought I had grown numb to such things, seeing the long list of the deceased on the guardian stone still left a bitter feeling in my heart. What I didn't know was that, while I was away helping elsewhere from the Martial Academy, the Zuochi statue had been heavily damaged. Among the many names on the guardian stones, there was one familiar name listed under the missing persons. It was a middle-aged uncle who insisted on taking me as his master, after I gave him a few new mass-production Soulcrafter designs. What should I do now? Just then, I arrived as promised at the Academy's workshop training ground. Principal Gu began introducing me to Master Guo from Taishuan Heavy Industries. Right now, he was the one leading the team of mechanics responsible for producing these prototype mechs. Then, Principal Gu introduced me to Master Guo. When Master Guo heard that I was the hero who turned the tide during the dampness incident, he immediately lost his composure. What happened next gave all of us quite a shock. Master Guo suddenly clasped his fists together, fell to his knees, and bowed deeply toward me, shouting, "Greetings, Mr. Song." Why was this old man suddenly kneeling? I really couldn't bear such a heavy courtesy. As I was about to help him up, I learned he knelt to repay a favor. That day, their team of mechanics had been trapped by beasts inside Taishuan Heavy Industries. At the critical moment of life and death, I happened to pass by and killed the beasts, saving their lives. His kneel wasn't just for himself, but on behalf of all the mechanics who survived. This was a bit troublesome. After all, I had only passed by chance. I really felt unworthy of such gratitude. At this moment, he suddenly said he had an additional request. He hoped I would grant it. Worried he might do something extreme, I could only reluctantly agree to hear him out. Then he asked if the design diagrams for these prototype mechs were truly my work. What kind of question was that? I only added my own ideas to them. It shouldn't have caused any big problems. But what none of us expected was, after receiving my confirmation, he actually asked me to take him in as an apprentice. Even Principal Gu couldn't stand it anymore. Master Guo, as a fourth-tier mechanic. How could he buy a first-year student as his master? With Master Guo's skills, even academy instructors weren't qualified to polish his boots. Yet Master Guo interrupted him, saying that based on the design diagrams I provided, even as a fourth-tier mechanic, he wasn't worthy to polish the boots of a sixth-tier mechanic. Thus, he was willing to nominate me to represent Nanzhou in the second-generation mass-production Soulcrafter Design Conference in Tiandu 3 months later. Hearing this, I remembered that in my previous life, Tiandu Kingdom's second-generation mass-production Soulcrafter plan eventually failed due to various issues, and didn't make it in time for the final battle at Dome City. But there was still some time left. I'll think about it after handling my family matters. The once prosperous and beautiful Dome City was now in ruins after enduring the dampness catastrophe. It had turned into a devastated wasteland. Although the reconstruction had started, the losses were still immense, and the price paid was enormous. Ultimately, the root cause still lies in the weapon equipment issues. The current generation of mass-produced soulcrafters are only equipped with long swords and crossbows as their main offensive weapons. One can easily imagine their limited power. I hope that with my designs, the modified mechs can improve their chances of survival on future battlefields. The artillery-type mech I designed for this demonstration was specifically created to enhance squad firepower. The heavy cannon mounted on its right shoulder can unleash devastating bombardments when facing swarms of ferocious beasts. A single cannon blast can cause widespread and collateral damage. Meanwhile, the missile pod on its left shoulder has an even broader application. It fires 6 armor-piercing shells at once, which can simultaneously strike one or multiple targets. Moreover, upon hitting the target, the shells embed deeply into the enemy's body, allowing the operator to remotely detonate them later. With this feature, squads won't have to worry about breaching heavy armored beasts or enemy heavy infantry anymore. Although this mech's soul power conversion rate has been enhanced, its soul power consumption is still greater than previous models. Thus, it is suitable only for those with abundant soul power and fast recovery rates. After completing the artillery model test, I immediately switched to the flying ship type mech. This model can simultaneously launch 8 soul power controlled flying ships, allowing one unit to engage multiple targets at once. However, it requires high control skill, and for now, it can only be assigned to elite pilots. Finally, I moved to the last model, a close combat unit. At first glance, it just seemed like a shield combined with a ranged weapon. Compared to the previous 2 models, it didn't seem as impressive. Seeing this, Master Guo couldn't stay quiet anymore. He immediately told Principal Gu that although the first two models were technically astonishing, this one, despite lacking revolutionary technology, was outstanding in its tactical value. At that moment, I asked Principal GU to set up some high-speed moving targets similar to beasts, and to set up plenty of them, and set up even more targets for me. Only then could the mech's characteristics be fully demonstrated. Facing these life-size holographic projections, I immediately switched my cannon to scatter mode. Then I activated the close combat protective barrier. As the cannon in my hand spewed fire endlessly, the enemy charge was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. Seeing this, Principal GU finally understood the tactical value of this mech. If units like this replaced shield bearers on the battlefield, what a sight it would be. Although these three mechs still had some flaws, they were already very close to my original expectations. After ending the equipment tests, I immediately instructed Master Guo to take his men and produce more units soon. Finally, I asked Principal GU for a favor. About a month from now, I hoped he could lead a group of elite members to pilot these prototypes and assist me at the southern wasteland frontline. I couldn't reveal the full reason yet, but I told him I had confirmed intel that there would be a great disaster there in a month, and now I had to hurry back to the Song family to prepare. When needed, I would contact him in advance. After hearing this, Principal GU grew even more suspicious of me. Unexpectedly, today, I encountered once again someone from my previous life. A little girl to whom I owed deep guilt. Could this be heaven giving me another chance? Earlier, when I left the Nanzhou Mecha Martial Academy, I made a call to the Red 10 Merchant Guild. First, I asked them to help me purchase medicinal materials for cultivation. Secondly, I asked them to arrange the soonest airship trip home. When I arrived at the Dome City Spaceport, I suddenly noticed a very familiar figure at the front desk. The moment she turned around, I instantly recognized that little girl. The memories she gave me in my past life were simply too heavy. Back then, after the outbreak of the dampness disaster, Dome City was completely annihilated. At that time, I was just a useless man, fleeing Dome City along with the refugee waves. On the way, we were attacked by beasts multiple times, forcing the refugee group to head southward into the Death Desert. Back then, everyone thought that entering the desert would mean they wouldn't encounter any more beasts. So midway, we stopped at an oasis. At that time, when I was completely hopeless, I was spacing out in an open field. Then this little girl suddenly appeared in front of me, because she saw the Mecha Soul Talisman in my hand. She curiously asked if I was a new Soul Stone. Since I didn't understand how to answer her, she simply picked up a bun and said she wanted to share it with me. Once full, we'd have the strength to protect the other refugees. Although I hadn't eaten for many days either. Whenever I thought about how I was just trash that could only fight for 3 minutes, I lost all desire to eat. Besides, given the situation, it was better for her to save the precious food for her family. Even though I said that, our bodies were quite honest. The next second, we were each holding half a bun and eating. While eating, the little girl suddenly asked if I was a student at the Mecha Academy, because her older sister wore the same uniform as me. Her sister was a third-year student. Previously, to help the refugees escape the city, her sister and the teachers joined the fight against the beasts. When I heard this, I realized her sister had probably sacrificed herself, because before I escaped, the battle was already completely one-sided. Maybe it was my expression just now that made the little girl realize something. In the blink of an eye, her eyes filled with tears. But at that moment, she showed a strength far beyond her age. With tear-streaked cheeks, she told me she wanted to become a mecha engineer like her father, and that she would create a new generation of stronger soul forgers. She vowed to wipe out all the beasts. Then she urged me to hurry up and finish the bun, so I would have the strength to protect her. She even said that this half-bun was her betrothal gift to me, and that she wanted me to be her exclusive soul smith tester. Then, With innocent eyes, she asked me to pinky swear. Looking at her pure and innocent smile, it brought a bit of color back to my dim life. But what I never expected was that conversation with her was the last time. Because although the desert had no civilization to attract splinter beasts, there were still dormant beasts slumbering beneath the sands. Even though I managed to swiftly assemble a mecha to withstand the beast's attack, accidents were still inevitable. After I defeated the centipede-like beast, I discovered at my feet a familiar arm. This sudden discovery instantly erased all the joy from my victory. I had already failed to fight alongside my classmates and teachers. Now, I couldn't even protect a little girl. What right did I have to call myself a new soul master? Everyone knows how exhilarating it feels to hold a supreme 666 gold card. Just a tiny card made the two receptionists scramble. Even if I couldn't protect the little girl, at least now, I could start by equipping myself. Just earlier, their family was blocked at the boarding gate because his father, Tang Jinshui, had just resigned from Taishuan Heavy Industries, losing his privilege as a technical employee and dependent. Now, since the post-war vacancies were still under government control, their family had to wait until next week to board an airship out of Yuanding City. Seeing this, his wife Shen Dai immediately stepped in to stop her husband from making a scene. At the same time, his niece Shen Ruowei also stepped forward to ask if she could use her status as a new soul master to board with her family. But the answer was, by regulation, she could only board alone, without bringing family members. Just when they were all at a loss, I suddenly appeared behind them and said that I could bring them on board using my identity. The receptionist was still frozen when I pulled out the Supreme 666 gold member card granted by the Red Persimmon Chamber of Commerce. There are only a handful of people who own such a card. They immediately recognized my status. They scrambled to welcome me on board and informed me that Manager Hong was already waiting on the ship. I didn't respond much to this. I simply strode toward the boarding passage. Meanwhile, their whole family was still stunned by what had just happened. Shen Dai even asked her husband if he knew me. But her husband replied, even the executives at Taishuan Heavy Industries weren't qualified to own a Red Persimmon Supreme card. How could ordinary people like them possibly know someone like me? Yet Shen Ruowei spoke up and said she knew me, because we were both students of the Mecha Academy. And she still remembered that I personally saved her during the Beast Tide outbreak. If all the flight attendants on the plane dressed like this, how many trips could you make in a single day? Just now, under the guidance of the attendant, our group arrived at the glittering, gold-decorated Imperial Suite No. 1. Manager Hong, who helped book the ticket for me, was already waiting there. I introduced Manager Hong to Shen Ruowei's family. Then, I followed her alone into a private room inside the suite to discuss some matters. Don't be fooled by Manager Hong's kind appearance. She's actually a sly old fox. After presenting the level 5 elixir I gave her to the higher-ups, she was promoted to general manager of the southern branch. To cling tightly to my support, she had to welcome me with the highest honor. This private room could block all sound and soul force diffusion, so I could take the opportunity during the trip to refine some elixirs. After arranging everything for me, Manager Hong prepared to leave the ship. Taking her place was a very polite demon folk attendant dressed in female clothing. She came over and very politely asked if we needed any service. Seeing her reminded me that it had been many years since I last saw the demon race. In my past life, after my crushing defeat at the Tiandu City battle, I was swept into a spatial rift in the Dilling secret realm. When I reappeared, I had been carried by chaotic space currents to the southern continent. The demon folk and spirit folk there, these minor tree races, due to congenital imbalance in their star souls, found it extremely difficult to become star soul masters. On the eastern continent, humanity was supreme. They were weak races, always under human protection and restriction. But in the southern continent, demon folk and spirit folk lived in harmony. Humans, however, were extremely rare. so rare that they were only known through ancient records. As such a rare existence, I was soon invited by the ancestral elder of the Battle God tribe. Later, I was accepted into the Duzhan Fengni bloodline, becoming a direct disciple of the Battle God ancestor. My miraculous alchemy skills were all learned during that time in the southern continent. Unfortunately, the Battle God ancestor, one of the rare demon folk to possess a star soul, had his star soul sealed during the Great War 500 years ago by the Five Elements Grand Formation. Thus, I couldn't use the Star Lord system to copy him. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to visit the southern continent again. There are still so many regrets and mysteries left behind. At this moment, my melancholic expression completely confused the cute demon folk attendant. Is it really that hard to choose what to eat? In such a luxurious suite, ordering a few baskets of buns. I must be the only one. But who could refuse such a cute little girl's wish for buns? Just now, when the attendant handed me the menu, this little girl suddenly jumped up from the sofa and said she wanted to eat buns. Seeing her daughter's rude behavior, her mother immediately started scolding her, telling her not to disturb Mr. Song. How could she eat buns in such a luxurious setting? While she was scolding her daughter, I directly ordered 5 servings of buns. Although I knew buns weren't on the menu, I had money now. Even if they weren't available, I could pay to have them made. I even specifically asked for 2 servings of radish-filled buns. If there were no radishes, they could go buy them now. Faced with such an honored guest aboard the airship, the attendant dared not delay any request. She immediately took my storage pouch and headed to the kitchen to place the order. After finishing the ordering, I was about to take a rest. At that moment, the little girl came happily over to my side, asking with a bright smile if I also loved radish buns. I made up an excuse, saying I fell in love with the taste after trying it once. The little girl cheerfully said, radishes are so healthy and nutritious. How could anyone not love them? She even pulled out the radish buns she had packed before departure and offered me one. Seeing the familiar bun, I couldn't help feeling emotional. This little one was just like in my past life. Still loving radish buns so much. Watching her eat so happily. She was simply too adorable. After we finished eating the buns, a familiar scene replayed itself again. This time, could I finally protect Xiao Long properly? The promise I couldn't fulfill in my past life might finally be realized. At that moment, a white-haired punk appeared. He actually dared to hit the exclusive maid of Imperial Suite number 1. This was just ridiculous beyond belief. As for the cause, it was because earlier I had asked the demon folk maid to prepare radish buns for me. Following the chef's instructions, she went to the central garden of the airship to ask Miss Jinhua for some of the radishes she had planted. Hearing this request, Miss Jinhua was also very curious why such a distinguished guest would want radishes. To think that someone would specifically request to eat such a common food like buns, and even specified that it had to be radish filling. But she was still very enthusiastic, and instructed the maid to tell the chef to add a little sugar and honey for flavoring when making the buns. That way, they would taste even better. The maid happily left with the radishes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the central garden, 2 guests from Imperial Suite number 3 arrived. But the security staff told them that the airship was about to launch, and for safety reasons, access would be temporarily closed during departure. They asked them to come back later. Upon hearing this, the young lady Naira immediately became unhappy. She started throwing a tantrum on the spot, demanding Fij take her inside to play. While Fij was busy calming Naira's temper, the glass door of the central garden suddenly opened. At the same time, the maid carrying radishes just happened to rush out from inside. The maid accidentally bumped straight into the young lady, as the demon folk maid tried to help tidy up the soiled clothes of the young lady. She was suddenly attacked by Fij. Fij delivered a heavy kick straight at the maid's throat. The kick was full of force, and the maid was immediately smashed through the glass door. She flew straight into the central garden. After hitting her, Fij didn't forget to mock the maid's demon folk slave status. Maybe she still wasn't satisfied with just beating her. So she stomped viciously on the radishes that had fallen to the ground. Seeing the radishes I had ordered being trampled, the maid, enduring immense pain, still tried to crawl forward to apologize to the young master. But because she tugged lightly at Feige's trouser leg to plead, she was once again subjected to a brutal beating. Seeing her so violently assaulting a service maid, even the nearby security guard couldn't stand it anymore. Just as he was about to step in, Naira pulled out a storage talisman and explained that her brother's family had been slaughtered by rebellious demon folk slaves, which was why she lost control whenever she saw demon folk. Moreover, it was just a lowly slave. Even if she beat one to death, they would just pay compensation. While she was explaining this to security, a flash of white suddenly appeared behind them. At the same time, Fij, who was still indulging in violence, was suddenly grabbed by a hand. The one grabbing her was me, with a face full of murderous intent. And my purpose was very simple: to see who dared to be so arrogant aboard this ship. These despicable foreigners actually dared to beat my maid, trample on my radishes. If I didn't punish them, I wouldn't be myself. Luckily, just now Xiao Wen had asked me to take her to the central garden to play, which allowed me to catch them red-handed. And this little trash from Xuanzhe even dared to say she'd be rude to me. Let's see today who will be rude to whom. The Fij I grabbed with one hand still wanted to summon her new soul weapon to fight me. But at that moment, Naira quickly intervened and stopped her action. Naira even handed over a storage talisman containing 50,000 lower-grade jade coins to apologize and beg for forgiveness for their reckless behavior. Naira's move left Fij very confused. She didn't understand why Naira would treat her this way. Naira's action left Fij completely bewildered, begging me tearfully for forgiveness. At that moment, Nayla suddenly punched her. She harshly scolded her for daring to flatter a new star soul craftsman aboard the ship. Moreover, she could sense that my cultivation was at least above DZ rank. Yet this little trash at the Xuanji level still wanted to fight me. It was like showing off a small knife in front of a master swordsman. Completely overestimating herself. Seeing even her own lady pitying her, she could only helplessly apologize to me and beg to leave. As for me, I simply chose to ignore her. Then I walked towards Xiaomeng, who had been beaten. Seeing that I wasn't continuing to argue with the brother and sister, they quickly turned and left the scene. In fact, I had already seen through their identity from Xiaoyu Nation. With different values, there's no point in further entanglement. Because Xiaoyu Nation borders the eastern continent's demon tribes. Capturing demon slaves and selling them to other countries has become one of their major industries. In their eyes, demon slaves are nothing more than commodities, devoid of dignity. If I hadn't lived among the demon tribes in the southern continent, maybe I wouldn't care so much either. Seeing the injured Xiaomeng, I took out a restoration pill from my pocket to give to him. But upon seeing the pill, he immediately refused my kindness. He said that such a precious pill was not something a lowly person like him deserved to eat. Seeing him ramble on about how he was unworthy of such a good pill, I directly grabbed his mouth and stuffed the pill in. In this world, no matter how lowly a person is, a life is still a life. There should be no discrimination based on status. Besides, it's just a restoration pill. I can make a batch anytime. After handling everything, I prepared to take Xiao Wen and Ru away back to Chuan Kangling. Although Xiao Wen was a bit upset about not being able to play in the gardens. Upon seeing Xiao Meng's sister busy harvesting radishes, she immediately wanted to help. Sigh. Even a little girl like her understands respect better than those people from Xiaoyu Nation. I'll definitely teach them a lesson someday. In my previous life, when the southern wasteland defense line, guarded by the Song clan, was attacked by a massive beast tide, my grandfather, in order to save this useless grandson who couldn't fight, resolutely expelled me from the Song clan. After that, he and his comrades all died on the battlefield. This time when I return home, I must be fully prepared. I must prevent the same tragedy from happening again. On the table were the pills I prepared for the Song clan. I hoped they would use them to survive. And these few Baji pills were my last resort for myself. Meanwhile, at the Jian Marquis residence in Yong'an City, Uncle Song Mu was reporting to the old master that the flight I was on would arrive at Yong'an City by noon tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the old master immediately ordered Uncle Da Mu to inform all members of the Song clan to come home for dinner tomorrow night. He repeatedly instructed that he must personally pick me up at the air harbor tomorrow. Still feeling uneasy, he even ordered his daughter to deploy 2 escort ships from the army to escort my flight. When the steward tried to express concern about mobilizing military ships without authorization, the old master immediately scolded him. He told him to come up with a reason to deploy them. This matter concerns the Song clan's future. Failure is not an option. After the steward and Uncle Song Mu left the room, the old master looked at a photo and muttered to himself, Yunxiang, this child, not only miraculously healed his damaged soul veins, but also seems to have gained immense power. My dear daughter-in-law, could everything really have gone exactly as you foresaw? As a ray of sunlight shined through the window into the room, the photo inside the frame slowly became visible. The photo showed a young couple holding their newborn child, full of warmth and happiness. In front of the frame was a box containing 100 mech soul talismans. Originally, I just wanted to see Miss Jinghua's concert, but it turned into a massive public embarrassment. I really wanted to find a hole and bury myself. Here's how it all started. While we were eating, Xiaomeng mentioned that there would be a performance by Miss Jinghua in the central courtyard, and asked if we wanted to watch. The name Miss Jinghua brought back fond memories. One of the 4 legendary songstresses of Tiandu Nation, known for her songwriting talents. Back when I was in the selection for armored posts, I was actually a fan of hers. I still vividly remember many of her songs even now. It turns out the rumor that she once performed on Hongxi Shipping's ships was true. I figured I'd ask her for a few more signed posters later. Accompanied by Miss Jinghua's melodious singing, we arrived at the performance venue. However, because I had a #1 VIP cabin ticket, I immediately drew a lot of attention. Everyone wanted to know who was sitting in the prestigious Diamond Supreme area, reserved only for the most honored guests of Hongxi Chamber of Commerce. They were all curious why such a big figure looked so ordinary. Just as we settled into our seats, Miss Jinghua's performance ended. The host then grandly announced the next act. A play adapted by Miss Jinghua, based on the true story of a hero turning the tide alone during the Battle of Yuanding City. He hoped everyone would appreciate it. The moment I heard that, I felt something bad was coming. Wasn't this basically about me? At first it was fine, showing a new Star Soul general battling alien beasts. But once the actor portraying Zuochi appeared, everything started to go wrong. The audience grew visibly excited, seeing Zuochi take the stage. They had all heard through the news that he was their savior. Even Xiao Wen beside me watched with sparkling eyes when they saw Zuochi transform into Liu Bu. A young man in the audience shouted that he had seen me in the city before. The audience's admiration for the hero skyrocketed. I was the only one thinking, why am I even watching this? It was so embarrassing. But things didn't stop there. They got even worse. Somehow they found out that I had saved the second prince. They even rewrote him as the second young master, adding a romance between us. If the second prince found out about this, he would probably kill someone on the spot. Yet despite how absurd it was, the chubby boy beside me was tearing up watching it. What kind of taste was this? I just wanted to find a hole and crawl inside. The second-hand embarrassment was so intense. I could scratch a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Maybe because I kept looking so sarcastic and disdainful. I angered the young master next to me. He thought my behavior was disrespectful to the playwright, Miss Jinghua, and even more disrespectful to the hero. Fuming, he demanded that I apologize to the hero. Was he insane? It's just a play, for crying out loud. Besides, I was the hero. Why don't you come wipe my shoes instead? Because I muttered a few sarcastic comments, this young master dragged 2 bald henchmen over to pick a fight. They insisted on forcing me to apologize to the hero in the play. If they ever found out that hero was me, what would their faces look like? Because of that argument, the young master and his 2 bald followers came to cause trouble. They insisted that I apologize to the hero in the show. If only they knew that the hero was actually me. Imagine what kind of scene that would be. Seeing their arrogant attitude, Xiao Wen immediately jumped out to back me up. This instantly infuriated the chubby young master. He was steaming with anger. Meanwhile, the 2 siblings from Xiaoyu Nation, who had previously argued with me, planned to seize the opportunity to help me out, hoping to clear the misunderstanding and earn some goodwill. So they came over and, together with Xiao Wen, started mocking the chubby young master. Seeing 2 more people joining in, the young master tried to tell them to back off. However, Feige pulled out a mech soul talisman and said, "You're disturbing my view. Make more noise and I'll take care of you." The bald bodyguard on the other side also pulled out his soul talisman, ready to fight Feige. Seeing that a fight was about to break out because of me, Miss Jinghua on stage immediately spoke up to mediate. Sure enough, at the sound of Miss Jinghua's voice, the 2 hotheads instantly calmed down. It was clear that Miss Jinghua was highly charismatic. First, she warmly thanked the young master for loving her drama. However, she explained that the play had undergone significant artistic embellishment, and thus did not represent the full truth. She then turned to me and said that the gentleman in the number 1 cabin might have participated in the battle. And as an eyewitness, it was natural for him to point out inaccuracies. She said she would humbly accept any criticism. But from a commercial perspective, artistic embellishment was inevitable, and she asked for my understanding. Hearing her words, I could only smile awkwardly. I hadn't meant to criticize deliberately. I just couldn't help it at the time. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Miss Jinghua suggested that everyone return to their seats and enjoy her next song. We had no objections to that, and everyone returned to their seats to continue enjoying her performance. As one of the future 4 legendary songstresses of Tiandu Nation, many of her songs still remained vivid in my memory. But after leaving the Eastern continent in my previous life, it had been a long time since I last heard her music. I wondered if the songs that had made her famous had already been written, while I was lost in thought. Miss Jinghua finished her performance. The audience below shouted for an encore. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Miss Jinghua happily agreed to sing one more song. But she asked the audience which song they would like to hear. Unexpectedly, the entire audience unanimously shouted for her to sing Burning Heart, Ranshin. Even I, as her fan, remembered that this song had made her famous and secured her place as one of the 4 songstresses. I didn't expect that the song was already composed so early. It was very nostalgic. However, at that moment, Miss Jinghua on stage said the song wasn't fully completed yet. But seeing the audience's enthusiasm, she agreed to sing a part of it. As her beautiful voice filled the air, I couldn't help but hum along. The lyrics brought back memories of my former days. From being a useless student to sacrificing myself for the survival of humanity. And yet in the end, I returned to this moment. The lyric "The one who returns shall be me" perfectly captured my current feelings. But just as I was lost in emotion, Miss Jinghua had already finished her performance. By the time I realized it, I noticed that the people around me were all giving me strange looks. At that moment, Xiaomeng whispered to me that the song's ending hadn't actually been composed yet, but I had just casually hummed it out. Now I was in big trouble. I had gotten too lost in my memories and accidentally altered history again. One song to break the heart. Where on this earth will I find a soulmate? When Miss Jinghua heard me humming the ending, she trembled all over. Because of that one line, the one who returns shall be me. She also recalled her own past. One day, she would walk proudly into the farm by Chishui Lake. Moreover, the ending of this song had troubled her for a long time. After hearing my version today, her heart was finally freed. Maybe because she felt I understood her pain. She now looked at me with a hazy, dreamy gaze. This sudden change left me at a loss. Unintentionally altering history. I didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. At that moment, Miss Jinghua's soul power suddenly became agitated. As a new soul master, I instantly recognized that she was breaking through her realm. Sure enough, having been stuck at the peak of Yellow Stage for a long time, her breakthrough came after her heart was freed. Maybe because her cultivation had been suppressed for too long. This sudden breakthrough brought her overwhelming relief. She almost cried out from comfort. Even the night sky brightened from the aura she released during the breakthrough. I didn't expect that my accidental spoiler would actually help her break through. Looking at Miss Jinghua, week after her breakthrough, I thought maybe this spoiler was a good thing. However, at that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and spatial rift energy began seeping into the surroundings. Could it be? Meanwhile, alarms blared inside the ship's command room, because through the systems, they detected the presence of spatial rift fluctuations. Seeing the situation, the captain, as the highest authority, immediately ordered the ship to halt its acceleration and activate the highest level of defense formations, preparing for battle. Shortly after the airship raised its defensive barriers, a massive spatial rift appeared in the sky. Emerging from the rift was a swarm of predatory beasts. The greatest strength of these beasts was their coordinated group attacks. In an instant, the ship was attacked from multiple directions. The ship's security teams immediately began their counterattack. Everyone's nerves were extremely tense, because they knew if they failed to defend, the entire ship would be lost. Facing the sudden siege of beasts, the captain knew that relying only on the security teams wasn't enough to cover all defensive gaps. So he issued an internal announcement, calling for all new soul masters among the passengers to join the battle. Because if the ship's hull was breached, everyone would die here today. Meanwhile, back at the central garden, Miss Jinghua nearly fell off the stage because of the violent shaking of the ship. Fortunately, I quickly leapt forward and caught her in time. According to the captain, judging from the current situation, the ship's defense formation probably wouldn't last long. It seemed these beasts intended to destroy both the ship and its people. Was it because I had just altered history that this disaster was drawn here? Before me, this airship flying high in the sky was under siege by alien beasts. And soon, the beasts discovered the weak spots in the ship's defensive barrier. They began to concentrate their attacks there. Upon learning of the situation, the captain wanted to immediately mobilize the security teams to fix it. However, the communications officer reported back to him that fierce fighting was taking place at the bow, and the security team was pinned down there, unable to pull back. Facing such a situation, the captain could only hope that some powerful passengers from the top cabins would step up to fight. Meanwhile, the situation at the central court was also worsening. Miss Jinghua joined in to help evacuate the crowd. But just at that moment, several beasts above the airship began focusing their attacks on the defensive formation's weak points. As they bombarded it, cracks started appearing in the barrier. In the next second, their attacks began to penetrate into the garden. Just as a few performers dancing for Miss Jinghua were about to be hit by falling debris, suddenly, a small defensive array appeared, shielding them from the falling rocks. Miss Jinghua quickly realized it was my instant cast formation that had saved them. But with the situation changing rapidly, I had no time to bother with her surprised gaze, because the beasts were already invading the ship through the breach in the defense. Meanwhile, the chubby young master's bald bodyguard handed his master a soul talisman for protection, then joined the battle to defend the ship. At first, seeing him fighting the beasts alone, I considered helping, but then suddenly received a notification from the Star-Lord system. The system had detected an imminent super threat near the airship that I couldn't handle. The system urged me to evacuate immediately. Hearing this, I started thinking, if the Star-Lord system rated it as a super threat, it definitely wasn't just these beasts. Could it be that Saint-level beasts were coming? But at this altitude, there was no safe way to evacuate so many people. Right now, aside from the basic recall runes copied back from Libran, I only had 2. At times like this, having flying recall types like Sao Ren or Bai Chi would have been ideal. So I told Xiao Wen and the others that they had 2 options. Either go take refuge in the lower decks now, or stay with me and risk getting caught in the battle. Then, I asked Xiaomeng whether there were any emergency escape shuttles. But he said there was only one, reserved for VIPs. Hearing that, they all agreed to head to the lower decks. However, their niece, Shen Ruowei, insisted that as a soul master, she had to stay. She firmly stated that she would fight alongside me. Meanwhile, the chubby young master, who earlier had bullied others, was now cowering at the sight of the beasts. And yet he still dared to claim the Zhang family name? He completely shamed his ancestor Zhang Yid's legacy. Not to mention, their equipment was really pathetic. The bodyguards only carried basic mech gear, barely suited for civilians. After just a few rounds, they were easily beaten down by the beasts. Their combat ability was truly pathetic. Even the Xiaoyu siblings nearby couldn't stand watching anymore. But for the sake of the greater good, they had no choice but to pull out their own soul armor to help. Seeing that the martial artist was about to be struck by a beast's soul energy beam, Fij timely fired his own soul energy to interrupt the beast's attack, buying the martial artist a brief moment to catch his breath. Afterward, the 2 of them cooperated to attack the beast that had broken in. However, the 2 only had Zon-level gear, unable to break through the beast's defense head-on. Fij then suggested that he distract the beast, while the martial artist sneaked in to deliver a fatal blow from behind. Although the 2 of them had some smarts, it wasn't much. They seemed to have forgotten that there wasn't just one beast. Just as the martial artist was about to strike the beast from behind, another beast rammed him and sent him flying. Only then did they realize that the beasts were pouring into the ship through the breach in the defensive array. Soon after, these beasts started bombing the ship's interior with soul energy attacks. Miss Jinghua and Shen Ruowei also summoned their mechs to resist this wave of assault. Fortunately, for now, the number of beasts was not overwhelming, allowing everyone to survive this round safely. Master Tang's family, who were just discussing evacuation, were also unharmed, thanks to the array I set up. But the chubby young master, after this ordeal, was too weak to even stand. Luckily, one of his bodyguards, called Uncle Ma, shielded him with a large shield just in time. Otherwise, a spoiled brat like him would have been in serious trouble. Even after activating his mech, he still sat on the ground, unable to move. Although he was a complete weakling. The beasts didn't care. One beast charged straight at his bodyguard. Meanwhile, the young master was still fumbling to choose a weapon. Fortunately, before Uncle Niu could collapse, he finally picked a weapon and rushed over. Maybe because of his size, his strength was above average. His hammer strike was surprisingly effective. Meanwhile, I was telling Master Tang's family to abandon their plan to evacuate to the lower decks. Staying near me was safer now, since they had missed the best window for evacuation. Thus, they accepted my suggestion. Then I told them that stronger beasts might appear soon. If things got too dangerous, I would try to take them off the ship. Upon hearing that, Master Tang suddenly went all sanctimonious, saying that I shouldn't abandon the whole ship. He rambled about great power coming with great responsibility. Seriously, there's no shortage of saints in any era. In most comics, those saint types meet bad ends. Fortunately, Master Tang had a good wife, who immediately stopped his saint act. Otherwise, they'd repeat their tragic fate from my past life. Perhaps afraid his attitude would offend me. He later awkwardly promised that their family would follow my lead. I didn't say much more. After all, it was because I brought them aboard that they faced such danger. No matter what, I would protect them first. Meanwhile, bad news kept coming from the battlefield. Uncle Wu was pinned down by a beast, unable to move. Fortunately, Fij arrived in time to sneak attack the beast from behind. But their weapons really lacked firepower. The ambushed beast still managed to turn its head to retaliate. Fortunately, Fij was prepared. He pierced the beast's jaw with a single strike. But even after dealing with this beast, they couldn't feel happy for long. Another beast quickly targeted them. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Miss Jinghua and Shen Ruowei. But this one was very smart to force them to dodge around. Because of this, Miss Jinghua got careless while dodging, and was snatched from behind by another beast and flung into the air, then hurled viciously toward Shen Ruowei. The two couldn't react in time, and crashed into each other. The next second, the beast began charging up to deliver a finishing blow. They were completely unable to react. At that critical moment, a red mechanical arm grabbed the beast's tail. With a mighty swing, it slammed the beast onto the ground, and then, swiftly and cleanly, performed an instant kill. Everyone was stunned by this one-sided slaughter. The whole process happened so fast that they barely had time to think. Only Shen Ruowei, seeing the red mech, immediately felt a sense of relief. He knew it was finally me making a move. The hero of Yuanding City had arrived. Everyone had seen Liu Bu wielding a halberd before. But a Liu Bu wielding a bow? That was a first. Our airship was still under attack by waves of beasts. Nearby, the young master of the Zhang family was being bullied by a beast riding on his head. After handling the beast attacking Miss Jinghua, I noticed his situation. Maybe because I had just brutally dealt with its comrade. The beast on the young master's head was intimidated by a mere glance from me. Seizing the opportunity, I threw my halberd at the beast. With a deafening explosion, the beast was shredded to pieces. The young master could hardly believe it. The hero from the stage play had appeared before him. He even wondered if he was dreaming. But I had no time to bother with his thoughts. More beasts were still flooding through the breach. Given their numbers, even with all the ship's security and soul masters combined, we couldn't hold out for long. Originally, I wanted to conserve strength for the hidden threat the Star-Lord system warned about. But it was no longer an option. I immediately commanded the Star-Lord system to activate Lu Bu's low-tier weapon. The Skybreaker giant bow. Lu Bu's most powerful ranged weapon. Its power was overwhelming. But the cost was monstrous. If not absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have used it. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the ship, Uncle Wu and Fij were trapped by 3 beasts. Their soul power was nearly depleted. Just as things looked desperate, several flying discs suddenly attacked the beasts. Fij immediately recognized the prototype weapons, mounted on Miss Naira's soul armor. Had things gotten so bad she had to intervene? Sure enough, Miss Naira arrived piloting Sha Yu Kingdom's latest customized soul armor. Her arrival somewhat balanced the battlefield. But even so, victory was far from certain. Naira then informed them that she would use her flying discs to pin down 2 beasts, so they could quickly finish off the isolated one. At this, Uncle Wu volunteered himself. He said he would distract the enemy and let Fij find an opportunity to sneak around. Just as they were about to take action, a massive soul power beam blasted the ferocious beast in front of them into pieces, and the attack continued to spread outward. Every beast it struck violently exploded without exception. This completely stunned the 3 of them. The beasts that were perfectly fine a moment ago just vanished like that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a vague silhouette slowly emerged from the billowing smoke. None of them could have imagined that the one who had just saved them was actually a battle hero from Yuanding City. At that moment, Uncle Wu even doubted if he was getting farsighted, because he couldn't believe his own eyes. Sharing his disbelief were the 2 members of the lower imperial nation, because everything had happened so fast. In just the blink of an eye, the beasts that had been blocking their way were completely wiped out. As the smoke gradually cleared, a red star soul armor appeared in front of everyone. After rubbing his eyes to see more clearly, young Master Zhang suddenly cried out in shock, saying it was the hero from Yuanding City who came to rescue them. His loud shout drew everyone's attention toward them. Meanwhile, I was still recovering from overexerting myself. That earlier attack accidentally punched a hole through the luxury cabin roof. But fortunately, everyone from the luxury cabin was on site, so there should be no casualties. Just then, Miss Jinghua warned me from behind to watch out. When I turned around, I found 3 arm-shaped beasts flying at me simultaneously. Faced with this, I immediately commanded the Star-Lord system to unlock the 3rd weapon of Lu Bu's soul armor, Skybreaking Palm. In the next second, the Skybreaking Cloud Greatbow in my hand started morphing into a claw. As the saying goes, a clumsy bird flies early. I seized the opportunity and slashed the first beast in half. As for the second beast, it immediately braked sharply in midair. But in front of me, that only made it an easier target. With another sweep of the Skybreaking Palm, I easily skewered it like a fresh lamb kebab. The 3rd beast probably had never seen such a scene before. After seeing its companions mercilessly impaled, it actually tried to flee. But since it came to me, how could I let it escape? While it was still struggling to ascend, I made a big leap and caught up. When I impaled it, I deliberately avoided vital areas. After all, they tried to sneak attack me from behind, so they deserved to taste the Skybreaking Palm's electric punishment. But this little thing didn't seem very resistant to electricity. After only a few shocks, it turned into a pile of jelly. Although it's satisfying to slaughter beasts, what worried me most now was still the super danger warning from the system. Logically speaking, if the Star-Lord system detected it, it should have appeared by now. Meanwhile, all the spectators on site were stunned by my fighting prowess. Miss Jinghua, also a Xuanji Star Soul Master, was now thinking about how to recruit me to help her achieve her goals. Meanwhile, Fij, who had previous conflicts with me, was now trembling as he asked Nayla if that person was really from the top-ranked cabin. Upon hearing this, Nayla immediately confirmed it. Learning the truth, Fij instantly realized how terrifying the situation had been. If he had fought back at that time, he would have ended up like those beasts. Nayla immediately mocked him, saying that if he hadn't stepped in to mediate back then, they would have been holding Feige's memorial by next weekend. Although the immediate danger had been temporarily resolved, there wasn't much time left for this ship. Because while everyone was still gossiping, more beasts had invaded the ship. At the same time, from the command center, came dreadful news. The defensive array was about to collapse, and it was expected to fail soon. Moreover, reinforcements still hadn't arrived. Facing this situation, the captain could only order the communications officer to continue broadcasting distress signals on all channels. But just then, a beast discovered the ship's command center. Helplessly, the captain could only order everyone to evacuate the bridge immediately. Just as the beast was about to break through the command center's glass, a red mechanical arm grabbed the beast's neck. Then, with a swift slash, it cut the beast cleanly in half. Everyone on the bridge who had just survived the ordeal was thinking, could this Red Star Soul General actually be a passenger on this flight? At this moment, an employee next to the captain suddenly recognized that this was the battle hero from Yuanding City reported in the news. Such a big figure was actually aboard their ship in the battle against the alien beasts. These ordinary people showed unparalleled courage and determination. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at the bow, only 2 security guards were still holding their positions to protect the many passengers aboard. The security captain was determined to fight to the end. Although they were only lowly security guards, they were the pillars of their families. To calm his squad members' anxiety, the security captain even said the Red City Chamber of Commerce would not mistreat them, and that their families would be well compensated and live without worries afterward. Hearing the captain say this, the young squad member could only force himself to suppress his fear and directly confronted the charging beast. However, his shooting skills were terrible. The beast hardly needed to dodge in midair. Seeing this, the security captain shoved the squad member away and chose to face the beast himself. As the beast prepared for the final strike, the security captain looked unusually calm, because he knew that if he died here, his family's debts could finally be paid off. Perhaps this was his last contribution to his family. At the critical moment, a red sky-piercing halberd flew through the air again. Behind him, a massive Red Star Soul General appeared. Perhaps his fate had not yet come to an end. He was saved by my timely arrival. However, the sky above was still densely packed with arm-shaped beasts. At this moment, I wished I had star souls like Sao Ren or Ao Bing. In just a short while, more than 20 beasts had gathered overhead. I had no choice but to try the combo I had just developed. The sky-piercing halberd I threw with force drew a perfect arc in the sky, flying straight toward the beast swarm. At the same time, I summoned Lu Bu's sky-breaking cloud greatbow again, aimed at the flying halberd, and fired a giant soul power beam. The 2 attacks merged, striking all beasts within range at once. In that moment, the sky exploded continuously like a fireworks show. The last 2 security members were stunned. They could never have imagined such a combo. But soon, this area was surrounded again by beasts. This time, the beasts were smarter. They knew they couldn't win at close range, so they prepared to attack from a distance. They aimed to destroy the entire airship. Even if I could dodge this wave with the passengers, I couldn't guarantee the ship's safety. And we were still 10,000 meters high. If the ship lost power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, at the critical moment, intense artillery fire rang out in the distance. The beasts surrounding us were instantly covered in artillery fire. The reinforcements were the Song family armies like Tiger's airborne forces. Could they be the super threat detected earlier by the Star-Lord system? At the command center's big screen, a burly female general appeared. ordering the crew to evacuate the ship from the battle zone. Could it be that my accidental actions have altered history and triggered this disaster? Now, with the appearance of the giant beast in the sky, the situation has grown even more chaotic, and the crisis has reached a new peak. Everyone on the airship would likely not survive, including myself. Previously, thanks to the arrival of 2 assault airships from the Song family's Chiluan army, the battlefield situation had eased slightly. Seeing them arrive, the pilot of the Red Chamber's airship became extremely excited. Meanwhile, the ship's captain was still staring blankly at the display screen, because he couldn't understand why the Song family army stationed at the southern border would suddenly appear. Could they have come specifically to rescue them? A communications officer overheard the captain muttering and said, "Captain, you're probably overthinking it. Most likely, the Song family army just happened to pass by after finishing a mission." Upon hearing this, the captain snapped out of it. He immediately ordered the ship to drop its defenses and divert all available energy to the thrusters. The top priority now was to evacuate this airspace immediately. Meanwhile, I was at the bow of the ship, watching the Song family army coming to our aid. If I wasn't mistaken, they were the Chiluan army founded by my eldest sister, Song Yunjin. An army composed entirely of female generals. Could it be that the Song family sent such a strong force just to retrieve me? Even 2 assault airships from the Chiluan army were dispatched. Sure enough, inside the command center of one assault ship, Damu Shushu was observing the battle alongside the ship's captain. The female general said she couldn't believe that the little Marquis would travel on such a shabby civilian ship. The once infamous leader of Jian City's 4 tyrants was now so low-key. To this, Damu Shushu could only sigh helplessly, saying, "People grow up eventually. Maybe the little Marquis has truly matured." He also reminded the female general to keep an eye on that Red Star Soul general aboard the civilian ship. After taking one look, he immediately realized it was the famous strongman from Yuanding City reported in the news. He joked that the little Marquis's ancestors must be blessing him to be traveling on the same ship with such a figure. Though talentless, his luck was extraordinary. Then he added, "If it weren't for that Red Star Soul general, the civilian ship would never have lasted until our arrival." Hearing these comments about his young master, Damu Shushu could only silently close his eyes. At this moment, he thought, if they knew that the so-called strongman was actually their supposedly useless young master Yixiang, they would be even more shocked. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Chamber's civilian ship, I was preparing to order the security guards to retreat and rest. I was also about to return to the atrium to regroup with everyone. But just then, the Star-Lord system suddenly warned me that a massive rift would open in 5 seconds. It urged me to leave the current airspace immediately. This instantly made me panic. Could it be that even 2 assault airships couldn't resolve this crisis? What exactly was coming? Meanwhile, in the atrium of the civilian ship, the passengers from the luxury cabins had gathered together. Fij from Xiaoyu Nation was praising young Master Zhang's performance in battle. Meanwhile, Nayla from Xiaoyu Nation was calculating the compensation for full insurance coverage. Elsewhere, Miss Jinghua was expressing gratitude to Shen Ruowei, thanking her for her earlier help. Without Shen's support, Jinghua might have been seriously injured. As they were chatting happily, I piloted the Lu Bu Star Soul armor, and suddenly appeared before all of them. I urgently swallowed 3 soul recovery pills to replenish my soul power. Then immediately told Master Tang's family and Shen Ruowei to quickly take Xiao Wen and leave with me. Just as I finished speaking, the beasts in the sky suddenly scattered like they had received some command. Seeing this, I knew we had no time left. The super threat must have arrived. Sure enough, the next second, the sky was torn apart, and a massive spatial rift appeared. Inside the rift, a row of huge, blood-red eyes quietly appeared. The owner of those eyes was a Kungxing beast. many times larger than even an assault airship. Facing this situation, I truly couldn't understand why a Kangxing beast from the divine realm would appear here today. Could it be because I accidentally altered Miss Jinghua's growth history earlier? Now everything was a mess. Facing a beast from the divine realm. Just a few of our little ships weren't even enough to fill the gap between its teeth. Were we really all destined to die here? Facing a Kangxing beast from the divine realm. How could I possibly lead these people to escape safely? This creature was just like in the legends. It looked like a floating city in the sky. Our few airships were like mosquitoes before it. Upon seeing its appearance, even the captain of the Chiluan army was completely shocked. And beside it, however, the high priestess didn't seem all that surprised. She even said, could this be the fierce beast the third lady had prophesied? Meanwhile, the new Lord system had already calculated a retreat plan for me. Facing this thing, I could only obediently retreat. Given the Eastern continent's current strength, only the two divine realm ancestors could threaten such a beast. Yet I sensed an unusual fluctuation of soul force from her. Moreover, something about this coon looked abnormal. What exactly was going on? Before I could figure it out, the fierce beast suddenly began inhaling deeply to prepare for a sequence attack. Seeing this, I immediately shouted for everyone to cover their ears. At the same time, I pulled out a 5th grade isolation array talisman. Just as I finished speaking, the beast let out a roar capable of destroying heaven and earth. The entire surrounding space trembled at her cry. Moreover, her powerful soul force pressure was embedded in her voice. The security guards with weaker soul force immediately bled from their orifices. In such circumstances, ordinary new soul masters had no power to resist. They couldn't even maintain their soul constructs. Thankfully, the VIPs in the courtyard were inside my isolation array. Damn this divine-level fierce beast. Just a casual roar from her was so terrifying. If she truly attacked, we'd be wiped out instantly. Meanwhile, atop the Red Luan army's battle platform, the High Priestess was using a heavenly grade artifact to shield the female captain. The female captain thought the beast had launched an attack, but the High Priestess told her it was merely a normal roar. This terrified the female captain. Such a disdainful, overpowering roar was just a casual cry? If she roared a few more times, they would all die here. Even the High Priestess admitted this. If the beast roared again, she might not survive either. Now they had to figure out a way to interrupt the beast while she was inhaling. Upon hearing the High Priestess's advice, the female captain immediately ordered the left front cannons to aim at the beast. Given such a large target, they didn't even need to worry about missing. Everyone just waited for her order to fire. But just as she gave the order to fire, I finally connected to their communication channel and immediately told them to stop. To convince them of my words, I immediately revealed my true identity. Upon seeing me, the female captain looked very shocked. She couldn't understand why a good-for-nothing young master would appear with a Red Star Soul Artisan. As someone who knew the truth, the High Priestess explained that I was the daughter of Marquis Fenghuang, and she had brought the warship to pick me up and bring me home. The word home. I hadn't heard it in a long time since my last life. Hearing the High Priestess say this moved me a little. But this wasn't the time for family talk. The priority now was to have them immediately close the cannon ports. With our current strength, we couldn't even shake that divine-grade peak beast. According to her habits, as long as we didn't show hostility to her, we were just a few tiny flying insects. If we didn't bite her, she wouldn't deliberately come after us either. After convincing them, I also told the captain of the Redstone merchant ship to follow my commands too, and ordered that all the new soul masters on the 3 airships immediately deactivate their soul constructs. Then shut down the airship propulsion systems. Let the ships fall freely. Once we exited the Divine Beast's alert range, we would restart all engines and escape this airspace at full speed. This was our only chance to survive. Among everyone, only I maintained my soul construct. and used my soul force to pull along the passengers behind me. At this moment, I was silently calculating the current altitude. Only by exiting the alert range could we all survive. But we had miscalculated one thing. Just because the big one was ignoring us didn't mean the smaller beasts would too. Soon, a group of local beasts started closing in from above. If they caught us, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this critical moment, I broadcasted again to all ships, telling them to go full throttle and break through at 316 direction. Upon receiving the command, the important figures quickly arranged for the pilots to execute. Although we temporarily broke formation, whether we could shake off the beasts behind us was still unknown. Let's hope it ends without danger. As the old saying goes, women are no less than men. The female warriors of the Red Luan army before me perfectly proved this saying. After our 3 airships escaped the divine beast's alert range, they were immediately targeted by swarms of Class B fierce beasts. Although we pushed the soul power engines to full capacity, we still couldn't shake off their pursuit. And to make matters worse, the Red Pomegranate Chamber of Commerce's airship started experiencing a power shortage. Its speed was visibly decreasing. The captain was truly panicking now. They must have exhausted too much energy while defending earlier, having barely escaped the divine beast. They were now faltering at the crucial moment. The Red Luan army had already noticed our situation. Thus, the female commander ordered the second ship to fire grappling lines at the Red Pomegranate airship to tow us along. She absolutely would not abandon defenseless passengers. Shortly after her order, the grappling lines pierced through both sides of the Red Pomegranate airship's armor. The unaware captain thought they had been attacked by beasts. She immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Even if they couldn't escape, they would fight to the end. But after issuing the order, her assistant told her the ship's speed was increasing, and it didn't seem like an attack. Hearing this, the captain finally relaxed. At least they didn't have to die fighting here. But good news always comes hand in hand with bad news. The towing caused the Red Luan army's warships to slow down. As a result, some higher-level Class B fierce beasts started catching up from behind. And worse yet, they couldn't use ship cannons, because firing would consume part of the power supply, which would slow the ships down even more. Thus, the female commander ordered their mobile squads to fight from the launch platforms. After receiving the order, the female warriors quickly moved into action. One after another, red-painted mobile soul armors were lifted onto the deck by elevators. Though the Red Luan army was made up entirely of women, their combat power was no less than any other army. Under the squad leader's command, they quickly formed 3 firing lines, ready to engage the incoming beasts. As soon as the beasts entered firing range, they were met with a hail of gunfire. Although the firepower was intense, these were still ground combat mobile armors, ordinary ones at that. Thus, the defensive formation on Ship 2 was broken by the beast's suicidal charges. The orderly battle formation quickly devolved into chaotic close combat. The female commander then ordered half of Ship 1's firepower to support Ship 2's sisters. The effect was immediate. With the reinforcement, the situation on Ship 2 greatly improved. The squad leader at the bow of Ship 2, seeing this, immediately ordered everyone to clear the beasts off the deck and reform the defensive lines. At the captain's order, the female warriors pounced on the beast swarm. But at that critical moment, another group of Class B fierce beasts appeared above the bow. Upon spotting them, the squad leader was about to order the formation of a turtle shell defense, when suddenly, a massive soul power beam instantly wiped out the beasts overhead. As the young master of the Song family, how could I let my family's female warriors fight alone? Thus, I also pulled out the heavenly breaking giant bow of Lu Bu's soul armor and assisted them from the rear. But this weapon's consumption was tremendous. Just after one shot, I had to keep using soul pills to replenish my soul force. Unfortunately, because of my earlier attack, many of the beast's attention shifted onto us. Faced with this, I could only suppress the bow's power to shoot rapidly. Fortunately, this weapon's power was overwhelming. Even when suppressed, it could still instantly kill ordinary beasts. At this time, the High Priestess and the female captain. The High Priestess and the female captain were both watching our battle from the Sky Court's command room. The female commander couldn't understand at all how the former good-for-nothing young master had become so terrifying. Since the beasts attacked, the battle had been going on for a long time. The original ship's security forces were basically wiped out due to heavy losses. And because I was assisting the Red Luan army at the bow, I couldn't take care of the defenses at the merchant ship's stern. Seeing this, young Master Zhang Da decided to organize the Soul Engineers in the VIP cabin to defend the stern together. After surviving the earlier battles, they had developed a good system. 3 squads formed a triangle formation. Zhang's group and the Jingshen duo handled defense and harassing. Main firepower came from Sha and Yu Bo's duo. Fij was responsible for forcing the beasts into Neela's range. And the young Miss Neela manipulated 3 sets of golden moon rings to tactically finish them off. While everyone was still fiercely fighting, the divine beast at the back of the fleet suddenly turned its gaze toward our battlefield. When it looked over, all the Class B beasts above us suddenly stopped attacking. This sudden situation left everyone at the stern at a loss. Then the gigantic divine beast let out another earth-shattering roar. Upon hearing it, the Class B beasts above started flying away. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, because the fierce beasts were rapidly leaving the battlefield. And this good news quickly reached the Red Luan army's command room. After hearing the report, the female captain let out a long sigh. At the same time, I finally relaxed my tense nerves, because it meant we had finally escaped the divine beast's alert range. This time, I managed to get everyone out alive. The tragedy of my previous life did not repeat itself. The High Priestess credited all the success to me. Without me, they would never have escaped. The divine beast alive. The female captain was also curious how I knew the beast's behavior patterns. Although I wanted to answer her, I was just too exhausted. Unless something urgent came up, I just wanted to sleep. After saying that, I dragged my tired body back to the group. Seeing that everyone was safe, I finally passed out peacefully. To avoid disturbing my rest, Shen Ruowei kept telling Fij and the others to be quiet. Watching this scene, Miss Jinghua smiled happily. After returning to the Tianzi-1 cabin, the others silently bowed to thank me before leaving one by one. After flying for some time, I was finally woken up by a ship-wide announcement. After waking up, I found Shen Ruowei asleep beside my bed. Seeing her drowsy look, she must have been exhausted too. I didn't know how long I had slept, but judging by the situation, we should be almost there. Yongin City. Song family. Song Yunxiang is finally home. As we approached Yongin City's airspace, a pair of eyes on the ground were watching me. Their leader even joked, "Why are my men arriving so late?" I almost fell asleep waiting. Her subordinates explained that the delay was due to traffic jams, and asked for forgiveness. But she didn't blame them. Instead, she told them to stop calling her boss or big bro. They were now a proper organization, the White Dragon Gang, and they should call her gang leader. She also wanted them to remember that Shuan Sha was destined to become one of the 8 generals, and the strongest Star Soul Master. 30 years the river flows east. 30 years on the west side of the river. The next era will belong to her, Shuan Sha. After bragging to her subordinates, she picked up a ring hanging around her neck. Then she spoke to the ring. "Old Du, When will they finally obtain the Star Soul Descender? To her question, the ring surprisingly answered, very soon. That destiny belongs to Shuin Sha. And to her as well. Yongan City's Song family. Since the battle at the Southern Wasteland defense line in my previous life, I never had the chance to return again. This city is located at the southeastern edge of Tiandu Kingdom's territory, bordering Qishui Kingdom to the east. Its rear leans against Yongan Mountain. It can be described as a strategically important fortress city. Moreover, in the past 20 years, Tiandu Kingdom and Qishui Kingdom signed a joint border defense agreement. Both sides connected the Qishui and Southern Wasteland mountain ranges through the Southern Wasteland Great Wall and established a joint defense line. As a result, Yongan City's population and economy also grew rapidly. The two Kai Luan Army airships that escorted us back returned to report to the military after docking the Hong-style merchant ship at the air harbor. As I disembarked, the captain of the Hong-style merchant ship kept giving me autographed photos, under various excuses. Just as I was feeling speechless, Uncle Song Mew suddenly appeared behind me and said to me, "Young master, it's been a while." His words stirred deep emotions in me. Ever since my previous life until now, it had been so long since I heard a greeting from family. For them, it might have only been a few months apart. But in reality, during the 60-plus years before, I had been thinking of them all along. In my past life, the Song family would collapse 2 months later, due to the fall of the Southern Wasteland defense line. At that time, in the final moments, the old master forcibly sent me away. Fortunately, during my exile, I encountered the Xuanjia guards and narrowly escaped with my life. Thus, seeing my family again in this life, I reacted like a child. Perhaps this is the warmth of family. However, during my brief contact with Uncle Song Mew, I sensed that he was deliberately suppressing his cultivation. Upon closer inspection, I was shocked to find that he was actually a mid-stage Heaven Realm expert. In my previous life, I was too weak. So I thought the Song family only had the old master at the Heaven Realm. Who would have thought that the uncle who had cared for me like a nanny since childhood would actually have higher cultivation than the old master? While I was deep in thought, Uncle Mew asked about Shen Ruowei and her family's situation. Before I could explain, they politely introduced themselves and bowed to greet us. After hearing their surname, Uncle Mew realized they might be from the Shen family. Coincidentally, Shen Dai turned out to be the daughter of Shen Hua, the Shen family's head. In fact, she had long suspected that I was the young master of the Song family. Now she was even more impressed by the Song family's foundation. Even a steward's cultivation was stronger than her niece's. However, there was no conflict between our families. So Uncle Mew very courteously offered to arrange a vehicle to escort them home. But Shen Dai politely declined our offer, saying that their family's driver was already waiting outside. Before leaving, they once again thanked me for saving them and invited me to visit the Shen family when I had time. In response, I asked her daughter, Xiao Wen, if she had memorized my contact information. She could reach out whenever she wanted to see me, and I would take her out for delicious food. Hearing this, Xiao Wen was absolutely delighted. As expected, children all love to eat and have fun. But this little clever girl even requested that next time I take her cousin Shen Ruowei along too. This made Shen Ruowei beside her blush in embarrassment. But as long as it made Xiao Wen happy, she could bring whoever she wanted. After all, I had promised in my previous life to be her exclusive new soul master. After exchanging a few words, both our families went our separate ways home. After this parting, I didn't know when we would meet again. I could only hope their family would live well. Just as Uncle Song Mew and I were heading toward the inner tarmac, Miss Jinghua suddenly rushed out and stopped us. Judging by her expression, it seemed she had something urgent to tell me. Sure enough, After catching up to me, she handed me a small note. She said she would be staying in Yongan City for half a month. And if I had time, she hoped we could have a deep conversation. After saying that, she hurried off again. I was left stunned. What exactly did she mean by that? While I was still confused, Uncle Song Mu reminded me that there would be a family banquet tonight arranged by the old master, and that my fiancé Kong Shinshin was also invited. Hearing that name immediately annoyed me. In my previous life, just after I returned from the Desert of Death, she came with the top experts of the Kong family to annul our engagement. As for tonight's family banquet, all those uncles and cousins who once looked down on me. Let's see how you handle what's coming. Upon arriving at the tarmac, our Song family East Courtyard's exclusive driver, Sha Beja, was already waiting for us. After we boarded the ship, he suddenly mentioned my cultivation, having broken through to the Earth realm, and curiously asked whether my soul vein defect had been cured. In response to his question, Uncle Song Mu immediately and sternly told him to focus on driving, and not to ask such questions. This was unexpected for me. It seems our family's depths are far deeper than I thought. Even a driver had a mid-stage heaven realm cultivation. And judging by Uncle Mu's attitude, he clearly knew about it. It seems this time coming home will be interesting. Just how many hidden aces does Yongan City's Marquis of Jian mansion have? When even an ordinary steward and a driver were mid-stage heaven realm cultivators. Then why, in my past life with all these hidden forces, was the entire Song family still wiped out during the battle at the southern wasteland defense line? On the way home, I asked Uncle Song Mu to investigate the identities of those two people from Shiyu Kingdom. Their timing of appearance in Yongan City made me suspicious. Before we picked them up, when they compensated me with a stored money card, Uncle Mu mentioned that Shiyu Kingdom was currently divided into 3 factions from 6 major tribes. They were contending in Xiangting, the steady faction led by the Samarlin family, which controlled technology and economy; the expansionist faction led by Muluga, which held most of the military power; and the old noble neutral faction, led by the Sukum family, deeply rooted in politics. But in reality, they were just puppets of the Rich Nation faction. The Rich Nation faction was composed of people who, after the empire fell apart 400 years ago, neither accepted the Murin hegemony, nor recognized Tiandu's orthodoxy. Among them, the Huyan clan held the leading influence. Over hundreds of years, they had been striving to restore the empire's former glory. Strictly speaking, they weren't truly Shiyu Kingdom's people. They were just a group of pitiful souls, gazing longingly at the central plains, yet homeless. After Uncle Mu finished explaining the factions within Shiyu Kingdom, he spotted the small note Miss Jinghua had given me, and once again brought up my fiancé, Kong Shinshin. Hearing that name irritated me. But since we hadn't completely fallen out yet, I could only awkwardly brush it off. Still, thinking about it, could it be that Shiyu Kingdom and Murin Kingdom were secretly colluding after all, to launch a pincer attack on Tiandu Kingdom? For this, Uncle Song Mu said the possibility was very low. It did not align with the core interests of the steady and neutral factions. As long as the old figures of the Samarlin and Sukum families were still alive, it was basically impossible. While we were almost done talking, our shuttle had already arrived at the tarmac on the east side courtyard of the Marquis of Jian mansion. At that moment, a few gate guards were playing cards by the gate. But judging by the looks of it, they were probably losing badly. When they saw Sha Beja helping me disembark, they immediately packed up the card table, to avoid being dragged into playing cards all afternoon again by me. It seemed my reputation in the Song family was still terrible as ever. But Uncle Ma-san, the gatekeeper, happily stood up from his wheelchair to greet me when he saw me. Meeting this mischievous old man again after so long, he couldn't help teasing me, asking if I had brought back a granddaughter-in-law for the old Marquis. But when I sensed his cultivation, I discovered he was actually a mid-stage Heaven Realm expert. Seeing that I didn't answer, Uncle Ma asked if I wanted to play a few hands of cards first, or go greet the old marquis in the central courtyard directly. Uncle Song Mew behind me made the decision for me, because the old marquis was already waiting for me in the central courtyard. Hearing that, Uncle Ma looked a bit dejected. He probably hadn't won enough yet. To console him, I said I would join him for drinks and cards another day at the old place. Hearing that, the old trickster happily said he would arrange my favorite route. He even mentioned hearing that Chunxiao Pavilion and Hangzhou Jiaojiao had some new tea recently, and he was waiting for me to come back and taste it with him. Regarding his remarks, Uncle Song Mew and I ignored him, and made it clear that I had quit the group, then left. After we left, Sha Beija came over as well, teasing Uncle Ma about his physique, but actually coming to tell him about my breakthrough to the Earth Realm. Regarding this, Uncle Ma actually showed a deep expression, because he had sensed my cultivation, and knew I had probed his cultivation earlier too. 2 people, one a driver, one a gatekeeper, but both extremely powerful. In my memory, Uncle Ma had been our East Courtyard's gatekeeper since I was little. Because he was interesting, I grew very close to him. He not only taught me various card tricks, but also sleight of hand and lockpicking. I learned all of that from him. I never thought he had hidden his strength so deeply, and was actually a mid-stage Heaven Realm expert. While I was deep in thought, we had already arrived in front of the old marquis. After glancing at me, he suddenly teleported in front of me, and excitedly praised my strength. Then he invited me to his study for chess and a chat, wanting to hear about my experiences over the past year. Although it was just a brief moment, the old marquis's aura was undoubtedly at the half-sage level, even though he appeared to be only an early Heaven Realm expert on the surface. His aura could not be mistaken. He might even be stronger than Elder Shu. In my previous life, because I was too weak, I couldn't detect their cultivation. But now seeing it, the Song family had hidden so many trump cards. Yet something felt off. In my past life, even with a half-sage and 3 mid-Heaven Realm experts, they couldn't protect the Song family during the war. Doesn't this mean my previous preparations weren't enough to change the outcome? Just then, I suddenly sensed a Saint Realm aura. Although the aura was extremely faint like bamboo in the wind, my senses couldn't be wrong. Could it be the Song family was hiding a Saint Realm expert? And if this person's soul binding was destined for me, then it would be even worse. The more hidden cards the Song family had, the more insufficient my preparations seemed. There was no other choice. I'd have to help them all ascend to sainthood. Who would have thought that I, admired by countless girls in Yuanding City, would be betrayed by my own fiancé, and be made a cuckold? Earlier, accompanied by Uncle Song Mew, I finally reunited with Old Master Song Jingzong after a century. The old man was still as loving toward me as ever, and praised my deeds in Yuanding City. Then he asked me to go with him to the study for tea and a game of chess. And he wanted me to tell him about my experiences from all these years away. So we soon started playing a game of Go in the study. But very quickly, the old man said he wouldn't give me any more handicaps next time, because he could see that my chess skills had improved greatly along with my strength. Good grief. I had already tried to suppress my Go skills to about 30%. Yet he still noticed. Sure enough, the older one gets, the sharper the eyes. When he realized the game was beyond saving, he ordered Da Mushu to leave the room and close the door behind him. It looked like the old man had something important to say to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent others away. After Da Mushu left, the old man asked me to replay the earlier game with him. I figured he was doing this to avoid eavesdropping, using this method to communicate with me. So I first asked him if he had heard about my exploits in Yuanding City. Sure enough, he said he had already learned from the news, and that he knew I had healed my congenital broken soul veins, and that I had even become the Su Ren of the newly descended Zuo Si. If I told him now that I had reincarnated from 60 years later, it would be too shocking. It would be better to explain that I accidentally stumbled into a secret realm before. And in that secret realm's illusion, I foresaw a future fragment. This would be easier for him to accept. After thinking through my strategy, I opened my mouth and said that I had encountered a great opportunity in an ancient secret realm. But before I could even finish my sentence, the old man stopped me. He told me to pay attention to his wrong move earlier in the game. Then he happily placed that move in a different spot. Although I didn't quite understand his meaning, this move still couldn't change the overall outcome of defeat. After I placed the piece back, he said that in a lost game, you can still review it, as long as all the pieces remain on the board in their set positions. Thus, those pieces would also be part of the review. But if a piece were to jump off the board and become a player itself, then the entire game would be very different. The old man's words made me instantly realize that the piece represented me. Could it be that he already knew about my rebirth? Meanwhile, in the Yongan City Lord's mansion, my fiancée Kong Qingshin was arguing with her father about the marriage between the Song and Kong families. Her father was strongly against breaking the engagement. Without my father Song Lang's support back then, the Kong family wouldn't have the glory they enjoyed today. Moreover, Kong Fan had heard about my heroic deeds in Yuanding City. That made him even more determined that the marriage could not be broken. And tonight they were to attend the Song family banquet, facing her father's persuasion. Kong Qingshin retorted, "So what? Her beloved brother Zunxia was definitely better than me." The mention of that name enraged Kong Fan. An orphan wandering the streets. How capable could he be? In response, Kong Qingshin said her brother Zunxia had trained for 2.5 years and was now the leader of the White Dragon Gang. She even secretly told Kong Fan that Zunxia would soon, in about a month, become the Su Ren of the newly descended Sao Ren. Even though I was now Zuo Ci's Su Ren, he would still surpass me through hard work. Just as she finished speaking, a voice of approval came from the balcony. It was the old master of the Kong family. The old man had just broken through to the initial stage of Tianjie, and arrogantly said, "The Song family is nothing. If they won't marry, so be it." Upon hearing that their grandfather broke through to Tianjie, the father and daughter immediately offered congratulations. They also eagerly asked how he compared in strength to our grandfather Song Jingzong. The old man shamelessly claimed that although our grandfather was stuck at early Tianjie, and he had just broken through, he had confidence he could challenge the Song family. Seeing her grandfather so confident, Kong Qingshin became even more brazen. She even said if the Song family refused to break the engagement, she would fight them. Even her father could not stand her words. No matter how you looked at it, the Song family was still a great noble house in Tiandu. Even if they were somewhat declining, they couldn't be insulted like this. Yet the old master of the Kong family said he also supported his granddaughter's decision to break the engagement, and he thought Zunxia and his granddaughter were a perfect match. Marriage with the Song family might guarantee a few decades of comfort. But if Sao Ren's Su Ren married into the Kong family, they wouldn't just enjoy a century of wealth. They could even return to Zhangzhou to reclaim their ancestral lineage. Moreover, now that he had reached Tianjie level, compared to the Song family, he thought he was already evenly matched. But if Shuin Sha, an orphan, were to marry into the Kong family, and they poured resources into cultivating him, then they would completely suppress the Song family in the future. This reasoning instantly made Kong Fan feel that there was great potential. It was something he had never considered before. In response, Old Master Kong asked his granddaughter whether she was confident in making Shuin Sha marry into their Kong family. And he needed to confirm again whether Shuin Sha would definitely become a Sao-ranked innate soul master. To this, Kong Xingxing said her good brother would never lie to her, and the marriage was absolutely not a problem, because they had already consummated their relationship. Old Master Kong was extremely delighted to hear this. He immediately shouted that he would go to the Song family to annul the engagement. But now the father and daughter were troubled about what excuse to use to break off the engagement. They initially planned to use the excuse of my incomplete soul vein. But unfortunately, that wouldn't work now. Old Master Kong arrogantly said. They didn't need any excuse. Now that he was a Tianjin powerhouse, the fist of a strong man was the law. He even said he was fully prepared. If Song Jingzong tried to intervene, he wouldn't mind turning hostile. And the thing he relied on was actually a 3-star heavy explosive shell I had sold to the Hong Chamber of Commerce in Yuanding City. Do you still remember these two men? One was the Song family's gatekeeper. The other was the exclusive chauffeur for the Song family's East Courtyard. And both of them had extremely strong cultivation, both being mid-stage Tianjin grandmasters. But why would people so powerful be willing to humble themselves and work as gatekeeper and chauffeur for the Song family? As early as 20 years ago, the two of them were actually once members of the famous 6 Tribulations of the Xuanjia Guards of Tiandu Kingdom. Although the Xuanjia Guards had existed for over 100 years, what truly brought them to glory was Song Lang, the third son of the Song family and leader of the 6 Tribulations. But it was rumored that the 6 Tribulations had all perished 16 years ago during the Battle of the Imperial Mausoleum, including Song Lang, the leader. However, now 2 of the 6 Tribulations had reappeared within the Song family. There was actually an untold story behind all this. And this story even involved the current martial saint and leader of the Xuanjia Guards. This story happened in year 1310 of the new calendar in Lingying City. This fortress city was located on the left bank of the Ling River in the northern Tiandu Kingdom, one of the 6 military fortresses protecting the imperial capital. At that time, Ma Shanlu, a commander of 1,000 Xuanjia guards, was executing an escort mission there. That morning, he rode a flying motorcycle to the Red City shipping dock, and he complained that the Red Chamber had called him too early to inspect the goods. In response, the chamber staff told him to check the goods first, since they were urgently needed by the upper ranks. After inspecting the goods, they offered to treat Ma Yi to some freshly picked tea as an apology. While they were leisurely sipping tea, a sudden vibration came from Ma Shushu's pocket. The device he carried was a new Star Soul item created by Song Lang's wife, a rookie radar. And now it suddenly warned him that a highly powerful innate had been detected nearby, and the target was extremely close. What he didn't know was that he had actually already encountered this person earlier that day. In the Wangzhong district of Linyan City, there was a slum full of all sorts of people. In one home marked with a red lantern lived the future martial saint leader, Dylan. During his childhood, his father had just passed away not long ago, and his mother had fallen ill from grief. Now she could only stay at home recuperating. Every morning before going to school, young Dylan would prepare his mother's medicine and meals. Only after that would he leave home. Before heading out, he would also instruct his younger brother to supervise their mother taking her medicine. At that time, his only hope was for his late father to bless his mother with a speedy recovery. Although he was still young, his strength had already surpassed many adults. Even some grown men weren't his match. To avoid being late for school, he would jump from a 2-story balcony without hesitation. After a full day of school, he would rush to the dock to impersonate his father at work. And today, when he arrived at the dock, he found an unusually large number of guards on duty, just as he was trying to find a way to sneak in. His father's former colleague called out to him from behind and told him to come this way, leading him into the dock to work, to earn money. He could only quietly follow along. However, he was still curious why there were so many guards at the dock today. In response, his father's coworker said that a big figure from the Xuanjia guards was coming to collect goods today, so the security was especially tight. Moreover, this elite troop was stationed inside the Chengdong camp. It was said that the weakest among them were peak Xuanjie experts. However, at that time Dylan had no real concept of such things. So he just casually responded with to brush it off. When they arrived at the dock's equipment warehouse, the coworker asked the warehouse manager, Uncle Pang, to let Dylan use his father's mech soul seal. He also introduced the well-behaved young Dylan to Uncle Pang, saying he was filling in for his late father's work, so it would be helpful to let him blend in. Uncle Pang understood that the one filling in recently was actually his daughter. However, he jokingly remarked that the boy didn't really look like Wang Di. Although he had a sharp tongue, his heart was kind. Soon, he handed the soul seal of old D over to young Dylan. And when he watched them leave, he felt a pang of pity for Dylan, losing the pillar of the family. Such a young child had to support the family himself. Under the coworker's guidance, they quickly reached the worksite. He then told Dylan to start assembling the mechs here. Before starting work, he reminded Dylan to know his limits and not mess up. Upon receiving his father's soul seal, Dylan began assembling a civilian Anyuan-class mech. Watching Dylan assemble the machine, the coworker was amazed at his ability. Such talent at such a young age was simply incredible for ordinary people. The aura Dylan emitted while working was picked up by the soul radar Ma Shushu carried. What kind of great fortune had the Song family ancestors earned to produce two transmigrators within their lineage? When old Master Song said, "The pawn has stepped off the board and become a chess player," I knew he must have figured out some things. But soon, he claimed he simply regretted not preparing enough. He even urged me to continue talking about the secret realm encounter. What kind of strange play was this old man pulling? Why did he seem so odd? Under these circumstances, I had no choice but to reveal everything. Though at the beginning of the story, I did a little artistic embellishment. I attributed all the experiences to a special illusion space I encountered in an ancient secret realm. In that space, I saw that in a month there would be an unprecedented beast tide outbreak in the southern wilderness. That was why I rushed home. Because in the illusion, I saw the Song family's forces being completely wiped out on the battlefield. Thus, we needed to prepare early to survive the upcoming crisis. Moreover, after the beast tide devoured Yang'an City, it would advance northward, severely weakening the military power of Tiandu Kingdom. The direct result of this would be the catastrophic Battle of Tiandu City, after the Milan Kingdom invaded. After that decisive battle, I fled to the Western Water Kingdom and received the Empress's protection. Later, I went on to tell old Master Song about my 60 years of wandering experiences. Chiji and Song Mushu had been guarding outside the study, waiting for our conversation to end. After 2 hours of waiting, he still hadn't heard anything. Instead, he heard the urgent voice of Steward Song Jin. Steward Song Jin anxiously asked if the old Marquis was in the study. He had something urgent to report. Seeing the situation, Song Mushu asked, what could be so urgent to make Jin Jie so flustered? Facing the question, old Jin could only quietly and vaguely say that that person's condition was not looking good. It seemed that the confidentiality measures within the Song family had truly reached their peak. Thus, Song Mushu had no idea who he was referring to. Just as old Jin was about to enter the study, Song Mushu stopped him directly. Because he knew my conversation with the old Marquis was extremely important as well, and no outsiders should be allowed to interrupt. Meanwhile, the story I was telling the old man was reaching its final chapter. I spoke of how at the last stronghold of the human race on the northern continent, I used a self-destruct attack to preserve the continuation of humanity's bloodline. And then, I woke up from the illusion, faced with such an absurd story. I wasn't sure if the old man could understand it. After all, even I didn't know whether it had been just a dream in an illusion, or if I had truly been reborn 60 years later. But strangely, after listening to my story, the old man quietly muttered something about a whole fake word. He said he had never spoken to me for this long before. Hearing that suddenly gave me the chills. Who exactly was he? What did those words just now even mean? Then he asked me whether the Star Master system could really replicate other people's Origin Star Soul Craftsman. Actually, when he heard that I could copy Origin Star Soul Craftsman, he immediately understood that this was the double insurance his daughter-in-law had once spoken of. Faced with his question, I directly admitted it was true. That's why the people of Yuanding City mistakenly thought I was Zuo C's host. But in fact, Zuo C's soul jade really is in my hands. If there's anyone I can truly trust at this point, it would only be the old master. So I decided to be completely honest with him. After hearing my answer, he told me never to mention the Star-Lord system to outsiders again. He also instructed me to continue identifying myself as Zuo C's host, and to conceal the existence of the system. I agreed with his concern. Although in my previous life, I didn't bother hiding it, because I didn't replicate my first Star Soul until 3 years later. I simply didn't care at the time. After saying all this, the old master said it was time to hand over something to me. It was something my mother had left behind. Everything he knew came from her, because she once prophesied that one day I would suddenly become extraordinarily powerful, and that my soul vein would naturally heal, and that I would claim to have traveled through time, which meant that my mother herself was a time traveler too. How did he even know about all this? The old master went on to explain that she had warned him not to be surprised when the time came, and that he should believe everything I said unconditionally. After that, he was to hand me this box. He ended by saying that the laws of time are not something humans can defy, and that beneath the starnet, everything is part of the game. I was completely shocked. He actually knew about the starnet. That's something even the people of this era, or even the past eras, shouldn't know. Who exactly was my mother? The old master also said that the review of the Go game just now was something he had learned from my mother, but he hadn't managed to comprehend its meaning after all these years. So he told me to figure it out myself. But just at that moment, a strong surge of soul power suddenly erupted from the Song family's inner courtyard. But that soul power was rapidly weakening. The old master and I sensed it at the same time. He didn't even have time to finish speaking before rushing out toward the inner courtyard, leaving the rest of us completely bewildered. Can you believe it? The Song family actually had a hidden paradise underground. Just how many secrets was the Song family hiding? Sensing the holy soul power fluctuations from the inner courtyard, the old master Song Jingzong immediately led us toward the inner courtyard. On the way, Uncle Jin told the old master that the situation wasn't looking good. While we were hurrying there, I tried to probe Uncle Jin's cultivation level, only to find that he was at the peak of the profound realm, which was a bit strange. Was it only the inner courtyard of the Song family that was special? Uncle Jin was puzzled about why I was going with them to the inner courtyard, because he still thought I was just a moth with a crippled soul vein. But the old master told him that I was now qualified to know about these matters. It was about time. Soon we arrived at the elevator leading to the closed cultivation chambers of the inner courtyard. I remembered that this elevator used to only lead to the retreat chambers. Could it be that the Song family had a deeper underground space? Sure enough, when the elevator door opened, I discovered a massive outdoor paradise underground. There was even artificial lighting, and soul power fluctuations were isolated by formations. The Song family really went all out. As we approached the underground villa, the old master ordered Da Mu and Uncle Jin to guard the entrance, and asked me to go inside with him. When I entered, I realized that the Song family had spent so much just to care for an elder about the same age as the old master. I was very curious about who this elder was, but the answer soon became obvious. It was my great-granduncle, because the old master Song Jingzong addressed him as third uncle at the bedside. It seemed that the holy soul power fluctuation earlier had come from him. Yet in my previous life, I had never heard of him. And he was a saint-level cultivator. which meant he was probably the chosen host of some envoy soulcrafter. Just what had happened inside the Song family in my previous life. After waking up, great-granduncle said he felt his life force was about to run out. He probably had less than a month left. Then the old master introduced me to him. It was probably his first time seeing me in person. But he had heard about me before. Because he accurately mentioned my parents' names. And knew that I was born with a crippled soul vein. But when I paid my respects, he noticed that I had already reached the early Earth realm. And that my soul vein defects had been healed. Seeing a chance to access a new soul descendants host, I immediately ordered the Star-Lord system to replicate his envoy soulcrafter. But strangely, the system didn't respond at all. Not even a replication failure warning appeared. What exactly is going on? Why is there no response from the Star-Lord system? This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. At the same time, great-granduncle's condition suddenly worsened. The saint-level soul power kept bursting out from within his body. This kind of soul power fluctuation wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. The old master immediately stepped in front of me to shield me from the damage. Luckily, in my previous life, I had faced this kind of situation countless times. So now, I could calmly and gracefully withstand the soul power shock. This made the old master extremely happy. He never expected that even saint-level soul fluctuations couldn't hurt me. He himself was feeling quite a bit of pressure dealing with it. Fortunately, great-granduncle soon managed to regain control over his soul power. Otherwise, the entire house would have been shaken to collapse. As his life force continued to diminish, his body was like a balloon with cracks, leaking soul power uncontrollably. However, he was also curious why I wasn't harmed by his soul power. But then he thought again and realized it made sense. After all, I was the child of those two people. And he could also see that the old master intended to cultivate me as a key figure. The old master admitted this directly. He also said that I had received a great opportunity in an ancient secret realm. And I had seen a vision of the future, where South Wilderness tides would swallow Yang'an City in a little over a month. Upon hearing this, great-granduncle also grew worried about the Song family's future. He asked me whether the Song family could survive the catastrophe. Faced with his inquiry, I straightforwardly told him that the entire Song family had been wiped out in my past life. This answer once again shocked the two elders. They probably couldn't believe the Song family would truly perish. The old master said regardless of whether it was true or not, they must prepare in advance. Thus, it was time for me to know some of the Song family's secrets. Moreover, great-granduncle's end was approaching. So he decided to tell me personally. He, Song Bingchuan, was once one of the 8 generals of Tiandu. And he was also the 8th generation host of the soul descendant Cao Ren. This is bad, this is bad. I suddenly became the Song family's second in command. This power came a bit too suddenly. Just a moment ago I was still wondering why the Star-Lord system couldn't replicate great-granduncle's new soul power. This was completely different from my past experiences. Because in my previous life, I never even met great-granduncle. So I had never heard about the Song family's inheritance of the soul descendant Cao Ren. This was the first time I heard about it. Regarding this, great-granduncle said that it was probably because a month later his life would have run out. So it was reasonable that I didn't see this future. Just like he said, in my past life, I saw a young man named Xuan Sha become the new soul descendant's host. As for the future I spoke of, great-granduncle could only sadly accept it now. Once his life force ran out, the Cao Ren soul would leave him and find a new host. The old master said he had heard that in the southern continent there were pills that could extend life. If they could acquire one for great-granduncle, they wouldn't hesitate even if it meant selling the entire family fortune. I did recall something about that. A 7-star life extension pill could add 3 to 5 years of life. An 8-star version could add 5 to 10 years. And it was said that a 9-star longevity pill could extend life by 30 years. Hearing this, the old master became very excited. He speculated whether I could get these pills from the second prince, because I had saved him before. But I didn't even need to rely on the second prince's resources, because I could refine all 3 types of pills myself. Hearing this made the old master ecstatic, though he still found it hard to believe that I could actually refine pills. To reassure him, I patted his hand and told him not to worry. Although 8 and 9 star pills were still a bit difficult at my current realm, I was absolutely confident about refining a 7-star life extension pill. But just saying so wasn't enough. The old master was still worried about the success rate, because even royal alchemists could only refine up to 6-star pills, and had very low success rates. To prove my words, I directly took out a pill I had refined earlier on the airship. This shocked even great-granduncle, because he could sense that there were 7-star or higher pills inside the storage card. And he wasn't wrong. It was an 8-star heavenly spirit pill I had refined on my journey home. Eating it could permanently raise cultivation by a minor realm, but it could only be taken once effectively. Originally, it was meant to be a gift for the old master, but I decided to give it to him now. I wasn't sure if it would help his current peak heavenly realm cultivation, so I would leave it up to him to decide. This completely convinced the old master of my abilities. He officially authorized me to begin exercising the authority of a family head. Everyone in the Song family was to follow my arrangements. All he asked was that I refine a life extension pill for great-granduncle. However, I told him not to rush. I would first examine great-granduncle's body carefully. If there were any other issues, I would solve them all at once. But just as I was checking his pulse, great-granduncle suddenly switched to his left hand for me to examine. He said his right hand was an artificial prosthetic, because during that great battle back then, he lost the right half of his body, and nearly died. As a result, he had to hide, and has remained underground in the Song family ever since. So that's how it was. No wonder the Star-Lord system didn't respond earlier. I had been careless. But something still didn't feel right. This prosthetic didn't look like something from this era at all. It was probably an ancient technology unearthed from some ruins. After touching great-granduncle's left hand this time, the Star-Lord system finally detected and began reading the Soulcrafter information. It prompted that it was starting to copy the Soulcrafter Sao Ren. But just when it was about to complete, an error occurred. Currently, the system is repairing 7% of the error. Perhaps this was because great-granduncle's body was incomplete. His star soul veins were also damaged. So I asked if his cultivation realm had stagnated ever since his injury. The answer was yes. Not only had he not advanced, even now, he still needed to rely on large amounts of pills just to maintain his realm, to slow down his decline. I now fully understood his condition. I decided to first go out and gather materials for refining a life extension pill, and then slowly find a way to regenerate his missing right half. This last part truly refreshed great-granduncle's perception. He never imagined such a method existed. But that was a matter for later. For now, I gave him a 5-star function pill. Although it couldn't extend his life, it could relieve the physical pain. Before I left, the old master urged me to hurry with my task. The entire Song family would fully support me. As I was riding the elevator back to the surface, I had a moment to think about the system issue. Up to now, the system kept indicating that the new Soulcrafter data had been corrupted due to unknown reasons. Fortunately, the system was tagging the corrupted areas and could redraw the data. According to the system's calculation, there were still 1,452,980 seconds left before I could fully control the new Soulcrafter. The Song family really knew how to have fun. All the maids at home looked like that. How did they even manage to stay focused on cultivation while I was talking with the old master and the others? The maids in the Song family courtyard were busy preparing. Today was the return of their once wayward young master. Lian Yi, my personal maid, was especially exhausted today. Seeing her working so hard, the neighboring maid Song Lan reminded her how I used to bully her. But Lian Yi didn't care at all. She even defended me against Song Lan's slander, blushing as she spoke. Seeing Lian Yi preparing the incense I liked, Song Lan really couldn't understand why Lian Yi liked someone like me. When Song Lan called me a useless fool, Lian Yi immediately refuted her, saying that I could now cultivate normally, and was no longer a waste. Love really is blind. But in Song Lan's eyes, even if I was no longer useless, I was still a pervert. This made Lian Yi so furious. After cleaning my room, they went to tidy up the living room with the others. During this, they continued teasing about how I once tricked Lian Yi and Zissou into bathing together. Hearing this, even Chang Qing, the head maid of the East Courtyard, couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately told them to behave while working, since their young master would soon return. But just as she said that, Zissou also started making a fuss. She was waiting to have dinner with the young master. Actually, her slacking off earlier had been seen by the head maid. But even when scolded, she just acted mischievous. Moreover, Zissou cheekily said that she needed to use the restroom to dodge being scolded. That's probably the legendary excuse of an old donkey, always needing to take bathroom breaks. But everyone was already used to her antics. Seeing her like that, the head maid could only helplessly allow her to leave. She told her not to disturb the others' work anymore. After getting permission, Zissou happily ran off to the kitchen to find food, completely forgetting she was supposed to be a maid. As she passed through the courtyard, she happened to bump into a newly transferred apprentice maid. The lively Zissou immediately imitated the head maid's demeanor and teased the new apprentice she liked. But the apprentice named Su Wen ignored her completely and turned around without even greeting her. This made Zissou furious. She immediately threatened her, saying if she wanted to be promoted early, she had to obey her seniors properly. Otherwise, she'd be sent back to the outer courtyard to haul rice daily. Just as things were about to escalate, I happened to show up behind Zissou. I placed a hand on her shoulder. Seeing me appear, Zissou immediately changed her attitude and looked at me with a pitiful and infatuated expression. She even tried to throw herself tearfully into my arms. Luckily, I grabbed her just in time. Meanwhile, the apprentice Su Wen was giving me a cold, dark stare, as if plotting something. Such a cold gaze. I didn't recall seeing her in the household before. Not even in my previous life. Yet she wore the uniform of an apprentice maid. Zissou angrily muttered that she had just been transferred from the outer courtyard, and that she had no figure, no beauty, and mediocre skills. But I wasn't interested in hearing her complaints. I immediately used the Star-Lord system to scan the newcomer. Sure enough, there was something wrong. No normal human would have such a thing inside them. Based on her aura and cultivation method, she was another spy from Milan. Using a small device, she had masked her Yellow Realm cultivation as a normal person's. I didn't know what Milan was planning this time. But with me around, they wouldn't succeed. Still, Zissou was really mischievous, always asking me to see how much she had grown. She truly left me speechless. Just then, Lian Yi heard I was back. She was standing in the corridor, waving to welcome me home. Along with her were the head maid and Song Lan, though their reactions weren't as exaggerated as Lian Yi's. As soon as we met, the head maid tried to probe my cultivation. She couldn't understand how I had advanced from the Yellow Realm to the Earth Realm in just a year. Actually, I was also secretly probing their cultivation levels. In my impression, Chang Qing had been around me for a long time. I never expected she had Earth Realm early stage strength. Could it be that the old master arranged for her to protect me in secret? What's it like to have a mother who's a high-tech genius? Right after I left, the old master also left great-granduncle's place with Uncle Da Mu. During this time, the old master officially authorized Uncle Da Mu to implement my authority as family head. From now on, the Song family subordinates must obey my orders. He also ordered Aga and Ah Jin to return, so the hidden guards of the Song family would protect me at all costs. This decision even shocked Uncle Damu. Even the old master himself never had such heavy protection. But the old master didn't care about that. He even handed over command of the hidden guards to me. Because he believed that under my leadership, they could reach their full potential. Meanwhile, I had just returned to the east courtyard. Still immersed in the maid's attentive service. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. This life as a pampered young master was truly nostalgic. I used to be a carefree young master too. But fun was fun, mischief was mischief. Serious matters still needed to be handled. Otherwise, I'd be too complacent. Since I had discovered Su Wen was a Milan spy, I instructed Zissou to watch her movements carefully. But she must prioritize her own safety. After receiving my instructions, Zissou immediately said that she had long found Su Wen suspicious. The little girl probably just wanted an excuse for revenge. But that was fine too. This little demoness was perfect for this kind of task. Afterward, I dismissed the other maids. Because I wanted some time alone. But the real reason was, I wanted to see what my mother had left for me. What kind of person was she, really? Yet the box she left behind looked so ordinary. What could possibly be inside? Just as I was about to open it, I realized it actually needed a password. This is a bit awkward. The old master didn't mention there would be a password. Whatever, this encryption array isn't too advanced. I'll just use the Star-Lord system to hack it. While unlocking the array, I recalled my conversation with the old master. At the time, he said my mother mentioned, humans cannot defy the laws of time. Time cannot be traversed. But a chessboard can be reset. And beneath the star network, all is a game of chess. What exactly was my mother hinting at? While I was deep in thought, the system notified me the lock had been cracked. There were 12 correct password combinations. Why were there so many correct combinations? This made me even more curious about who my mother truly was. Also, these number sequences looked familiar. Had I seen them somewhere before? 1330. 0409. After entering the password, the box opened automatically. Inside were only 3 items. I immediately recognized the token. It bore the characters, treading the new gate. I had heard these words in my past life. When I entered the Xuanjia rank, it was said many confidential battle achievements were tied to it. But these 3 words were a taboo topic among the Xuanjia rank. No one dared to speak of them. Whatever, I'll put that aside for now. The jade lock's purpose was unknown, though it was exquisitely crafted. But the mask was truly fascinating. When I picked it up, it activated automatically. Large characters appeared on it. All beings are without form. Was that its name? There were also words on the back. Form is born from the heart. What did that mean? Was it some kind of riddle? But it looked like a semi-finished product. The eyes and nostrils hadn't been carved out yet. Strangely enough, even without holes, I could still clearly see outside through the mask. What kind of black tech was this? When I looked into a mirror, something felt wrong. Where was the mask on my face? No, wait. There was a bigger problem. Why was I seeing an elderly version of myself? Had I reverted to my true form? No way. Could this mask really do that? This was unbelievable. Just at that moment, the head maid Chang Qing walked in. And she saw me like this. She immediately panicked. The young master had disappeared, and a strange old man had appeared. She thought a kidnapper had broken into the house, facing her with a dagger in hand. I was momentarily at a loss for how to explain. This damn mask was getting me into big trouble. Have you ever been caught by your family doing something bad? How do you handle it? Asking for advice online, it's urgent. Just now, Uncle Da Mu had brought the Song family guards to discuss something with me. The head maid Chang Qing went upstairs to inform me. But unfortunately, she happened to see me wearing the mask, appearing old. It was the first time someone had seen this side of me. She immediately drew her blade and questioned my identity. Why are young people nowadays so impulsive? Can't they talk things out? They pull out knives over everything. And not only that. She even started swinging it at me. Seeing this situation, I had no choice but to subdue her first. But her reaction was a bit excessive. Even after being subdued, she still tried to shout that there was an intruder. I couldn't let her alert everyone. If she did, the entire household would rush in. However, our current posture was a bit suggestive. But it wasn't my fault. She attacked first. The mask-mentioned form is born from the heart. Could it actually change form based on my thoughts? Change my appearance? Turns out that's exactly how it works. I just thought about Qingdai's appearance and turned into her. When she saw me turn into her, she was completely stunned. This mask is simply a man's source of happiness. No wonder I unconsciously revealed my true form just now. Turns out that was my true perception of myself deep inside. While I was thinking about it, Da Mushu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Could it be that she noticed the commotion just now? And just as I was turning back into myself, she even brought two people and walked closer. Now there's no way to explain it. The white-haired boy behind her saw it all, and immediately gave me a thumbs up, praising me as a role model for men. In such an awkward scene, Da Mushu was still tirelessly reminding me that my fiancé, Kong Shinshin, would be coming to the family banquet tonight. Is she not tired of repeating it? This sentence. She has already said it 10,000 times today. Ignoring her nonsense, I had Qingdai leave first to handle other matters. But what was that look on her face? Could she have felt wronged? After seeing her off, the rest of us headed to the study to start our conversation. But before that, I asked Da Mushu to tell me the truth. Was Qingdai arranged by the old master to stay by my side? Da Mushu then fully revealed the truth. Qingdai originally belonged to the Earth rank experts of the Song family, hidden guard 3 clans. She had always stayed by my side to protect me. Now everything makes sense. No wonder in my previous life, when I retreated from Jian City, there were people who jumped out and risked their lives to escort me. Then Da Mushu explained. The first clan was responsible for operations, the second for intelligence, and the third for protection. Each had their own duties without interference. But just now, the old Marquis had given an order, making me the master of all hidden guards. Now he brought Ajin and Aga over to introduce them to me. Are these names really serious? Aga and Ajin? But the two of them, upon meeting me, their newly appointed leader, were very respectful. The black-haired one is Gao Gaiga, the chief of the first clan. The white-haired boy from before is Ma Jinhua, the chief of the second clan. Song Mushu is the leader of the third clan. As for their names, Song Mushu reminded me. They were all given by my mother. Both of them were originally orphans. Now they could be considered half-sons of my mother. Speaking of their names, Gao Gaiga said, my mother once told him his name came from a hero of an ancient civilization. And Ma Jinhua was named after a legendary demon god from that same ancient civilization. Both were nameless orphans. And had it not been for meeting my mother, they might have starved to death in the slums outside Linyan City. Their names came from ancient heroes and demon gods. And again, they were linked to my mysterious mother. But why do I have no memory of this mother? Who exactly is she? Regarding my mysterious parents, I had no memories of them even in my past life. I vaguely recall the old master once saying, they went missing 16 years ago. It was publicly declared that they had died in an accident. When they disappeared, I was only 2 years old. So no memories of them remained. At the time, I was young and reckless, and never cared much. Afterward, life became a series of escapes, and I had no time to care. Later, after decades of life and death struggles, time faded those memories too. Regarding information about them, I believe Song Mu must know. Now that my status has changed, he should answer if I ask. But judging from his expression, it seems he's hiding something difficult to talk about. Really, There's something he can't say easily. Why is it like this? And in my past life's impression, it seemed everyone avoided talking about my parents. They were extremely secretive. Could there still be more to it? Forget it, if he doesn't want to say it. There's no need to force a loyal man like Song Mushu. However, I asked him to arrange for Feijo to visit the Song family cemetery. Since I rarely come home, I want to pay respects to them. After ending our conversation, everyone returned to the living room. Logically speaking, with my position now as the commander of the hidden guards, shouldn't Xing Dai also follow my orders? But Da Mushu showed a reluctant expression, and told me that I indeed had the authority. She also summoned Xing Dai to listen to my orders. Xing Dai didn't object either. She immediately reported her position within the hidden guards. She had been guarding me all these years, which must have been tough. Now, I decided to reward her with a gift. When she received the pill, she couldn't react at first. Probably in her whole life, she had never received such a valuable gift. It wasn't just her. Even the 3 people standing behind were extremely shocked. A level 5 pill costs over $1 million on the market. Da Mushu never expected me to be so generous. And this level 5 Earth Spirit pill could raise a low-level cultivator's rank without any side effects. But it could only be used once. Upon hearing this information, Ajin and Ada were so excited. Other things didn't matter, but the power boost. They envied it terribly. Hearing this, Xing Dai also couldn't believe it. A pill of such quality and effect would be priceless, even in Tiandu royal family. They really underestimated me. It's just a level 5 pill. I have enough to sell. Now is the time to recruit talents. I want to select trustworthy people and raise their strength. So I also encouraged Ajin and Ada to perform well. I still have plenty of such pills. Upon hearing this, they immediately pledged lifelong loyalty to me. Wherever my sword points, nothing would remain. Now, there was a task I could assign them. I wanted to investigate someone. It was a perfect test of their intelligence gathering ability. With the Wild Guard second clan, they immediately mobilized. This time, Ajin was surely eager to complete it. Meanwhile, Song Mushu and I set off to the Song family cemetery to honor my parents. However, Sha Beija was curious. Why Ma-san, a cripple, was also coming along. To this, Ma-san countered, asking if he hadn't noticed how different the young master was now. At this time, I was in the backseat, talking about rare herbs and various transactions. Indeed, I was nothing like the reckless troublemaker from before. Shopkeeper Hong on the other end of the call was also stunned. There were even herbs he had never heard of. However, he was still at the Hong Chamber of Commerce South Prefecture headquarters. He could consult the experts there. After hanging up with me, he entered the core area of the South Prefecture headquarters. Standing before him was Hong Yushao, the direct heir of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. He had been assigned by his family to manage all business in South Prefecture. After reading my file, he asked shopkeeper Hong to arrange his schedule. He felt he had to go check in person on this young marquis of the Song family. Everyone, when going home for New Year, don't be like that foolish woman and recklessly eat random things from others. Just as I was preparing to pay respects to my parents who died young, an airship appeared near the headquarters of the assassin organization in Taiyuan. The one piloting the airship was none other than Aishin, my lover from my past life. After completing code verification with the headquarters, she finally obtained landing clearance. Upon getting permission, Aishin didn't hesitate. She directly drove through the waterfall, concealing the entrance. One mistake and both the ship and people would have been crushed to pieces. And because her passing speed was too fast, she ended up sliding quite a distance along the track when landing. But these dangers to her were nothing at all. The young girl was still immersed in the joy of coming home. At only 18 years old, as a rookie of the Star Soul Descendants Division, she often carried out missions outside. and rarely returned to train at Taiyuan headquarters. Perhaps it had been too long since she last saw senior sister Aishin. A fellow junior named Si Nan burst into tears upon seeing her. Her crying was so exaggerated that Aishin vaguely sensed something bad had happened. And indeed, that was the case. She was originally supposed to stay with her master in Zhangzhou. But both were ambushed by the Murin nation. In a desperate attempt to save her disciple, the master was seriously injured. Upon hearing this news, Aishin immediately had her junior take her to the master's ward. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Taiyuan headquarters physicians were announcing their 12th failed attempt at preparing the antidote. And just as they were preparing for the 13th attempt, Aishin had already rushed over with her junior. Seeing her master so weak on the hospital bed, Aishin was deeply shocked. She couldn't imagine what those Murin scum had done to her master. The woman on the bed was Su Niang, 37 years old with an early heaven rank cultivation. If not for saving her disciple, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, her hands were covered in mysterious poison marks. If an antidote wasn't produced in time, she would soon die. The most dangerous aspect of the poison was that it corroded the heart and soul meridians, making it extremely hard to expel. Hearing this, Aishin couldn't believe it and asked if even Taiyuan's technology couldn't prepare the antidote. The answer was straightforward. The doctors told her they had already tried 12 times. Now, they could only use filtering techniques to prevent the toxin from reaching the brain. But they likely didn't have enough time to continue experimenting. Moreover, the toxin structure was extremely complex. Its chemical components intertwined perfectly with soul power, forming toxic units, resembling the techniques of alchemists. Upon hearing this, Aishin realized only an alchemist could save her master now. But time was tight, and she didn't know where to find a good alchemist. Seeing her anxious look, the doctor said that given the East Continent's current level of alchemy, it was impossible to find a top alchemist. So this matter likely had no solution. At that moment, Aishin suddenly remembered someone. When she left Yuanding City, someone had given her some pills. She immediately took out her storage card and dumped all the pills onto the hospital bed. The doctors were stunned at the sight. Besides healing pills, there were pills for cultivation enhancement and strategy boosts. All were of extremely high quality and price. Among them was a bottle that appeared to have detoxification properties. They immediately began analyzing its composition, hoping it could save Su Niang. Seeing Aishin pull out so many precious pills, her junior asked in fear if she had robbed the Redstone Pharmacy. Aishin was left awkward and speechless. These pills were all given to her by a mysterious man. After scientific analysis, the doctors confirmed the white pill could indeed detoxify. And there happened to be 3 pills. Just enough to solve the problem. As an assassin, Aishin didn't believe it was a coincidence. In her heart, she wondered about that man named Song Yunxiang. Who exactly was he? Meanwhile, in the nighttime corridor of Taiyuan headquarters, the high priest was coincidentally reviewing my records. While reviewing, he also asked about Su Niang's condition. Taiyuan couldn't afford to lose a heaven rank cultivator. However, the subordinate informed him that Su Niang had survived after taking a pill from target S-691. This answer made the high priest show a slightly surprised expression. Moreover, the records showed this man possessed the ability to replicate Star Soul descendants. But that method should have belonged only to that lord. He didn't understand how it had leaked out. The only explanation he could think of was that the Lord might have taken over the body shown in the file. Yet the Lord had prepared an even better body. The doctor who once founded the assassin organization Taiyuan. Could it be that he has already returned? I didn't expect there to be so many people with cheats in this world. I just casually looked around and bumped into one. Not long ago, I was still at the Song family cemetery paying respects to my mysterious parents. And just as I expected, there were no remains detected there at all. Could it be the old man deliberately set it up to fool others? But judging from the mask called Faceless All Beings, my parents were definitely not ordinary people. What secret were they carrying when they disappeared back then? After finishing the memorial, Ajin told me he had found information about Shuin Sha. 19 years old, from the slums. Once imprisoned for grave robbing. And now runs a gang called the White Dragon Gang. Mainly fencing stolen goods for tomb robbers. Currently occupying an abandoned house in Dog Beating Alley, north of the city. The Hidden Guard second clan is already monitoring them. After getting this information, I decided to go check it out myself. I must find out how he stole the Sao people from the Song family in my past life. Meanwhile, at Pavilion Base, Old Ma and Old Sha were discussing my fiancé Kong Shinshin. Old Ma thought that with my current status, there was no need to marry such a woman for the sake of the Song family. But Old Sha said the old Marquis wouldn't do something so faithless. Before they could reach a conclusion, we all returned to Pavilion Base. Then everyone, I headed straight for the north of the city. By evening, a small thug appeared at the gate of the abandoned house we were watching. He carried a large sack. Probably a fruitful trip for him. However, this guy spoke in heavily accented Mandarin, making eavesdropping a bit hard. But judging by what he spread on the ground, it was likely stolen from a rich man's tomb. Although it looked ordinary, there might be treasures hidden inside. But Shuin Sha shouldn't know much about antiques. How could a 19-year-old slum boy understand ancient relics? Sure enough, I saw him hold up the ring on his chest and think deeply. Then the ring emitted a faint purple glow. After that, he pretended to act high and mighty while selecting goods. He even cunningly said they should split profits 70-30 and demanded transportation fees. Now that he controls the sales channel, he wants the lion's share. If they don't like it, they can leave. His little brother immediately went out to negotiate with the tomb robbers. Looks like their business is doing quite well. All that happened while Ajin and I were watching from a rooftop next door. As the leader of the Hidden Guard second clan, Ajin was still amazed by my stealth formation. It could bend light, block sound, and even shield soul force waves. Truly a must-have artifact for stealth and assassination. To gather more useful information, I led Ajin closer to Shuin Sha's courtyard. With the stealth array's help, we just got onto the rooftop when we overheard Shuin Sha talking to someone inside the ring. From their conversation, we learned that without the ring's help, Shuin Sha wouldn't have become the leader of the White Dragon Gang. And that ring also said it had sensed that my third grandfather's life flame would soon burn out. As long as the two of them worked together, they would become the new Soul Sao people successors. At the same time, I also noticed Shuin Sha's soul force was different from the one I encountered in my past life. But the ring in his hand gave off a familiar soul force. After thinking carefully, I realized that the soul force from the ring belonged to the person I knew before. The Song family banquet is about to begin. I wonder what will happen tonight. While we were tailing Shuin Sha, Master Nan from the G. Marshall Institute was leading his men to rush production of a batch of new Wei Yuan models. Although the order came from Principal GU, it had now been classified as a top military priority. Moreover, Master Nan guaranteed that as long as materials were supplied on time, they could definitely meet the deadline. He even prepared a surprise for me, hoping to officially become my disciple. As for the design, it basically pieced together all the previous design plans. It looked grand and imposing, but a bit too bulky. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell it would consume a lot of soul force. But seeing that, Master Lan, being full of enthusiasm, did not expose it. Fortunately, Master Tang's family could provide the necessary mining and metal materials for this production. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have succeeded. In fact, Master Tang also needed a big order from the Shen family to secure his position. So this time, he was determined to make this deal happen. Meanwhile, while monitoring Shuin Sha in the north of the city, we received news that my fiancé, Kong Xingxing, was coming to the northern part of the city. According to the information from second grandfather and the others, Kong Xingxing had probably already gotten together with Shuan Sha long ago. But fearing I would get angry and to maintain harmony in the family, they didn't report this to the family. Although this confirmed that she had abandoned me for money. Now that I know the truth, things will not be the same anymore. This woman must pay a price. But the ring in Shuan Sha's hand really piqued my interest. Who exactly is the person who seized Shuan Sha's body? Glancing at the time, it was about time for me to head home. It seemed that a good show would definitely be unfolding when I got back. However, mystery after mystery keeps coming up. It's truly exhausting. Before I left quite a few concealment talismans and money for Ajin and second grandfather. As for Kong Xingxing, I had to obtain critical evidence before I could break the situation. I'll leave that to Ajin and the others. Meanwhile, outside the Song family's banquet hall under the moonlight, guests were gradually arriving. The first guests were the descendants of my second uncle Song Bo, Song Yunduan and Song Yunsho. They guessed that I returned because I had run out of money. It seemed their whole family didn't really follow the news. And the last person to arrive from Africa turned out to be my eldest sister, Song Yunjin. She was the former commander of the Kailuan army. It looked like tonight's banquet would be very exciting. As the old saying goes, others break through by cultivation. But the Song family relies on pills. And the pose when equipping must be handsome. Before night completely fell, I returned to the Song family to bathe and change clothes, getting ready for tonight's family banquet. As the saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Tonight, I, Song Yun, will reclaim everything that was once lost. Meanwhile, in the Song family's banquet hall under the moonlight, several important figures were already seated. The highest-ranking elder among the older generation, my eldest uncle, was too busy with military affairs to come. So tonight, my aunt and his wife attended on his behalf. He was accompanied by his elder sister Song Yunjin and younger male cousin Song Yunchi. Despite his eldest son's refusal, the old marquis did not blame him. But he couldn't understand why the second son didn't come either. Upon hearing the old marquis's question, second aunt Madame Chen immediately explained that second uncle had a social engagement tonight and couldn't leave. So he sent someone to attend on his behalf. This reason immediately provoked the old marquis's anger. In his view, social engagements and family banquets were on entirely different levels. One of second uncle's concubines, concubine Zhao, seeing how furious the old marquis was, quickly stepped forward to explain for her husband. She said it was an envoy from the Zhang family in Central State, who had arranged to meet with second uncle to discuss a grand banquet. Moreover, it also involved the Zhang family's succession dispute. It seemed they were willing to pay a great price to secure a marriage alliance with the Song family. However, second uncle said he would try to end it early and rush back. Fortunately, I arrived at the banquet hall just in time to end this farce. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how badly the old marquis might have blamed second uncle. Seeing me arrive, concubine Zhou greeted me very warmly. She even invited me to sit next to her. According to my memory, she was also one of second uncle Song Bo's concubines. She had always treated me kindly and sincerely since I was young. Probably because she had once served as a maid in the East Courtyard. Just as I was about to sit down, the old marquis suddenly called me to sit next to him. That was a bit awkward. That seat was originally reserved for second uncle Song Bo. Would second aunt have any objections if I sat there? Just as I was about to sit again, concubine Zhao suddenly asked if I was carrying something valuable. She seemed to have smelled a pill of 3 stars or higher on me. She truly came from a medical family background. She had once been just second uncle's secretary. But now, relying on some basic pill-making skills, she was in charge of managing Song family's medical-related businesses. Before I could sit down, second aunt suddenly said coldly that I should feel free to sit. Second uncle wouldn't be coming tonight due to his banquet. As for my second uncle, he was responsible for managing all the Song family's secular businesses. He was a results-oriented, pragmatic man. He had always looked down on me when I used to be idle and unmotivated. It was understandable that he wouldn't come tonight. As for my second aunt, she was also a business-minded person. Fortunately, although both of them valued profits, they still had their principles. At all times, they put the interests and reputation of the Song family first. At this moment, first aunt also explained to me that first uncle was stationed with the Iron Wall Army and couldn't leave. She hoped this nephew would understand. In my impression, first uncle Song Ching was a stubborn yet upright career soldier. Naturally, he disapproved of my reckless behavior back then. My mother was quite similar to him. The Wei family, Marquis Wading's household, was also a family of loyal martyrs for the Tiandu kingdom. It seemed that tonight, apart from the women, no elder would be attending. I could only blame my past behavior for being too excessive. After ending this awkward meeting, my younger male cousin Song Yunchi also walked in. Because he reached the early Earth stage at just 16 years old. He had developed an arrogant attitude. Seeing her son dressed so flamboyantly, first aunt was helpless. Was this what they called a loving mother spoils the child? Faced with such an outstanding grandson, even the old marquis couldn't say much. He simply waved his hand and let him take a seat. When he saw me, he actually put on a mocking expression. He even called me rascal. This brat had no respect for elders. How dare he call his elder brother that way? He was asking for it. In my past memories, although he was arrogant in his previous life, he was still a genuinely good kid. In the end, he stayed behind with a few reserve soldiers to defend Yang'an City to the death, covering the evacuation of civilians. They fought until their last breath, defending the lonely city. But tonight, I was the main character. No matter what, I had to properly teach him a lesson. In an instant, my soul power fluctuations filled the banquet hall. Everyone present had cultivation, so there was nothing to worry about. After sensing my Earth stage aura, everyone showed shocked expressions. Only concubine Zhou looked relieved, like a mother watching her child finally succeed. But little Yunchi still showed defiance. Currently, he was also at the early Earth stage like me, and 2 years younger. Thus, he insisted on maintaining his title as Song family's #1 genius, unwilling to call me big brother. There was no other way. You forced me to equip myself, so don't blame me for taking the medicine. After swallowing a pill of Earth Spirit pill, I showed them what a mid-Earth stage breakthrough looked like. Soul power surged like a fountain, filling the entire room. Now, they should have nothing left to say. Did they really think I was still the same spoiled brat? The title of Song family's genius should fit me much better now. In just 1 second, the former genius of Song family became my defeated opponent. Did this guy have any shame left? Upon learning that I had a breakthrough pill, he was even willing to call me grandpa. To exchange for this opportunity, calling me brother was acceptable, but grandpa? That would depend on the old marquis's reaction. Seeing his behavior, everyone present cringed with embarrassment. Their toes could practically dig out an entire 31 floors. At this moment, concubine Zhao from the medical family stepped forward to ask me if that was the legendary 5-star Earth Spirit pill. Upon hearing her words, both second aunt and first aunt were stunned. Even the royal family of Tiandu could scarcely produce many of such treasures. The 5-star pill first aunt's family possessed was a family heirloom, passed down from Marquis Wading's household for over 400 years. Recently, second aunt heard that the Hongxi Chamber of Commerce, favored by a great pill master, had easily auctioned a batch of 3-star pills, making a massive profit. If a bottle of such pills could be entrusted to her and her husband, Song family businesses would surely thrive this year. Now, her biggest worry was how to open her mouth to ask her nephew. At the same time, the old marquis was also dreaming about using this Earth Spirit pill to strengthen the family's core forces. This would surely elevate the Song family's strength to a new level. Although he had witnessed my pill-making talent at third uncle's place earlier this morning, at this moment, his heart was once again deeply shocked. Although first aunt didn't join our conversation. She clearly understood the value of this pill. But she also understood the true value of this pill. Ordinarily, just one pill would already be considered a true family treasure by some top clans. A true heirloom. Naturally, my eldest aunt, Song Chin, didn't need it herself. But for the sake of her children, Yun Jin and Yun Chi. What did a little sacrifice of face mean to a mother? However, her prideful nature once again got in the way. Although over the years, the eldest uncle's family had no falling out or divorce with me. If she acted too warmly, she feared being ridiculed as someone fawning over Yan Fushi. Yet if she wasn't warm enough, she worried she'd fail to get what she wanted. While she was still hesitating, my second aunt had already taken the initiative, directly pressing me down to sit beside her. Seeing my second aunt being so shameless, my eldest aunt quickly spoke up too, ordering Song Yunchi to pour tea and apologize to me, his elder brother. Just as she spoke, the most overlooked old marquis at the table found his tea set had mysteriously vanished. In the blink of an eye, the tea set and Song Yunchi had both appeared beside me. If it weren't for Yunqi's decent talent, she would have been the main dish at tonight's dinner. Given the current situation, I decided to give it to her. But it would depend on how she performed recently. Besides, her talent really was good. Next time, I'd help her break through to the heavenly realm for fun. Not long after the farce ended, Song Yunsho and Song Yunrui, the siblings, also arrived. At a glance, Yunsho immediately noticed something was wrong with the seating arrangement. How was that useless brat sitting in her father's seat? Although the old marquis had always been partial to me, her mother never acknowledged it. And yet her mother's current attitude was downright flattering. While she was still thinking about it, the fool Yunrui beside her jumped up, ordering me to get out of his father's seat. Fortunately, Yunsho immediately covered his mouth the next second. Or else I'd have to break through to the heavenly realm right at dinner. These two cousins of mine really complemented each other. One was shrewd and knew how to act. The other was a brainless bootlicker. She had always sided with Kong Xingxing against me. Maybe it's true that fools have their own fortune. Back then, among the few Song family survivors, she was one of them. I even met her again during my exile in Chishui Nation. At that time, she seemed to be hunting down some Song family bastard. She said if it weren't for that bastard, the Song family wouldn't have been annihilated during the Xiao Chao disaster. After that, I never saw her again. A brief reunion, then parting again. To this day, I still don't know who that bastard she spoke of was. Could it be related to the current Xiao Chao outbreak? If that's the case, then there must already be a traitor among the direct bloodline of the Song family. Right after that, the eldest sister of the third generation, Song Yunjin, also arrived. If not for seeing the Scarlet Luan Army's report, she wouldn't have believed that I could actually lead a retreat from a stampede of fierce beasts. This eldest sister of mine really was capable. She had single-handedly raised a troop made up entirely of female soldiers, the Scarlet Luan Army. But she seemed to constantly struggle with military funding, making her anxious and conflicted. Still, I had to thank her for sending warships. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it home so smoothly. The old marquis also knew about her funding issues. So he specially said that all expenses this trip would be reimbursed by the family. Unfortunately, cousin Yunsho's greed kicked in again. She muttered quietly that our eldest sister only came back for dinner to get grandfather to reimburse her. This turned our eldest sister's face black with anger. But it was also a form of probing. Because in the past, she looked down most on my wasteful ways. Now that she treated me politely, it clearly meant her cousin had risen to prominence. To ease the atmosphere, I directly told the old marquis I would cover her expenses. After all, it was incurred bringing me home. Hearing that, the old marquis immediately turned into a crafty fox, saying he knew I'd recently earned a fortune. A few million was nothing to me now. Good grief. Although I'm broke except for pills and money, the old marquis really passed the buck beautifully. At the same time, fourth uncle from the southern courtyard and the old marquise's adopted daughter, Song Shi, also arrived at the banquet hall. As soon as this fourth uncle saw me, he got excited. He even said he would be the host tonight, and called old Ma to go out for a few drinks. How could I let my newly built persona collapse just like that? I'd better stay out of that kind of thing from now on. Brothers, don't be simps. While you're fawning over a goddess here, you're being ignored over there. Tonight, except for my eldest and second uncles, everyone from the third generation of the Song family had arrived. The last to arrive was fourth uncle, the old marquise's youngest son. I heard he was born from the old marquise's second marriage. Among his brothers, his cultivation was the weakest. Even worse than my past life's reputation in the Song family. Aunt Song Shi was the old marquise's adopted daughter. In my previous life, I never paid attention to her background either. She wasn't even 30 yet but already had Earth-level cultivation. Recently, she seemed about to be promoted to management in the preparatory division. If everyone present had no issues, could the traitor Yunrui mentioned be someone else? I wonder if she knows who that bastard she spoke of is now. Should I create an opportunity to test her? Just as I was about to speak, a little girl suddenly pounced into my arms. She pouted, saying no one would take her out for good food anymore. The little girl, Song Yunhua, was born to second uncle and concubine Zhou. Among all the siblings in the Song family, she was the closest to me. At the same time, Song Yunjiao, the daughter of second uncle and concubine Zhao, also appeared behind me. It was said that concubine Zhao used her to rise from secretary to concubine. But this girl was usually quiet. The type 1 was not good at dealing with. When I asked Yunhua if she wanted to sit with me, she snarked, saying whoever sat in this seat would get heavily fleeced by Grandpa. If she had arrived earlier, maybe I could have escaped this. Well, take it as a calamity averted through losing some wealth. Once everyone was seated, the old marquis ordered the butlers to fill everyone's glasses. The family banquet was about to begin. Yunjiao immediately volunteered to serve me wine. That kid was really desperate for merit. His sudden change shocked everyone. Normally, he was aloof and proud. Now he was acting totally out of character. It was indeed strange. Meanwhile, Song Mushu reminded the old marquis that the Kong family from Yong'an City hadn't arrived yet. Wasn't it too early to start drinking? The old marquis seemed so happy today. He completely forgot. Still, the Kong family were city lords now. Official hounds of the court deserved some face. Thus, the old marquis asked everyone to wait a little longer. Hearing the Kong family was coming, Yunrui got excited. He still worshipped Kong Xingxing as his goddess. Seeing this, cousin Yunsho scolded him, reminding him that Kong Xingxing was already betrothed to me. A future sister-in-law was not to be offended. But that fool said Kong Xingxing looked down on me anyway. Once he broke through to the Earth realm, he'd have Grandpa change the engagement to him. Cousin Yunsho couldn't figure out why her brother liked Kong Xingxing so much, even though he could tell she was a schemer. Yunrui only gave her a meaningful glance, as if telling her to experience it herself. The vast scenery sure was breathtaking. Cousin Yunsho was completely enraged. She rolled up her sleeves and turned into a female version of Wan Hao, ready to beat Yunrui. Seeing things turning ugly, Yunrui quickly grabbed a butler, saying he was going to greet the Kong family at the gate. Using this excuse, he ran away. Not long after he left, Qingdai came to inform me and the old marquis that Patriarch Ma had returned and wanted to report something important in person. He was already waiting in the side hall. When we arrived, Ma Jinhua immediately handed over newly taken photos. After I left the city north, Kong Xingxing, that schemer, took her father and grandfather to investigate Shuin Sha. Their actions were quite intimate. Also, our spies inside the Kong family overheard that the Kong family planned to have Shuin Sha marry in as a matrilocal husband. They even intended to break my engagement publicly tonight. That old man even bragged about wrestling with the Song family. After seeing the photos and listening to the recordings, everyone present was speechless. A mere heavenly realm newbie dared to say such things? Did he really think our Song family was a paper tiger? If we want to keep the engagement, the Song family wouldn't mind flashing a few hidden cards. But to me, it's unnecessary. I'm not even interested in the engagement anyway. Might as well cancel it directly. We don't even need to reveal any cards. I'll just make a few new ones on the spot. And I've already chosen my new candidates. They're right here in this room. A Jin, a Gon, and Ching Dai. I'll help all three of them break through to the heavenly realm now. Then, by my command, they'll go test that old man Kong's strength. See if he's truly tough or just bluffing. Unexpectedly, Ma Shanlu, a guard of the Song family's East Court, would use such heavy hands on a little girl only 7 or 8 years old. He was already piloting a mecha to work, to help his family make ends meet. Although he was very strong, his father's colleagues were constantly worried for him. Because if cargo exceeded limits, it would trigger forced system cleaning. But how would he listen to advice? After forcibly channeling his soul power, he leapt directly onto the cargo ship deck. His father's coworkers had long seen his strength. At his age here, he could already replace 7 or 8 adults. Working here was truly a waste of talent. If he could study at the Mecha Martial Academy, he would surely become a battlefield ace in the future. But just as they were talking, a stranger appeared nearby. It was Ma Shanlu of the 6 suspended armors. He stood observing carefully with a telescope, as if looking for something. Not long after, he asked Manager Joe about the Nyuan mecha. Carrying a pile of crates, who was piloting it? Manager Joe thought Master Lu was about to scold someone for violating port safety. As Manager Joe hesitated to answer, Ma Shanlu smashed his fist down impatiently. He urgently wanted to know who the driver was. Left with no choice, Manager Joe ordered the secretary to check the Nyuan mecha's registration. He also wanted to know who caused him to get punched. The secretary's report showed that the operator was a deceased employee named Ling Ku. Over the past 6 months, they had still been paying salaries to Ling Di's account. A mysterious new Soul General had emerged, hiding among the docks, posing as an ordinary cargo worker. This greatly piqued Master Lu's interest. Meanwhile, back on deck, veteran workers were still urging Xiao Di to return to school, warning that overloading was dangerous. But in the blink of an eye, a specialized micro-mecha approached Xiao Di silently. Luckily, Xiao Di noticed in time, maneuvered his civilian Nyuan mecha, and performed a few backflips to dodge the ambush. He was utterly confused about what was happening, and felt the attacker was targeting him deliberately. Xiao Di's quick reaction shocked Master Lu. Even though he used only half strength, Xiao Di could detect the stealthy ambush. That was already impressive. Not knowing Xiao Di's true identity, Master Lu decided not to give him any breathing space. Without a word, he launched another attack. Facing Master Lu's onslaught, Xiao Di quickly fell into disadvantage. As a young girl, she had no experience in such battles. With the upper hand, Master Lu still wanted to learn her identity, thus not intending to kill her. He used about 70% of his power to deliver a strong blow. If he had gone full force, she would have died on the spot. After the mecha forcibly cleaned itself, Master Lu realized his mistake. The expert he imagined was actually a little girl. Seeing the situation, he rushed to catch Xiao Di. But it was already too late. He had struck too hard. Just as Xiao Di was about to crash onto the dock, a green phantom suddenly appeared, protecting her. It was one of the 108 origin soulsmiths, the 5-sage Guanyin field. Master Lu was astonished to realize that Xiao Di was a natural-born soul carrier. Today, the suspended armor unit truly stumbled upon a treasure. This child's future is incredibly bright. Why would someone who could cultivate so well end up like this? So sloppy and messy. When I was helping a Jin, a Gon, and Qing Dai improve their cultivation. That brat Yunqi was eavesdropping at the side hall door. But I had already set up a high-level isolation array in this room. I guaranteed he wouldn't hear a thing. Seeing this, cousin Yunjin yanked his ear, telling him not to embarrass himself. At that moment, from inside the side hall, 2 waves of heavenly realm breakthrough soul power burst out. Everyone in the main hall felt it. The siblings standing by the door felt it most directly. They had witnessed their father's breakthrough last time. Seeing their shocked faces, Yunsho sensed something unusual. Now she was certain this cousin of hers had achieved something great. Meanwhile, Song Zai's expression also turned subtle upon sensing the aura. And then her neighbor, 4th uncle, subtly asked if she was okay. Was there something fishy between them? At the same time, Yunqi was excitedly telling his sister that I had a lot of good stuff in my hands. Then he told Song Yunjin about me taking pills to break through publicly. He even said he wanted to call me Big Brother from now on. And even encouraged cousin Yunjin to do the same, so he could secure a share of my pills. Hearing all this, Yunjin fell into deep thought. She was initially furious that I used priceless pills so recklessly. If I had sold them instead, the Scarlet Luan army wouldn't have to worry about funding anymore. But then she realized Yunqi had said I still had plenty of pills. This realization left her completely rattled. Watching the siblings react so dramatically, Yunsho decided to find a chance to probe Yunjin later. If there was money to be made, he definitely wouldn't pass up the opportunity. As everyone tried to calm down, another intense soul power surge burst from the side hall. This one was even stronger than the last. The wine jugs on the table almost shattered. Yunjin's imposing aura and dignity were wiped out. 3 breakthroughs to the heavenly realm in such a short time in the Song family. She was truly dying to know what secret was hidden in the side hall. Meanwhile, I was busy complaining about the isolation array. Even though it was hastily set up, it couldn't even withstand 3 heavenly breakthroughs. How disappointing. Unexpected indeed. Actually, the old Marquis had been pretending to stay calm all along. He never expected my array mastery to rival that of dedicated array masters. Normally, setting up such an array would cost a fortune. Song Mushu was equally stunned. I had so casually pushed 3 people to the heavenly realm. Compared to them, those old folks hiding their strength seemed laughable. Qing Dai marveled at the speed of his breakthrough too. For him, it was like stepping into a new world. But helping him break through took quite a bit of effort. A Jin and a Gon were already at Earth stage peak, while Qing Dai was only at early Earth stage. Helping him cost me a full 1/20th of my savings. He knew such fortune must come with a hefty price. Thus, he swore again. As a deathsworn of the Song family, his life and body belonged to the family. He was willing to become the sword in my hand, cutting down all enemies for me. However, I knew his talent was limited. He should continue cultivating steadily. His current filthy appearance was an eyesore. So on a whim, I used a purification spell for a deep cleanse. This clean and tidy look was more fitting for the head maid of Song family's East Court. Next, it was time to flex our muscles in front of the Kong family. After breaking through to the heavenly realm, a Jin suddenly told us that his soul power seemed to be connecting with something in the sky. Good kid. He could sense the existence of the heavenly net. He had great talent for sensing divine stones. Later, I should get him a mecha specialized in enhanced sensing. When he asked about it, the old Marquis quickly answered, saying it was the heavenly Tao. He probably feared I'd reveal the new heavenly net matter. But the heavenly Tao explanation was universally accepted across continents. After all, most saint and some heavenly realms could sense it. I was originally planning to take a Jin to beat up the Kong family's heavenly realm expert. But there's no need for that. We shouldn't start a direct conflict with the Kong family yet. Initially, I just wanted them to flex a little to intimidate the Kong family. It's best to solve things mildly and discreetly. After hearing my suggestion, A Jin proposed that they dress up as guards of the East Court to welcome the Kong guests. And then casually show off their muscles. Seeing my approving gaze. It was clear this kid had a bright future. This plan was also supported by the old Marquis. The Song family had kept a low profile for over a decade. Now, it was time to show the world what we could do. Try taking off your pants and see. Otherwise, how would you know who can pee farther? Meanwhile, over at the Song family's outer courtyard, at Tian Jiping's side. Yun Rui, that lovesick fool, had already brought people to wait for his green tea goddess. And just at this crucial moment, 3 sounds of airborne footsteps echoed from behind them. They noticed that the heavenly rank experts were actually wearing the East Wing's gatekeeper uniforms. Heavenly rank guards coming to receive them? What was going on here? Welcoming honored guests naturally requires an honored lineup. Those below the heavenly rank aren't even qualified to greet my green tea fiancé. On the way to the banquet, the Kong family's grandparent and grandchild kept ridiculing non-stop, saying Zunxia was a treasure and I, Song Yunxiang, was mere grass. Even City Lord Kong thought they were too much. Zunji's cultivation was still only at the profound rank. He wasn't even qualified to serve as a guard at the City Lord's mansion. Yet that old guy retorted that he sensed a faint transcendent aura on Zunxia. Maybe he could really inherit the legacy of the new soul forger Cao Ren. That statement stunned City Lord Kong directly. But because of his own low cultivation level, he still didn't dare fully believe it. Seeing his doubtful expression, Old Master Kong immediately assured him that his heavenly rank divine stone sensing could not be wrong. Moreover, this transcendent aura, he had felt it before on that great figure. It couldn't be wrong. But decisions can't be made on feelings alone. As the City Lord of Yong'an, Kong Fan still thought it best not to fall out with the Song family tonight. If Zunxia was deceiving them, there would be no way back. Hearing his father question brother Zunxia, Kong Xingxing became furious. In his heart, his brother would never lie to him. If there was deceit, it had to be Song Yunxiang, pretending to be the new soul forger Zuoqi to deceive everyone. At this time, Old Master Kong also stirred things up. He declared that if tonight Song Yunxiang still behaved disgracefully as before, he would immediately flip the table and cut ties. It would give him an excuse to explode. But if it really was the new soul forger Zuoqi's successor, his granddaughter would have to continue playing along. Meanwhile, they would secretly cultivate Zunxia and slowly encroach on the Song family's industries. Kong Fan immediately agreed to this plan. The old fox finally revealed his true colors. Hearing Grandpa say this, Kong Xingxing was naturally unwilling, though silent outwardly. Inside, he was already planning to make a big mess at tonight's Song family banquet. If I didn't know about their plot, fine. But now that I know, you won't be allowed to act wildly at my Song family. When Song Yunrui saw the maid Qindai appear, he was greatly shocked. Qindai explained to young Master Yunrui that they were ordered by me to greet the Kong family's honored guests. But any clear-eyed person could tell they weren't there to give a proper welcome. Housekeeper Song reminded young Master Yunrui to pay attention to their cultivation. The East Wing definitely had other intentions. Moreover, he recalled having seen Ajin and Aga before at the Song residence. Maybe they were secretly trained by the old Marquis. Yunrui had also heard the name Hidden Guards of the Song residence. He guessed it was likely true. But why would the old Marquis send hidden guards to welcome guests? This was something he couldn't figure out. Just as he was thinking, the aircraft carrying the Kong family had already landed, leaving him no time to think further. Upon seeing Kong Xingxing, he even bowed his head and greeted them politely. You have really disgraced the Song family. They were actually classmates at Jiwu Academy's preparatory class. Yet Kong Xingxing pretended not to know Yunrui's relation to me. And that guy disdainfully said that I was just his cousin. Was it really necessary to fake like that? As the city lord's daughter, how could she not know? Yet she still pretended to be innocent. She even praised Yunrui as a model young nobleman. Hearing his goddess's praise, Yunrui floated up with pride. Actually, Kong Xingxing had known for a long time that he was just a lustful creep. At this moment, Kong Fan came forward to greet Yunrui, and hypocritically praised him for being talented and handsome. Surely a descendant of Song Bo, the business prodigy. After 2 rounds of sugar-coated cannonballs, Yunrui had already forgotten his own surname. Yunrui had long forgotten what his surname even was. Maybe he's already planning to marry into the Kong family. The act put on by that father-daughter duo and Yunrui was unbearable even for old Master Kong. Weren't they supposed to cause a scene? Why are they putting on a show instead? However, he wasn't an easy one to deal with either. Using the excuse that no one greeted him, he planned to intimidate the scene with his heavenly rank aura. As he released his aura, both Yunrui and housekeeper Song struggled to withstand it. Meanwhile, the Kong father and daughter quickly realized that old Master Kong intended to suppress the Song family. However, his plan was destined to fail today. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Not to mention I had arranged 6 hands here. In an instant, 3 more heavenly rank auras surged into the scene, immediately dispersing old Master Kong's aura. This left the once confident Kong City Lord and his daughter utterly dumbfounded. The 3 seemingly ordinary figures just now had actually crushed the Kong family's only heavenly rank expert. It was beyond anything they had imagined. Before they could recover from the shock, Chindai started introducing Ajin and Aga. She said they were just ordinary guards and maids of the east wing of the Song residence, and that they were sent by Song Yunxiang to greet the Kong family's honored guests. Hearing this, old Master Kong's brain almost fried. He never imagined that even the gatekeepers of the Song residence were all heavenly rank experts. It completely contradicted all his intelligence reports. Should he break off this engagement or not? The same old Master Kong who earlier had bragged about confronting the Song family was now at a complete loss. While Chindai and the others were receiving old Master Kong, Yun Shu and Tang Jia had already heard from Yun Shu's mother about my delivery of the spirit pills. Second aunt was still angry, saying Yun Chi, that sly kid, had even knelt down for pills. Completely shameless. Actually, Yun Shu had already seen through it. Those 2 siblings from the North Wing were still acting strangely. He then explained his plan to his mother. They planned to cooperate to seize this big business opportunity. Normally, all pharmaceutical business was handled by concubine Zhao. Second aunt had always been resentful about it. If they wanted to secure this deal, Yun Shu and his mother would need careful planning. Just then, the door to the side hall opened. I came out with the old master and Madame Song. Yun Jin and Yun Chi both had earth rank cultivation. They probably sensed the breakthrough that just happened in the side hall. Sure enough, as soon as I came out, Yun Chi immediately volunteered to be my test subject. He was determined and full of enthusiasm. However, what was strange was Yun Shu's behavior. She personally invited me to sit in her father's seat. She must have heard the earlier story too. And just after I sat down, the guards reported that the Kong family's aircraft had landed. Young Master Yun Rui and the East Wing's people were welcoming them to give the Kong family's honored guests an unforgettable banquet. The old marquis had prepared a grand gift. Now the only question was, would the Kong family like the spectacle we arranged? If not, we could always add a little more. Meanwhile, at the outer courtyard's helipad, the Song residence people were already lined up to welcome them. The weakly cultivated Kong Xingxing had no idea what had just happened, so he was happily walking towards the banquet hall. But City Lord Kong was different. The heavenly rank clash earlier had already shaken his confidence. Now, not to mention going inside, he didn't even dare turn back to the aircraft. Old Master Kong was utterly lost. Standing before him were 3 young heavenly rank masters from the Song family, and they were all dressed like terrifying guards. The only conclusion he could draw was that the Song residents must have used some dark sorcery to deceive him. Otherwise, how could such young heavenly rank experts be willing to stay hidden in the Song residence? After grudgingly accepting the reality, he told Kong Fan to follow him inside. He wanted to see exactly what tricks we were pulling. As they walked to a corner, he suddenly pulled Kong Fan aside and whispered. Then he handed Kong Fan a gentleman's sword soul-subduing talisman, instructing him that if anything went wrong later, he must take the granddaughter and escape. After receiving the talisman, Kong Fan grew even more worried. What would happen to his father without one? Just as Old Master Kong was assuring him he had a spare. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the far pavilion. It was none other than our East Wing's driver, Sha Beija. The Kong family dared to cause trouble at the Song residence? Had they even asked if the former Xuanjia 6 sections would allow it? After Sha Beija locked onto them with his aura, Old Master Kong's right leg instantly gave out, and he knelt to the ground, taking a pose of kneeling on one knee. By the time he recovered, Sha Beija had already disappeared. All that remained was the cigarette butt he had smoked. With no other choice, he had to let Kong Fan help him up. Sha Beija's attack wasn't physically damaging, but it was utterly humiliating. After this little episode, the group continued slowly towards the banquet hall. After that blow earlier, Old Master Kong's entire aura was greatly diminished. He never expected that today. Besides 3 young heavenly rank cultivators, there would be even stronger figures hidden in the Song family. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt another unfamiliar yet powerful aura locking onto him. He turned to look, and what he saw nearly cost him his life. In the shadows at the alley entrance, a figure sitting in a wheelchair slowly emerged. Since Old Sha had appeared, how could Old Ma not show up? The wrath of the Song family was not something to be easily brushed off. This time, Old Ma locked directly onto Old Master Kong's heart, warning him that if he dared to covet the Song family's industries, his heart would soon be crushed. The shock was simply overwhelming. Old and frail, Old Master Kong spat out blood on the spot. After being helped up and looking back at the alley, Old Ma had vanished like a ghost. Actually, both incidents just now had been sensed by Chindai. He had noticed something odd back at the East Wing. He just didn't expect the two of them would act today. Meanwhile, on the distant watchtower, Song Mu Shu quietly appeared behind them. Actually, the old Marquis order was just to silently intimidate the guests. But clearly, they had gone a bit overboard. Old Ma said, if they dared cause trouble at the Song residence, it was already giving the court face that he hadn't crushed their balls. Meanwhile, Old Master Kong was livid. The Song family had hidden so many experts in secret. When he returned, he would definitely report that the Song family harbored evil intentions, plotting rebellion. He even wanted the court to charge them with treason. Yet the next second, he collapsed completely. If the Song family dared reveal so much power, didn't that mean they didn't plan on letting them leave alive? Was the Kong family about to be wiped out? Old Master Kong had barely entered when he suffered such humiliation. We juniors couldn't even handle it. After being bullied by Old Sha and Old Ma, he couldn't even walk properly now. Serves him right for being so arrogant after just reaching heavenly rank. Tonight's Song family banquet was not something one could walk out of easily. He must have realized he couldn't just sit and wait for death. So from his sleeve pouch, he pulled out a 3-star stamina pill I provided for the Red Market Guild. It was a strength-boosting pill. After learning how many masters the Song family had, he knew he couldn't escape with both his son and granddaughter. So he planned to take the pill alone and construct a machine body to fly away for survival. But just as he was about to swallow it, Song Mu flashed behind him in an instant. Using heavenly rank mid-stage pressure, he completely suppressed him. Old Master Kong's soul nearly fled in terror, because Song Mu's revealed strength was even stronger than Old Sha and Old Ma. This caused Old Master Kong to drop the pill in fright. Since entering the door until now, 6 people of similar or greater strength had appeared. You can imagine how completely broken Old Master Kong's mental state was. Meanwhile, leading the group inside, Chindai had entered the banquet hall. He announced that the Kong family's honored guests had arrived. Hearing this, Old Master Song Jingzong put on a serious expression and said, "Hurry, have the family band. Bring out the suona to welcome our guests." Upon hearing this, Chindai was completely dumbfounded. Playing the suona at a family banquet. What kind of operation was this? Were we opening a feast or what? Luckily, Old Master quickly added that he was just joking. Otherwise, with Yin Wei's efficiency, several deep craters would already be blown out on a nearby mountain. After that, Kong Xingxing, acting as the Kong family's vanguard, was the first to step through the banquet hall doors. He greeted the elders respectfully. Following closely behind him was his father, Kong Fan, who bowed and paid respects to the old marquis. He also greeted the ladies of the Song family. No matter what, the Kong family now held a prestigious position as the court's hounds. Everyone in the Song residence had to show proper respect. After exchanging greetings and formalities, the old marquis asked why they hadn't seen Old Master Kong enter with them. At this moment, Old Master Kong, still stunned outside the door, snapped out of his shock. He quickly prepared to walk into the banquet hall to meet the old marquis. Seeing his father behaving so strangely, Kong Fan immediately suspected that perhaps his father, with his heavenly rank perception, had sensed something unusual about the Song residence. While he was still pondering, his father had already stepped into the banquet hall with both feet. As soon as he entered, the old marquis immediately released the aura of a peak heavenly rank expert, locking onto him. Feeling the pressure, Elder Kong froze on the spot in fear. When a beginner heaven rank cultivator is targeted by a peak heaven rank 1, it means instant death. So he dared not make any unnecessary movements. But his incooperative feet stumbled against each other at that moment. And with a loud thud, Elder Kong actually kowtowed at the banquet hall entrance to everyone. Seeing this, even Kong Shinshin was bewildered. From the outer court to here, Grandpa had already embarrassed himself several times. How was he supposed to confront the Song family later like this? Although their Kong family did arrive late, Elder Kong really didn't need to punish himself like that. Hearing my words, the entire third generation of the Song family couldn't help but burst into laughter. To defuse such an awkward situation, Elder Kong could only say that he was too excited to see the old marquis and accidentally stumbled. Seeing this, even the old marquis's anger lessened. He even gave me a thumbs up in approval. Actually, that old man tripped because I had set up a tripline array at the door. I gave the old marquis a meaningful look. Didn't he also make a move just now? I can't take all the blame alone. The warning had been given. They probably wouldn't dare cause trouble tonight. So I immediately gave the order for the maids to start serving food and pouring wine. After secretly toying with them, the two Kong elders were now extremely uneasy. But that green tea bimbo Kong Shinshin had different ideas. Just now they claimed to come for a strong engagement cancellation. How come now the two elders were just obediently eating? She couldn't let her plan fall apart. So right after the food was served, she jumped up and started saying why they were here tonight. But before she could finish, her grandfather scolded her back. Elder Kong didn't want to die here tonight. Feeling something wrong, Kong Fan also urged his daughter to sit down and eat first. Watch and wait before acting. After controlling his granddaughter, the Kong family quickly apologized to the old marquis, hoping for forgiveness. After that, no one dared mention it again at the banquet. The atmosphere became extraordinarily harmonious. But after already sleeping with Shu and Sha, Kong Shinshin couldn't allow the engagement to continue. Since she couldn't speak directly now, she decided to target the simp Yun Rui. Just at that moment, my communicator buzzed with an incoming call. After informing everyone, I went to the side hall to answer it. The caller was shopkeeper Hong of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. There was progress regarding the medicinal materials I requested. Out of the 4 herbs, they found 3. The problem was with the main herb called Wu Yinghua. It's extremely rare on the market. Currently, they only heard that the Mai clan in Shidao City has one. Without it, we couldn't complete the medicine for third grandfather. That Yun Rui is truly beyond saving. All for a green tea bitch. He even messed up his own future. Here's what happened. While I was taking the call, Kong Shinshin went over to chat with Yun Rui. She immediately said that Yun Rui was the best leader she had ever seen. Then she tried to sow discord using the old Marquise's favoritism toward me. While they chatted, Elder Kong was busy toasting the old Marquis. After tonight's ordeal, the only thing on his mind was praying that Kong Shinshin wouldn't mess up tonight. He still wanted to enjoy a few more years of luxury. Meanwhile, I was still focused on the call in the side hall. According to shopkeeper Hong's information, it seemed I needed to go personally to Shidao City in Xiaoyu Nation. That place was located at the eastern border of Xiaoyu. It was surrounded by the Death Desert. It served as Xiaoyu's main defense against beasts and as a suppression point for demons. With Xiaoyu's expansion into the eastern desert, more and more people gathered there. Though built less than a century ago, the city had already undergone multiple expansions. Within the 100-foot walls, 4 distinct zones had formed. The noble families lived decadently inside the heavily fortified inner city. Meanwhile, the Western District was home to 90% of Shidao's military. It was known as the most heavily defended area. This area was the strongest fortress in Shidao City. The central district surrounding the inner city became the commercial hub of Shidao. There, you can receive all kinds of services and entertainment here. And in the outermost district live the outcasts, slaves, and destitute drifters. It's commonly known as the slums. The cellar holding the unmarked flower is located in the western district of Sand Sculpture City. They belong to the expansionist faction of the Mulu clan from Xiaoyu Nation. They even have influence over the Red Market Chamber of Commerce. However, this expansionist faction is extremely hostile toward us Tiandu merchants. It won't be easy to handle. Other than the unmarked flower, the rest of the herbs would take about 10 days to arrive at the Song Manor. However, the Samelin family, who controls the herbs, does not accept monetary transactions. They insist that we barter with beast materials instead. Upon hearing this news, I was furious. These people sure know how to play the game. Fortunately, I also need a lot of real combat to stabilize my cultivation. Besides, I still have to go to the Death Desert to search for a new hidden realm. So as for those beast materials, I can personally collect them. Hearing what I said, shopkeeper Hong was relieved. However, he still gave me a reminder. The sellers in Sand Sculpture City are quite strong. So he told me not to take reckless risks. Hearing that, it actually made me remember 2 key figures. It seems that for this trip, they might be able to help me a bit. Meanwhile, cousin Yunsho saw them chatting about the Song Manor with such blatant disregard. As the elder cousin, Yunsho couldn't help but step in to stop them. Everyone already knew Kong Shinshin harbored bad intentions. So cousin Yunsho warned her not to stir up trouble in the Song Manor. Otherwise, she would die a miserable death. Upon hearing Yunsho's threat, the Green Tea Kong immediately feigned innocence, claiming she truly admired cousin Yunrui, and that all those comments were just words of praise. But in reality, cousin Yunsho had long seen through her. She knew Kong intended to use her brother as a pawn. In response, she warned her sharply, saying if she didn't want to appear in tomorrow's news as a young girl lying dead in the streets, then she had better behave. Upon hearing these words, Kong Shinshin dropped the act and stopped pretending. She directly told Yunsho that with just one word from her, she could mobilize the tax bureau of Yong'an City to assist in managing the Song family's investments. The implication was clear. She was openly challenging Yunsho. Yet that idiot cousin actually said to Yunsho, Kong Shinshin will definitely be helpful to our family business. Such foolish remarks nearly made cousin Yunsho faint on the spot. Not to mention cousin Yunsho. Even Yun Jin and Yun Chi, who were nearby, were speechless. Who says things that are so traitorous? While they were busy watching each other's embarrassment, I finished my call and walked out of the theater. Upon seeing me come out, Kong Shinshin surprisingly greeted me enthusiastically. Seeing her behavior, I instantly knew she was up to something. I just wasn't sure what she'd done beforehand. Seeing this scene, the two elders of the Kong family were puzzled too. Their granddaughter used to dislike me so much. Why was she suddenly so friendly? They could only hope she wasn't causing trouble again. To play along with her act, I deliberately chatted more happily with her, pretending we were having a great conversation. But cousin Yunrui, who had been flattered by Kong Shinshin earlier, couldn't stand it. In her memory, I was still the frivolous playboy from back then. After being manipulated by Kong Shinshin's instigation, this young man, already at the peak of the profound stage, actually challenged me publicly. He even proposed a star soul duel to determine who would marry Kong Shinshin. But before he could finish speaking, cousin Yunrui kicked him flying. Even I, the involved party, was stunned. I hadn't expected it would be little brother Yunrui who stepped in. It seems he's quite desperate for the Earth Spirit pill. Seeing him protect me like that, this big brother was truly moved. It's rare for that kid to act properly for once. Let's leave the stage to him later. My younger cousin Song Yunrui should realize today that there's always someone better out there. A lesson at this level should be enough. Just now, Song Yunrui was even planning to help me teach that fool a lesson. Now, the only one in the family daring to oppose me is probably Yunrui. He knows himself he's no match for Yunrui. But he still couldn't resist Kong Shinshin's provocation. Today, he insists on making me lose face. So he immediately turned to me and said, since we hadn't seen each other for a long time, why not liven up the banquet with a Star Soul sparring match? It would make the evening more festive. He also said he remembered when I left last year, I was at Yellow Stage early phase. And after a year at the Academy of Mech Martial Arts, I must have improved. But he reassured me. He would suppress his cultivation to match mine for the spar, and wouldn't take unfair advantage. Hearing that, everyone in the Song family was speechless. They didn't even know how to save this idiot family member. Just as Yunrui was about to make a move, I quickly stepped forward to stop him, and personally accepted Yunrui's challenge. Seeing that I agreed, my second aunt immediately wanted to intervene. But Yunrui stopped her. He then said to his mother that this was a good opportunity to observe his strength, and that family wouldn't go too hard on each other. Without some lessons, Yunrui would continue to be manipulated by that scheming girl. Since no one stopped him, Yunrui immediately ordered the butler to arrange a dueling ground. But when it came to spending money, the old marquis immediately cut in. He claimed, under the pretense of modesty, that for juniors sparring, there was no need for such grandeur. Just fight outside the banquet hall. He also told Master Kong that since the younger ones were putting on a show for the banquet, the elders should offer some rewards. Then, shamelessly, he said, since Master Kong was a guest from afar, he should contribute a little something. Some token prize for the juniors. Hearing this, Kong Jung was utterly speechless, thinking, do you people even realize you're the guests? Why should a guest have to pay? But at this point, he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. After all, he had been the one to bring up breaking the engagement. In the end, he had no choice but to take out a rejuvenation pill he had painstakingly bid for at the Red 10 auction. He treated it as a tribute. Kong Fang was shocked at his father's move. That was a life-saving pill. But Kong Jung knew that if he didn't bleed a little tonight, that pill wouldn't be enough to save the family. As for his disobedient granddaughter, he would deal with her later. Yunsho also noticed the rejuvenation pill in Master Kong's hand, but didn't understand why the Song family members didn't seem interested. Something felt very wrong. But the fool Yunrui didn't notice anything. He even cupped his hands and thanked Master Kong for his generosity. He had read about the rejuvenation pill's effects, As long as one wasn't completely dead. The pill could bring them back to life. It was like having half a second life on the battlefield. He even thought he had struck gold this time. Winning a beauty and a treasure. He was already shedding tears of joy. Later, he planned to gift the pill to his father, under Kong Shinshin's name, and ask his father to plead for their marriage to be arranged. That way he could righteously marry his goddess, have kids, and live happily ever after. Just thinking about it made him ecstatic. Meanwhile, Kong Shinshin already noticed her grandfather, giving her murderous glares. Probably because she made him spend big and angered him. But fortunately Yunrui was dumb enough. After the match ended, she had to find a way to trick the pill back. Once Yunrui finished fantasizing, he confidently prepared to defeat me in the open space. He wanted both the beauty and the treasure. A holographic projection was set up in the banquet hall, so everyone wouldn't rush out to watch. Facing Yunrui's challenge, I could only say that today, even if I crossed my arms, I wouldn't find a worthy opponent. If not for wanting to put on a little show, I would have just left the fight to Yunrui. Seeing me so relaxed, Yunrui immediately pulled out his soul subjugation token and taunted me. Even now, he was still talking big. He said I wasn't worthy of his goddess. I've heard enough of that nonsense to grow calluses on my ears. I don't even remember him being this talkative in my past life. Seeing I didn't respond, Yunrui immediately summoned his micro-distance mech armor and called forth his weapons with both hands. When he saw I hadn't synced and built my armor, he thought I was stalling for time. He remembered I had a damaged soul vein and could only maintain a soul construct for 3 minutes. That I couldn't tolerate. Say anything about me, but don't call me a fast finisher. To avoid damaging the house structures, I immediately set up 4 isolation arrays. Seeing that, Yunrui thought I was setting up some underhanded trap. How brainless could he be? Against him, do I even need tricks? At this point, I just hoped he wouldn't wet his pants later. Only when I summoned the Lu Bu soul armor did he finally realize something. Sensing my aura, he noticed that my cultivation realm was way above his. Before he could react, I already unleashed a falling moon strike, severing one of his arms. For such a disobedient cousin, I had to be ruthless. Otherwise, how could he submit when the real battles come? I didn't want to see another family member sacrifice themselves again. Defeated in one move, Yunrui was utterly broken. He couldn't believe he lost with a single blow. He even suspected I was an imposter. But that was impossible. It was simply because I had brought Fish Soar back. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers outside Sand Sculpture City in Shiyu Nation, a pair of desert merchants were traveling toward the city. They were riding camels, slower but safer, to avoid attracting ferocious beasts of the southern wild desert. However, at that moment, one young member of the caravan pointed out something strange in the sky. Something strange indeed. It was the divine Mech Kunpeng I had encountered on my way home. Was it going to flatten Sand Sculpture City? Please no. I haven't collected my grandfather's herbs yet. Who would have thought my second uncle really had illegitimate kids out there? And not just one, but 2. What was going on here? After I defeated Yunrui in one strike, everyone in the banquet hall was stunned in shock. At this moment, City Lord Kong finally confirmed that I was no longer the cripple with a damaged soul vein. The intel he had received from the Imperial Court was spot on. As for Old Master Kong, who had been in closed-door cultivation for 5 years, he wasn't up to date with current affairs. So he wasn't sure whether I was actually the new soulcrafter Zuochi himself. Soon, though, Kong Fang told him that a rumor had been circulating in the southern province. The new soulcrafter Zuochi could transform into the appearance of other soulcrafters. Upon hearing this, Old Master Kong was stunned on the spot. In his understanding, this ability was practically invincible. The Kong family's conversation was overheard by Second Aunt and the others at the Song Manor. Second Aunt immediately led the charge to confirm the truth with the old Marquis, facing the expectant yet nervous looks from his family. The old marquis was all smiles. Then he mysteriously asked everyone in the banquet hall if they had heard of the tide battle at Yuanding City. Upon hearing this, Yunsho immediately recalled news reports, saying a red-armored soulcrafter had turned the tide of battle like a god descending from the heavens. Similarly, Song Shi had also heard about it at a meeting at Jiwoo Academy. But all he knew was that Zuachi's current host was a freshman student. No details about the name or class were available. Seeing that they had basically figured it out, the old marquis happily confirmed the news. He proudly declared that I was none other than Jiunan, Marquis of Tiandu Kingdom, Song Jingzong's beloved grandson, Song Yunxiang. Previously, for the sake of protecting the new soulcrafter on Star Heaven Street, my identity had been hidden. But now that the family knew, it didn't matter anymore. Becoming the host of a new soulcrafter meant I could ascend straight to the sacred realm. For my first uncle's family, this was earth-shatteringly good news. From now on, first uncle will have real influence, both in the military and at court. Meanwhile, second aunt was secretly overjoyed. If the Song family could rise to the peak again, her standing back at her maiden family would greatly improve. For the sake of her two children and their rightful inheritance, she had to fight for a share too. However, when she turned around, she felt bitter. She hadn't been good to me in the past, but she was now determined to swallow her pride. All she could do now was hope I would show her mercy in the future. Master Kong, being tonight's biggest loser, immediately stood up to congratulate the old marquis for having such a fine grandson. Then he hypocritically added that he had long seen I was destined for greatness, with extraordinary talent, that the Song family was truly blessed to have me, and that the Kong family would be thrice fortunate to have me as a future son-in-law. Hearing her grandfather say this, Kong Shinshin was dumbfounded. Was this really the same grandfather who had roared about causing trouble at the Song Manor this morning? But now that the outcome was decided, Kong Shinshin could only put on an act and express her admiration for me. Deep down, however, she still firmly believed Brother Shuin Sha was much stronger than me. Seeing how the Kong family was now shamelessly flattering us, the old marquis jokingly said, it was thanks to the accumulated virtue of Song family ancestors. As for whether the Kong family believed it or not, that was another matter. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Aunt Song Shi suddenly noticed on the screen that Song Yunrui was actually getting up to counterattack. Even after losing an arm to me in one move, he still refused to believe the gap between us. Moreover, he thought I had used some kind of trick to deceive everyone. Then he piloted his mech and launched a broken armor reconstruction move. Today, he was determined to crush all my supposed little tricks. That move was indeed a high-level combat technique. It required complex calculations and precise mech construction skills. If it failed, the soul force consumed would be worse than just building a new mech. The fact that he mastered it meant he was talented. Since that's the case, I'll use the same cultivation level to test him. Before he could react, I adjusted both my cultivation and mech to the peak of the profound stage, matching the micro-distance training mechs of the Jiwoo Academy. But this move of mine was misinterpreted by him as a dirty trick. He could now feel my aura was exactly the same as his. Then this fool charged at me full force. Earlier, he had already decided my weaker aura was an evil illusion. Facing his all-out assault, I simply dodged every attack with ease. Still, I had to admit, his tactics and combat skills had some merit. Too bad tonight his opponent was me. Meanwhile, watching from afar, Old Ma and Old Sha immediately recognized the unique movement technique of the profound armor division. Old Ma was also puzzled. Other than the two of them, no one else in the Song family should know it. Thus, they suspected maybe that little girl had secretly taught me. This boring fight was already complete. It was time to end it. The best way to defeat someone was to beat them with their own moves. Otherwise, they'd keep pestering me afterward. Yunrui was smart. When he saw me leaping lightly, he crossed his dual blades to block, ready to meet my strike. Unfortunately, he was still too naive. I only mimicked his move to lower his guard. Then, using an instant movement technique, I got behind him. A strike with a century of battle experience. How could a rookie like him stand against it? How could he have expected it? After I kicked him to the ground, he immediately accused me of using dirty tricks to mock him. But on a real battlefield, who would reason with you like that? Facing his complaints, I simply expressed my disdain for his pathetic tantrums. It was a disgrace to our Song family. But this was also a good chance to probe him. Might as well bait him a little. I then told him that from now on, he should stop wasting time on theory and fancy moves, and focus on real skills. Otherwise, he shouldn't blame second uncle for always looking down on him. Compared to those illegitimate brats, he really was way worse. The moment I mentioned illegitimate brats, Song Yunrui immediately tensed up inside his mech. He was shocked that I knew about their existence. Was his sister's previous suspicion actually true? The cockier you were, the harder you fall. Losing to me, Song Yunxiang, was worth the price of admission. After I kicked him flying earlier, he kept spewing trash talk at me. Meanwhile, Cousin Tang, watching from outside the ring, was deep in thought. She could tell I had rich combat experience. She was now very curious about what I had gone through this past year. Similarly, Qingdai, watching from the sidelines, showed an expression of pure admiration. The young master she once protected had become completely different from before. But when she snapped back to reality, she realized that Uncle Song Mu, who had been behind her, was suddenly gone. Actually, Song Mu hadn't gone far. He had simply moved over to a nearby group of spectators. Seeing him suddenly appear, Old Ma immediately grumbled that he should stop popping up like a ghost. Always sneaking up behind people. Song Mu ignored the complaint and sternly questioned Old Ma and Old Sha. When exactly did they teach young Master Yunxiang the profound armor division skills? Seeing him so serious, Old Ma immediately denied it. He and Old Sha had lived in hiding for years, precisely to avoid any suspicion of ties between the Song family and the profound armor division. Old Ma also offered his assessment. This might have something to do with the former commander of the profound armor division, Dylan. But Song Mu argued that it was unlikely. Commander Dylan had worked tirelessly over the years to revive the profound armor division. If this incident came to light, it wouldn't be a small matter. Old Sha, standing nearby, told them to stop overthinking it. After all, a fighting style wasn't some top-secret thing. Besides, young Master Yunxiang was the son of the Third Lord. It wasn't strange if he had picked up a few moves from his father. Meanwhile, I continued probing Yunrui for information about the illegitimate brats. After hearing me say illegitimate brats again, Yunrui fell into deep thought. Although he kept denying knowledge of it. In private, he and his sister Yunsho had already guessed most of the truth. Judging by his reaction, I wasn't sure how much he truly knew. If we were talking about traitors and illegitimate kids, my playboy second uncle would be the prime suspect. Just as I planned to push him further, Yunrui suddenly exploded and charged at me. This kid's speed and burst strength were actually impressive. If nurtured properly, he could become quite the talent. Seeing me standing still in a daze, he immediately reconstructed 2 battle blades and stabbed straight at my mech's vitals. Luckily, he only pierced my leftover soul force afterimage. Otherwise, that strike could have ended the fight. You brat, I gave you a chance. And you really tried to kill me? If I hadn't used the 7-step heart technique, I would have been heavily injured just now. You little punk. Tonight I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. If you don't answer my questions properly, and even aim at my vital points. What I didn't know was, the moment I used the 7-step heart technique, the old guys watching were completely stunned. They had tolerated my soul movement skills earlier. But now that I used the 7-step heart technique, It was getting impossible to explain away. Thus, old Shaw immediately suggested that Song Mew contact Commander D for advice. And Song Mew went straight to consult the old Marquis, waiting for further instructions. Meanwhile, the crowd at the banquet was also stunned by my movement skills. My cultivation under the heavenly realm could actually sustain flight. That alone was enough to shock everyone. City Lord Kong Fan was also greatly amazed, seeing the shadow of my father in me. And Old Master Kong even recognized it as a profound armor division technique. He even suspected that I might have some connection to Commander D. That made him even more worried whether he could leave the Song family alive tonight. Meanwhile, his foolish granddaughter was still fretting over not retrieving the elixir. He truly hadn't expected me to be so powerful. Now all he could think of was having his brother Shuan Sha lead the White Dragon Gang another day, to help him reclaim the old man's elixir, and incidentally teach me a harsh lesson. While they were still daydreaming about profound armor techniques, I seized the chance to question Yun Rui again about the Song family's illegitimate children. But that guy was still as stubborn as ever. He even said I was the illegitimate one. Fine then, today we'll see whether your stubbornness is stronger than my fists. In real life, a sharp tongue must be backed by strength. With one palm strike, I blasted Yun Rui's mech, forcing it out of new soul construct form. Yun Rui himself was sent flying to the edge of the arena by the shockwave. He bounced and crashed hard onto the ground. Thankfully he had some cultivation. An ordinary person would have been dead already. Looking at him lying there, I showed no brotherly mercy. The question I was asking was critical to the future of the Song family. Now I would give him one last chance to think carefully before answering. Meanwhile, far away in the outskirts of Sand Sculpture City in Shiyu Nation, the caravan leader and his young subordinate actually managed to survive right under the eyes of the divine beast. By sheer luck, they saw the divine beast before escaping into the desert, and noticed it had spat out a pile of things nearby before leaving. When they approached the crater, they discovered a pile of mysterious red crystals. Inside the crystals, it seemed there was a person. Were these relics from the divine realm? Or some other wondrous item? If you could choose, would you want eternal youth? Or immortal cultivation? Leave your answer in the comments. After knocking Yun Rui back to his original form, I stepped forward to keep pressing him for information about the illegitimate children. Yun Rui, pinned under my foot, was certainly indignant. But he didn't understand why I cared so much. He decided he would have to discuss it with his sister later. From the look in his eyes, I could tell he wasn't telling the truth. If he wouldn't say it now, I would just have Yin Wei investigate. After all, we were still brothers. Even if he wasn't my match, I couldn't humiliate him too harshly. Otherwise, we couldn't get along in the future. I then dispelled all the isolation formations. This duel no longer needed to continue. Everyone in the banquet hall couldn't believe how easily I had won. My strength was nothing like what they remembered. Completely different league. The old Marquis was secretly overjoyed. After this match, he figured no one in the Song family would dare underestimate me again. Meanwhile, Butler Song Mew quietly returned behind maid Qing Dai. Seeing Song Mew, Qing Dai quickly spotted a sneaky maid spying from across the hall. But Song Mew whispered to Qing Dai not to alert the enemy. He figured young Master Yunxiang had already made arrangements. Sure enough, that sneaky maid was hiding among the courtyard trees, spying on the entire match. She was recording everything to report back to Milan Nation. What she didn't realize was how many comrades would die because of this. Meanwhile, further away, my agent Little Zissou had been watching all along. Ever since I ordered him this morning, he had been tailing that sneaky maid. However, her recorded intel was quite ridiculous. Not completely pointless, but also not very useful. After the match ended, the old Marquis immediately seized the 3-star rejuvenation pill, without giving Kong any chance to object. Then that old rascal shamelessly asked old Master Kong whether the match was worth the price. What could Kong say but yes? Stuck in a pit, Kong could only awkwardly praise my strength. He even said I was a perfect match for his granddaughter. Luckily, I returned in time. Otherwise I couldn't stand such absurd praise. I wasn't worthy of that green tea princess anyway. Seeing me return, Kong Shinshin quickly praised my performance. But inside, she was dying of anger. Now both her family's face and the elixir would have to be reclaimed by her brother Shu and Sha. The old Marquis, holding the 3-star rejuvenation pill, smirked proudly in the middle of the banquet hall. He said I probably wouldn't need it, so he would keep the gift for me. As for this level of elixir, I wasn't impressed at all. Consuming low-grade elixirs like this would only leave impurities. Besides, I already had plenty that were much better. This caused quite a stir. Old Master Kong had spent a fortune just to buy a single low-grade rejuvenation pill. And here I was casually tossing out a whole bottle of supreme grade ones. To him, this was even more terrifying than my personal strength. The preciousness of these elixirs even made the ladies present drool with envy. Who wouldn't want to preserve their youth for a few extra years with such treasures? At that moment, an ordinary maid entered the banquet hall, requesting to report to the chief steward. Earlier, under the old Marquis orders, they had been searching for old Master Kong's lost elixir, and she had found it. Now she was returning it intact. Learning that his lost pill was recovered, old Master Kong immediately ran over to check if it was still intact. But after seeing the supreme grade rejuvenation pills earlier, this mere strength-boosting pill seemed utterly worthless. What had been his precious life-saving treasure now seemed like cow dung in comparison. Steward Song praised the maid for her honesty and told her to collect an additional reward from the warehouse. Seeing this, I suggested that I personally reward her. How could a virtuous act go unrewarded? However, seeing that she lacked any cultivation, I figured it must be due to poor natural aptitude. Luckily, today she met me. I happened to have 2 pills at hand. The red Yufu pill, that could make her skin as fair as jade, and the blue Lingzong pill, which, if consumed, could grant a normal person cultivation talent. Beauty and strength together. I wondered which she would choose. After I finished introducing the pills, the entire banquet hall stirred. The ladies' gazes were fixed on the Yufu pill, while the men focused on the Lingzong pill. To them, either choice was a priceless treasure. To further test the maid's resolve, I intentionally said, if she couldn't decide, I would simply reward her with cash instead. Upon hearing this, she suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud, and loudly shouted that she chose strength. It seemed this little maid must have an untold story. Well, I, Song Yunqiang, always liked helping those with stories. Sure enough, years later I realized that this one impulsive act ended up creating a legendary female general for the Eastern continent. After this little interlude, the crowd resumed eating and drinking. The banquet grew lively again. Everyone happily downed several more rounds. Only Yun Rui, whom I had defeated, never reappeared at the banquet. Perhaps I had been too harsh. I would need to find a chance to have a proper talk with him later. Similarly, Kong Shinshin also claimed he needed to leave early due to health reasons. But after that, neither side mentioned the engagement again. At the later stage of the banquet, although everyone had their own thoughts, they still kept up appearances and celebrated joyfully together. Everyone seemed merry. The festivities continued until the old Marquis got tired and officially declared the Song family banquet concluded. As the music ended, the crowd dispersed. Everyone returned to their homes. So much had already happened on my first day back. I had no idea what strange things might happen next. For now, all I wanted was to return to the East Wing and sleep. But just then, I felt a familiar aura rushing toward me at high speed. Who could it possibly be? I ordered Ajin and Aga To bring that person over. I didn't want to have to get up later. To deal with him after lying down. Soon after. The sound of fighting came from nearby. The person being beaten kept shouting it was a misunderstanding. Insisting he hadn't fought back. After a friendly exchange with Ajin and Aga, I realized the intruder was actually Old Master Kong. Was he really planning to sneak in? To steal spirit pills just because of his heavenly rank? If he wanted some, he could have just asked. I could have mailed them to his house. But before I could finish teasing him, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. And loudly declared that he was willing to be my loyal dog from now on. What was I supposed to do with that? Why had Old Master Kong, after leaving, suddenly returned to the Song residence? And he was so sincere in offering to be my loyal hound? What was going on? Actually, shortly after the family banquet ended, Kong Jung and Kong Fan started discussing. Old Master Kong blamed everything tonight on himself for being too arrogant earlier. Before coming, he never imagined that the East Wing of the Song residence had several heavenly rank experts. When Kong Fan heard his father's words, he was completely stunned. With his low cultivation, he had been unable to detect any of it earlier. After this experience, Old Master Kong realized that all the previous intelligence about the Song family was wrong. When the former emperor of Tiandu suddenly died, Grand Preceptor Zhang initiated the 8 generals' imperial selection. The 4 great families of Tiandu City each took sides with one of the 4 crown princes. But in the final battle of the imperial mausoleum, all sides suffered massive losses. Even the 2 holy ancestors of the Song and Zhang families perished together. 4 crown princes died in the chaos, allowing the king of the north, Yu Wing, to seize power. After the Zhang family's defeat, their entire clan was wiped out, and the Song family was accused of massacring royalty, and was exiled to the frontier. Rumor had it that the Song family's grand dowager in the palace also severed ties with them. However, after tonight, Old Master Kong said, what if the Song family had retreated in order to advance, hiding and biding their time in this border region? And what if the Song ancestor hadn't really died back then? Adding in Song Yunxiang now, the Song family's resurgence might not just be a dream. Upon hearing his father's speculation, Kong Fan felt chills. If the Song family truly rose again, how should their Kong family choose? At this critical moment, Old Master Kong told Kong Fan, in life, there are only a few crucial choices. This time, the Kong family could not choose wrong. Thus came Kong Jung's brave decision to jump off the ship and return to the Song family. What was I supposed to do? Accept him? Or reject him? Meanwhile, over at the Yang'an restaurant, my second uncle was dining with young Master Zhang from Central State. Young Master Zhang was praising the aged wine that second uncle had brought. He even called it a rare treasure among mortal wines. He asked where the wine could be purchased, hoping to bring some back for his family elder. Hearing his words, second uncle was reminded of old memories. This wine had been brewed by his third brother, back when the Song family was still in Tiandu City. But the brewing techniques had long since been lost. Today's wine was still from the old stock. Second uncle only brought it out for truly heroic guests. Hearing this, young Master Zhang immediately expressed his regret and deep admiration. Then he kept ordering the butler to buy more. This made my second uncle feel distressed. Each jar of this wine drunk meant one less in existence. Just then, second uncle's assistant came over to say that the madam had sent a message, urging him to come home quickly. At the same time, concubine Zhao also sent a similar message, both saying they had important matters to discuss. Hearing their conversation, young Master Zhang urged second uncle to attend to family matters first. Anyway, the negotiations between Zhang and Song families were nearly done. So second uncle left with 2 aides. On his left was Zhang Chao, CEO assistant of Mashui Group. On his right was Maidai, a Taihe mercenary. and also his personal bodyguard. Thus, second uncle instructed Maidai to stay alert these few days and secretly protect the Zhang family's second young master. He sensed that the Zhang family's eldest son would likely make a move soon. After giving these orders, second uncle turned back to ask about the situation at home. He was puzzled why both ladies were urgently calling him back. Actually, during the banquet, the assistant had already heard the news that second uncle's youngest son had been utterly defeated by me. Hearing such news, second uncle instantly fumed. He said it didn't matter if that useless son lost. There was nothing to discuss. But the assistant explained that the madam wanted to discuss whether to apologize to me at the East Wing, not the matter of winning or losing. Upon hearing this, second uncle immediately realized, given his wife's temperament, could it be that his nephew had obtained some great fortune this time? He also complained to Zhang Chao, saying how useless his son was, and patted Zhang Chao's shoulder, saying if Yunrui were half as good as Zhang Chao, he would be at ease. Hearing this, Zhang Chao immediately took a step back and said he dared not accept such misfortune. Seeing his reaction, second uncle told him there was no one else here, no need to act so formally. He also said that in the future, he would find a way to bring them back into the Song family to recognize their ancestry. Hearing second uncle's promise, Zhang Chao immediately expressed that he and his brother sought nothing else, but only to fulfill their mother's last wish. At this point, second uncle stopped hiding things. He admitted that their mother had been wronged by the Song family. Meanwhile, at the Iron Wall Army base southeast of Yang'an City, my eldest uncle was working overtime, handling affairs. During his work, a captain named Zhang Mu came to report. That night he had received a letter from General Liu of Lianxi. They said, a batch of new mass-produced star souls would be passing through Tiandu Kingdom's territory to the southern wastelands for field testing. They needed my eldest uncle's approval to proceed. Upon reviewing the personnel and equipment details, my eldest uncle quickly granted permission. However, he reminded Zhang Mu to assign 2 squads to secretly escort them. The key was to stay covert. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Mu stated they would make the necessary arrangements, and then left the command tent. Later, the army chef curiously asked why they needed to test new mechas on their territory. Weren't they afraid of leaking information? My eldest uncle explained that alliances between nations were often delicate. Maintaining a balance of strength was necessary, and letting the other side see clearly was the only way to maintain long-term peace. This kind of tactic wasn't new. For an individual, which mattered more, family feuds, or the rise and fall of the nation? Facing old Master Kong's kneeling plea, I was somewhat surprised. I asked him if he had thoroughly weighed the pros and cons before making such a huge decision overnight. Surely he had been greatly provoked. Facing my question, Kong Jung was full of bitterness, but he couldn't say it out loud. If he hadn't made such a decision, those figures behind me could have easily wiped him out in his sleep at any moment. So he could only say sincerely that the Kong family had always looked up to the Song family. If we didn't mind, he, Kong Jung, was even willing to serve as a servant in the Song residence. Of course, it wasn't that he truly wished to belittle himself. But with so many heavenly rank experts in the Song residence, they could only serve as gatekeepers and maids like Chin Dai and the others. Seeing how pitiful he looked, I told him to stand up and speak. After all, he was still an elder to all of us. He deserved at least that bit of respect. But he just said himself that he was willing to work tirelessly for the Song family. So I thought of a task I could assign him. When he heard I had a task for him, he immediately knelt down again, saying that as long as it was my command, he would do his utmost to complete it. From what I remembered, besides the Kong family, there were 4 other clans in Yang'an City, whose patriarchs were stuck at the peak of the Earth realm. And the task I gave him was to take these 4 barrier-breaking pills on my behalf, and use their effects to help those patriarchs ascend to the heaven realm. Seeing the pills in his hand, Kong Jung nearly cried with joy. If he had met me earlier, he wouldn't have needed to suffer through 5 years of closed-door cultivation. But to be fair, he was a smart man. He immediately realized that I intended to use the pills to win over those families for the Song family. To further boost his motivation, I offered him a reward. If he handled things beautifully, this heavenly spirit pill would be his. There was also another important matter tonight that I needed to make clear to him. As for the marriage arrangement between the Song and Kong families, before I could even finish, Kong Jung knelt down again. He said he would immediately go home and send his granddaughter to my room. He also said that Kong Xingxing was no longer worthy of being my main wife. If I didn't mind, she could serve as a concubine or a chambermaid. I couldn't accept such a notion. All I wanted was for him to come up with a decent excuse to call off the engagement. As for his granddaughter's own wishes, I didn't care to interfere. After hearing my words, Kong Jung was dumbfounded. He never expected that breaking off the engagement could be so simple. I trusted he was a smart man. He knew how to handle things without me teaching him further. If he crossed us, his future prospects would be over. Understanding my meaning, he promised to handle it properly. I also told him he could return home now. But as he was about to leave, Kong Jung still couldn't believe I would let him go so easily. So I suggested he use the front gate this time. From now on, whenever he came to the Song family, no more sneaking over rooftops like a martial arts master. That would only get him beaten. After hearing my sincere words, old Master Kong finally relaxed and set off for home. About my earlier decision, Butler Song Mu immediately reminded me. The Kong family probably wasn't truly submitting. They were likely just afraid of us retaliating or trying to gamble on a political opportunity. Ajin gave similar advice. He also said that after leaving early, Kong Xingxing had run off to find her brother Zunxia. Given all that, Aga even made a throat-slitting gesture, suggesting tonight was a good night for a massacre. After hearing their opinions, I quickly eased the atmosphere. There was no need for that. The reason for my decision was to prepare for the future. Not long from now, Yong'an City would face a great war. Millions of beasts would breach the walls. In that chaos, countless civilians would suffer and die. At that time, every ounce of strength could be hope for the heavenly empire and for humanity. In times of national crisis and racial survival, we should prioritize the greater good, not waste our strength on petty family feuds and personal grudges. After hearing my explanation, Ching Day's gaze at me changed. She thought the young master before her was far too grand and noble. Song Mu, who had watched me grow up, felt the same way. We were no longer who we used to be. Times had truly changed. At this moment, in his eyes, my back was becoming more and more like my father's towering figure. Actually, the words I said just now were just to fool people. Now, by wielding both rewards and punishments, I can control these families and make full use of them. For the Southern Wilderness War ahead, the more combat power, the better. After everything is settled, I'll have them arrange a better floating shuttle for me tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going on a long trip. Meanwhile, inside the Southern Wilderness Wall, a transport ship from Chishui Kingdom appeared. Leading them was the garrison of Chishui Kingdom stationed at the Southern Wilderness Joint Defense Line. Deputy General Lu Ning. Not far from them, a Wei Yuan mech was approaching rapidly as if sprinting. The newcomer was from the Iron Wall Army, 2nd Battalion's Right Captain Zhang Mu. His purpose was to quickly deliver the pass permit issued by my uncle. After completing the document handover, both sides left to report back without further communication. When General Lu returned to the transport ship, he knelt on one knee to a technician and addressed her as Your Highness, Princess. The girl with two-toned hair before him was none other than Princess Lang Huan, the foster sister of the Empress of Qishui Kingdom. She was currently leading Qishui Kingdom's second-generation Soulcrafter project. This project was personally overseen by her. After obtaining the pass permit, the princess immediately gazed obsessively at the three mechs before her. She was already eager to test these little darlings against savage beasts. These three little cuties. My Uncle Song personally demonstrated what it meant for one person to boost the combat power of an entire city and enhance the country's international influence. The next day after the family banquet, I followed Uncle Song Wu and Sha Beija to the Song residence's landing pad. Everything I requested last night was perfectly arranged overnight. At a glance, this shuttle looked full of power. With it, even in the southern wilderness desert, I could move quickly. Besides the power, they even matched the color to my clothes. I must say, the old folks at home are truly efficient. However, since the preparation was rushed, old Shah wanted to personally fine-tune it before handing it over. Only then could they guarantee everything was foolproof. But there was no need to trouble old Shah. When it comes to mechanical tuning, I also have plenty of experience. I'll handle it myself later. Before they even realized, I was already piloting the shuttle, ready to depart for the southern wilderness desert. Uncle Mew and stewardess Zhang Qin both expressed their worries. They wanted to send a few hidden guards and a few maids to accompany me. I had considered their concerns too. But comparatively, it was easier for me to move freely alone. Acting alone was much more convenient. So I didn't let them accompany me. Moreover, they had a more important mission to complete. This mission concerned the fate of the Song family and Yang'an City. The storage talismans I issued them were filled with cultivation pills. In the coming days, I needed them to select good seedlings from the Song family's maid group and cultivate as many high-level warriors as possible. Because of this, they finally remembered that my strength had far surpassed before. Also, the mission had to be carried out by trusted people like them. After everything was arranged, I asked Uncle Mew to inform old Marquis that I would return within 3 to 5 days at the earliest, and no later than 10 days. Meanwhile, at the central courtyard reception hall, second uncle's family was sitting upright, waiting for old Marquis to wake up. During this time, second uncle, whose strength and hearing were excellent, seemed to faintly hear a powerful shuttle flying overhead. This scene reminded second aunt of the time when I used to fly boats recklessly. However, she quickly corrected herself and said to second uncle, "Could it be that Yun Shang went out early to handle some errands?" Then she started complaining, saying she had asked second uncle to find me last night, but he insisted on waiting until this morning. Yet this morning, they first came to visit father instead. In response, second uncle said no rush, that it would be safer to first consult father's opinion. Without father's approval, even if the three of them groveled, they might not obtain the treasure in my hands. Just as he finished speaking, the old Marquis happened to arrive at the reception hall. He asked what treasure they had just been discussing. The moment father appeared, second uncle's entire family immediately stood up and bowed to greet him. As their father, how could the old Marquis not know what his children were plotting? He immediately ordered everyone present to truthfully explain their purpose for visiting so early. Second uncle, who usually handled business affairs, did not hide anything. He turned and told father that he had matters to handle last night and couldn't hold a welcome banquet for Shang. So tonight, he wanted to host a dinner at Yang'an restaurant to make up for it. Upon hearing this, the old Marquis interrupted him. Their petty schemes had long been exposed. All they really wanted was the medicinal pills in my possession. After their plot was exposed, second uncle immediately pretended to feel wronged, saying that since Yun Shang was part of the Song family, if those valuable treasures could be entrusted to the Shuimu group for operation, they could surely maximize the benefits. Yet before he could finish speaking, Uncle Mew and stewardess Chin Dai appeared in the hall, once again cutting off second uncle's speech. Their purpose was to inform the old Marquis that I had just departed alone to the southern wilderness desert for a mission, and for some other dealings. Upon hearing this, second uncle's family reacted like a pot exploding. Aunt Zhao and second uncle couldn't believe that I went to hunt savage beasts. Second uncle even muttered quietly, wondering if I could return in one piece. A moment later, second uncle recalled what his elder brother had said. The southern wilderness desert was crawling with savage beasts. Even the Iron Wall army under his brother's command struggled to advance there. If I went alone, wouldn't that be courting death? Yet his kind warning was completely ignored by Song Wu and Qin Dai. The two of them acted as if they hadn't heard anything, and turned to leave the reception hall. After they left, the old Marquis summoned second uncle over. He had something to show everyone. After watching it, they could decide if they still wanted to covet Yun Zhang's treasures. As the video played, the previously quiet reception hall was filled only with cries of amazement from second uncle's family. Meanwhile, I was flying at high speed on my floating shuttle. I had to admit, the shuttle tuned by Uncle Bei was truly different. While I was enjoying the flight, a white transport ship suddenly darted out from a parallel course nearby. The passengers inside the ship also noticed me piloting my shuttle outside the window. At that moment of eye contact, I wondered why a transport ship from Qishui Kingdom would appear in Iron Wall Army's territory. Meanwhile, the Qishui princess aboard the ship was more focused on my piloting skills. Just as she was about to praise my skills, I slammed on the accelerator and disappeared from their sight in an instant. This made Princess Lang Huan sigh in admiration, saying that Tiandu Kingdom truly was a land of hidden dragons and tigers. You could casually run into a master anywhere, she also said. If Qishui Kingdom weren't so restrictive, she would have kidnapped me over to help her test all kinds of cute machines. Such a delightful working environment, with a monthly salary of 3,500 coins. Who wouldn't want to interview for it? 4 days after I set out for the southern desert, the Song family received a transport ship from the Southern State Martial Academy. Leading the group off the ship was none other than Xu Bansheng, one of the famed 3 generals of Southern State, probably the entire Tiandu Kingdom. Only I could trouble him to personally escort cargo. Accompanying him was my former assistant instructor, Chen Yi. This guy poked his head out and immediately shouted, I didn't expect my family to be this rich. As my instructor, the one who received them was of course the stewardess Qing Dai from my eastern courtyard. Xu Heming, one of the semi-saints, immediately noticed her cultivation when he saw Qing Dai. Even a maid had Tianjin level cultivation. Such strength from the Song residence made him deeply impressed. But that airhead Cheng Yi only admired Qing Dai's beauty and figure. Such a superficial person deserved to have lower cultivation than me. Actually, their arrival this time was arranged by me before my departure. After they arrived, I gave them several new requests. Now, they were here to deliver goods for me. Under Qing Dai's guidance, they slowly headed toward the outer courtyard reception hall. Along the way, Instructor Cheng was full of emotions. He was very envious of my life in such an environment. Originally, he had a secret crush on Instructor O Pei. But now she didn't seem as attractive anymore. He even considered resigning from Jiwu Academy to apply for a security chief position at my home. But he didn't know if the Song residence had cultivation requirements for hiring guards. He was very confident in his Xuanjie level cultivation, and even planned to hide his strength and pretend to be a humble servant, then heroically save beauties during emergencies and win their hearts. Seeing him like that, Xu Heming couldn't help but ridicule him, telling him to restrain himself at his young age and not wear his desires on his face. Meanwhile, back at the reception hall, the old Marquis also heard about the guests from Jiwu Academy. He asked a maid to notify cousin Yun Jin at the northern courtyard to come and help receive the guests. A few minutes later, Qing Dai led Xu Heming and Cheng Yi into the hall. Xu Lao didn't expect that the old marquis himself would personally greet them, which made him feel honored. As Xu Lao entered, the old marquis immediately recognized him as Xu Bansheng, the foremost of the 3 generals of southern state. Thus, together with Uncle Miu, he greeted him with the highest etiquette. Xu Lao modestly responded. But next to him, Cheng Yi's brain almost overheated, thinking, if even the famed Xu Bansheng dared not claim he was mighty, how powerful must the old marquis be? After everyone sat down, the old marquis said half-jokingly that I was too reckless to trouble Xu Lao personally for a delivery, and that he would properly scold me later. Xu Lao quickly explained that it was his own shameless volunteering, and had nothing to do with me, telling the old marquis not to mind it. Just then, cousin Yun Jin also arrived at the hall. The old marquis explained to her that there were gifts arranged for her red phoenix steed as well. However, before the old marquis could introduce the guests, Cheng Yi once again couldn't restrain the desires in his heart. Right now his mind was full of fantasies of being trampled under cousin's feet, preferably with whips and candles involved. Seeing this, Xu Lao immediately reminded Cheng Yi to watch his image, and hurriedly told him to bring out the goods. Cheng Yi quickly opened the suitcase containing the cargo. Inside were special armor suits, custom-made based on my designs. 30 sets had been delivered to the Song residence. Meanwhile, a massacre of savage beasts was taking place in the southern wilderness desert. Corpses of beasts were strewn everywhere. Fighting these low-tier beasts was so easy I couldn't even bother moving much. Just a casual strike would kill them. After killing them, I didn't forget to dig out the spatial crystals inside them. But honestly, hoarding them this way felt a bit like showing off wealth. And their gaudy colors were rather tacky. Thinking back, maybe I had been slaughtering too much these past few days. Taking out just 1/10 should be enough to trade for herbs. I could reserve some to craft and enhance mass production potions. The rest could just be sold for money. Besides these, there was also good news. After days of non-stop slaughter, my early stage cultivation had finally stabilized. Before heading to Sand Sculpture City, I'd better break through to the late early stage first. All for the sake of my 3rd great-grandfather's pills. After killing so many savage beasts, it seems I might have gone a bit overboard. Just now, while I was breaking through to the late early stage, these guys actually took the chance to surround me. Judging by their stance, they clearly wanted to tear me apart alive. Fortunately, before breaking through, I had already set up 4 layers of Luo River and triple-layered Hunyuan defense arrays. Even if they brought a heaven rank beast, it would take quite a while to break my formations. With a loud boom, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky. With the arrival of this celestial phenomenon, it proved that I had successfully broken through to the late early stage realm. Moreover, I could feel my current state was more than 3 times stronger than in my previous life. At this rate, when I reach the saint stage, I should be 5 times, even 10 times stronger than before. Just as I was checking my condition, a beast's roar pulled me back to reality. These trash had spent the whole day but still couldn't break 1 heaven rank formation. Truly pathetic. But since so many materials delivered themselves to my doorstep, how could I refuse their gifts? The moment I dispelled all the formations, the surrounding savage beasts all rushed toward me at once. If it were some ordinary cultivator, they probably wouldn't even have time to react. But who am I? I am Song Mingshang, the genius of Tiandu's Jian Marquis residence. If I could be killed by such nobodies, then Tiandu Kingdom would be doomed. During the battle with the beasts, I had a sudden idea and asked the Star-Lord system to replicate 2 of Lu Bu's exclusive weapons, Skybreaker Palms. With my current strength, I should barely be able to use some heaven rank battle skills. Taking this chance, I'll test the combination of Lu Bu's weapons and heaven rank skills today. As I swung heavily forward, a heaven rank skill, Skybreaker Dance was unleashed instantly. This move's power was not something these little beasts could endure. Wherever the Soul Force storm swept, only bits of beast remains were left behind. Seeing this scene surprised even me. Replicating an extra Skybreaker palm was truly satisfying. Let me also try combining them with the sevenfold aspiration stance at the Zon armor position. As the sevenfold aspiration activated, my figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the beasts. Every beast behind me was slain cleanly. While killing them, I didn't forget to collect their rift crystals. These things were incredibly valuable. But when I turned back, I realized all the beasts that had surrounded me had already been killed. Even though I had suppressed 70% of my strength to avoid damaging the crystals, today's beasts were just too fragile. Still, today's harvest was quite impressive. I accidentally collected a massive haul again. Maybe enough to buy a small city at the Royal Nation? Considering some should be kept for use. The rest could be sold to the second prince. That should net me a few billion, right? No, wait. That guy's already broke. Looks like I'll have to find an even wealthier buyer. Just as I was thinking about potential customers, a Chanchi-type beast in the distance could no longer hold back and charged at me. Judging from its roar, it probably meant, "You're not leaving until you kill me today." Such passionate hospitality, how could I decline? It was a perfect chance to test the limits of my full-powered strike. With an explosive roar, the heaven-rank Changchi beast was instantly obliterated by my blow. It probably didn't even realize what had just happened. Thinking back, not long ago, I still had to resort to tricks to fight heaven-rank beasts. Now under my absolute strength, they were completely helpless. This boosted my confidence for the upcoming city defense battles. Moreover, the core crystals of heaven-rank beasts were excellent for enhancing mass production mechs. If possible, I should gather even more. Unknowingly, I've already been in the southern wasteland desert for 5 days. Time is actually getting quite tight. I'd better head over to Sand Sculpture City to handle the main business first. Third Grandpa is still waiting for my medicine. From here to Sand Sculpture City, it's still quite far. I wonder if the new main system has finished drawing Sao Ren for me. Is it done yet? If I could fly with Sao Ren, it would be several times faster than using a hover shuttle. Meanwhile, at the Divine Tier ruins 100 miles outside Sand Sculpture City, the major families of Shounen Nation had already surrounded the site, and soldiers were stationed there, guarding day and night. Not far from the walls, a long-haired young man said he could sense a Divine Tier aura within the crystal. He even turned and told a bald man beside him that their Huyan family must absolutely seize the Divine Tier relic. If they could get it, the breakthrough of their family's ancestor would be within reach. This extremely excited young man was Huyan Shin, the young master of the Huyan family from Shounen Nation. Standing next to him was Huyan Fa, the Huyan family's protector. They had come together by yacht, along with Mai Jin, the first heir of the Mai family. Currently, the Divine Tier relic was under the Mai family's control. Thus, Huyan Shin told Mai Jin that trading with the Huyan family would definitely not be a loss. Mai Jin could also hear the hidden meaning in his words. Thus, he became quite interested in cooperating with the Huyan family. Meanwhile, in a tavern inside Sand Sculpture City, a white-haired man was watching a slave auction of Demon Clan servants downstairs. Seeing this scene, Lan Kun, a half-demon, struggled to contain his emotions. If he hadn't been on a mission, he probably would have rushed down to rescue his fellow demons. But not far from him, someone else was secretly observing him. The woman wearing multiple hats was none other than Huang Miaoying, one of the 4 great saints of Qishui Kingdom. She had followed because she sensed the aura of a half-demon nearby. Coming closer, she realized it was a hybrid from Longhai Kingdom with Earth-rank strength. This piqued her interest as well. She never expected Sand Sculpture City to have so many powerful figures gathering. It seemed the competition for the divine rank inheritance was going to be extremely exciting. As for the Chiluan army squad before her, why were they facing so many fierce beasts all alone? Could it be that there was a breach in the southern wasteland defense line? It all started when I was rushing toward the Xiaoyu kingdom. Ever since I broke through to the late Earth rank stage, I had been traveling non-stop. After flying for a while, my communicator finally got a signal. As soon as the signal was restored, Uncle Damu's call came through. For safety reasons, I first activated the autopilot on my flyer before answering the call. As soon as the call connected, Uncle Damu said that they finally got in touch with me, and everyone at home was worried sick. I explained that I had gone beyond the service area earlier and couldn't contact home. After some casual chatting, Uncle Damu mentioned that at Nanzhou Jiwu Academy, according to my arrangements, the first batch of test machines had already been delivered to the Song family. Currently, he and Miss Yunjin were organizing simulated testing within the Chiluan army. Not far from him, a Chiluan squad outfitted with the latest test units had already started live combat testing. Judging by the scene, it was clear how high the difficulty level of this test was. Behind the heavy armored units, the shield-charging Wei Yuan model was continuously suppressing the enemy with scatter fire mode. Meanwhile, the thicker artillery-type models were charging up for full area bombardments against the beasts. With these two female generals coordinating flawlessly, artillery fire covered almost every corner of the training field. The ferocious Tau iron-type beasts on the ground, normally terrifying in battle, were quickly wiped out. After finishing the ground battle, Sister Tang immediately had a lot of B-type flying beasts deployed. This type of flying beast had always been a headache for ground teams. Whenever they showed up, it usually turned into a brutal battle. However, after equipping the new Wei Yuan models, the situation was completely different from before. Because within a combat squad, we were also equipped with two aerial assault-type Wei Yuan units. When facing the overwhelming tide of beasts, the squad leader immediately ordered the shield chargers to switch to machine gun mode for suppressive fire and enemy suppression. Although the firepower of the machine gun mode could eliminate most of the beasts, there were still a small number of beasts that managed to survive by luck. In response, the Chiluan squad dispatched two aerial assault-type Wei Yuan units for point-to-point elimination. After switching to damage mode, the two mechs launched an assault against the beast horde. Meanwhile, the ground-based flying ship-type Wei Yuan unit released all its flying ships to provide fire support for the sisters. Faced with such tight air-ground integrated combat, the B-class beast horde could only desperately cling to the Iron Emperor. Wherever the two female commanders passed, there was almost no resistance left. As the battle drew to its end, one B-class beast suddenly fell near the combat squad. Two heavy armored members standing at the front reminded everyone to stay alert. This beast that had fallen might not be dead. Just as they finished speaking, the beast that had just fallen suddenly revived. It then charged toward the combat squad. However, it severely underestimated the combat strength of the heavy armored unit. Before it could even take 2 steps, it was instantly killed by a heavy armored member wielding a giant hammer. With the death of the final beast, the arena broadcasted the announcement that the simulated combat test had ended. Before the data collection was completed, all mechs were ordered to stay in place. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, the elder cousin showed a gratified smile, because all the data from this test had broken all historical records. Since the formation of the Chiluan army, the squad survival rate even reached a historic high of 100%. With this batch of new Wei Yuan units, the elder cousin finally showed a rare smile. Meanwhile, in front of a tavern in the central district of Sand Sculpture City, 2 mysterious figures appeared, both wearing azure blue cloaks. And these 2 people were royal guards sent by the Dragon Sea Kingdom. They had just intended to go up to meet with the prince. When they were preempted by a woman from the Western Waters Kingdom, she got ahead of them. In response, the leader, Lan Jian, said he guessed that woman was probably just an ordinary Tianjin native, and she too had likely come to Sand Sculpture City because of the immortal legacy. But when they went upstairs, Lan Li said doubtfully from behind, "Why is that woman gone? She clearly went up before us." However, the leader Lan Jian didn't take it seriously. She swaggered with Lan Li and met up with Prince Lan Kun. Shortly after sitting down, Lan Li said that the traitor who stole the divine domain of the Dragon Sea Kingdom was currently in the western district of Sand Sculpture City. He and Lan Jian had already pinpointed his exact location. That traitor, named Lan Zhou, after stealing the divine domain, had first set up a feint to divert the princes who were pursuing him, and then landed on the side of their mortal enemies, the Sha Domain Kingdom, and fled to Sand Sculpture City. Originally, logically speaking, he should have already boarded a ship and been on his way to the Tiandu Kingdom. However, because of the sudden appearance of a divine stage regression event, he was forced to be trapped inside the lockdown of Sand Sculpture City. And since Lan Zhou was a royal of the Dragon Sea Kingdom, he naturally knew some secrets of the divine domain. He himself had been stuck at the heavenly stage for several decades. Now that a divine stage regression had occurred, and he was still trapped here, if he used the divine domain to seek refuge with a buyer, it's not impossible. After hearing the news, Lan Kun asked if they had confirmed that the divine domain was still on Lan Zhou. If he had already traded it to the Mai family, then it would be a big problem. Lan Jian replied he didn't think that traitor would hand over the divine domain so easily. The divine domain should still be carried on him. At this point, Lan Kun could only toughen up and proceed. The situation seemed to be going too smoothly. But since it concerned the inheritance of the new soul forger Ao Bing, he couldn't afford not to act. After making up his mind, Lan Kun led his men towards the western district to find the traitor. He could only hope now that the item they brought could help him deal with a heavenly stage traitor. Meanwhile, their conversation was overheard by Huang Miuyan, hiding under a breath-concealing array. After listening, he pondered whether the item mentioned was left by Lan Ao, the previous host of Ao Bing. If that was the case, maybe he should jump in too. Seeing this army, composed entirely of female warriors, I wonder how many of you are suffering from Cauchy syndrome? After Tang Jia finished compiling the combat data, he ordered the entire test squad to disengage their soul armors. Judging by their relaxed faces, they clearly hadn't fought enough, and still wanted more. One squad member, after personally using this new Wei Yuan unit, felt that it consumed less energy, but outputted more power. Also, in terms of human-machine interaction, the conversion rate was higher. Just this brief evaluation sparked curiosity among the others who hadn't tried it yet. Seeing this, Tang Jia and Adjutant Zifu were very pleased. As everyone discussed which model was the best, Song Shao, the chief of the East Camp, also strongly praised the combat effectiveness of these units, far exceeding expectations. Meanwhile, Shen Ying, chief of the South Camp, was calculating how much combat power the Chiluan army could gain if fully equipped. Beside him, AMI, chief of the West Camp, grinned slyly and asked Tang Jia where he got such great stuff. Because according to his intel, Taizan Heavy Industries hadn't launched any new products recently. But before he finished speaking, Bai Su, chief of the North Camp, pointed out that according to his intel, Taizan Heavy Industries probably didn't yet have the technology to develop such secondary sacred artifacts. Facing their questions, Yunjin, Their commanding officer smiled warmly and said that these units were designed by her cousin Song Yunxiang, Taizan Heavy Industries, and the workshop at Nanzhou Jiwu Academy were merely responsible for production. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They had never expected such a remarkable genius to be in their own family. Even the most arrogant ones were dumbfounded for a moment. After all, it was their own kin's talent. Pride welled up unbidden. The hall burst into cheers. The chiefs were instantly stunned. This answer, in their minds, was as miraculous as a beggar passing the imperial martial exam. Then they began whispering behind Tang Jia's back, bringing up the Song family's twin flyers nickname again. Hearing their comments, Tang Jia only smiled silently, without bothering to explain. Meanwhile, Zifu, the adjutant I had rescued earlier, lowered his head and said, "Young Master Yunxiang not only escaped unscathed from divine stage beasts, but also achieved such amazing craftsmanship. He feared that once the girls experienced it, they would be utterly shocked." A similar situation was happening at the Iron Wall Army's base, at the southern wilderness wall, because here, under Yun Jin's cousin's leadership, they had Big Uncle test the new prototype mechas. After seeing the results, Big Uncle finally smiled for once. But he still found it hard to believe that these were designed by Yunxiang. At that, Yunqi immediately bootlicked, confirming that his brother Yunxiang made them. He even said his brother Yunxiang was invincible. After hearing this, Big Uncle immediately ordered his men to select suitable candidates from all camps, planning to build an elite special force as soon as possible. He also ordered material purchases in the market under the Iron Wall Army's name. Buy as much as possible. After all these measures, Big Uncle looked at the prototype mechas and said, "If the Iron Wall Army could fully equip with these, not only could we defend the southern wilderness wall, we could even expand 100 miles into the wilderness." Standing aside, Yunqi looked smug. If his father knew about brother Yunxiang's medicinal pills, he might even mobilize the army to snatch them. All of the above was told to me by Uncle Damu over the phone. I told him I should arrive at Sand Sculpture City by evening today. Uncle Damu then warned me that according to his intel, some rare treasure had appeared outside Sand Sculpture City. The city had entered lockdown. He hoped I'd be careful. Hearing this excited me greatly. The ancient sages said, "He who sees it, shares it." So I had to check it out. Meanwhile, Prince Lan Kun of the Dragon Sea Kingdom had arrived with his men at the VIP entrance of the Western District. However, the gate guard demanded a little understanding. Lan Jian immediately handed over a storage talisman. He said it contained a small token of appreciation. After bribing the guard, they were led through the VIP channel. The guard also warned them that the Western District was full of powerful figures. They should be careful and avoid causing trouble. He added that if they encountered other VIPs, he would claim Lan Kun's group were merchants from the Tiandu Kingdom. They just had to keep quiet. However, just as he finished speaking, the Hu Yan Yi clan's men were seen coming from the opposite side. The guard quickly signaled for Lan Kun's group to stay silent. Things went just as the guard said. He casually greeted the opposing guard. Without raising any suspicion, he let them pass. Everything went smoothly, exactly according to plan. Everyone just continued on their separate ways. But as luck would have it, Hu Yan Yizu, who had already passed by, suddenly turned around and called out to Lankin and the others. Moreover, he used fluent Jiaoran language to ask if they had met before. After hearing that, Lankin wondered if he was probing them. He never expected to run into such trouble. Even before the operation began, he had no choice but to brace himself. After taking off his winter hat, He spoke to Huyan Shin in fluent Tiandu language, claiming it was his first time in Xiaoyu Kingdom, and that he wasn't familiar with the local language. Surely everyone had heard the saying. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But such a fat oriole was quite rare to see. Yet the target that this oriole was after had already been marked by someone else. Huyan Shin, who had brushed past Lankin just moments ago, threw them an unfriendly look and questioned where they were from. The guard next to him also whispered to his colleague, saying this was a noble from the Huyan family, and to watch his attitude. The sudden situation prompted Lankin's guards to quickly bow and explain that their guest had come from Tiandu Kingdom to do business with Taishao. While explaining, he anxiously signaled frantically to Lankin and the others, afraid that a conflict would erupt between Lankin and the young master of the Huyan family. Meanwhile, the Huyan family guard told his young master that Taishao was an entertainer from Meijiasi embroidery group. He also heard that Taishao had some shady dealings with Tiandu Kingdom. They couldn't afford to mess with him for now. So after hearing the advice, Huyan Shin allowed Lankin and his group to proceed. After all, his purpose in coming to Xiaoyu Kingdom wasn't to make enemies. Once it was over, Lankin and his companions all breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, their guard had come up with a brilliant lie. Their earlier bribes had been worth it. However, because of this incident, Lankin was reminded of the long-standing feud between Longhai Kingdom and the Huyan family. And this blood feud had lasted for many generations. On the other side, after leaving through the VIP passage, Huyan Shin felt the same. Thus, he ordered Uncle Fa to have someone secretly tail Lankin's group. He felt an unbearable sensation in his bloodline, similar to an allergic reaction to seafood, making him extremely uncomfortable. So he instructed Uncle Fa to investigate immediately, and he emphasized that it had to be done in secret, without alerting them. After Uncle Fa left, Huyan Shin went alone to the slave market. He had long heard that in Shidao City, the quality of female demon slaves was the highest in Xiaoyu Kingdom. With Uncle Fa not around, he, the young master, planned to indulge himself for once. Meanwhile, at the Shidao City hot spring bathhouse, Lankin's group was monitoring the traitor Lan Zhou. Just seeing the traitor already infuriated them, and watching him enjoying himself only made it harder to suppress their anger. Through Lan Jian's binoculars, they saw the traitor actually using a human jade item to sculpt human forms, and he was surrounded by beautiful girls. In contrast, Lankin and his group were suffering in the wind and rain, hiding on the rooftop of a tower. As a result, Lan Jian was almost seething with rage. He directly rushed over to confront Lan Zhou. In response, Lankin also asked them with a murderous expression whether Lan Zhou had been hiding inside all this time. If that was the case, then they would have to find a way to sneak in. Hearing the young master's question, Lan Ji answered, saying that right now, they were relying entirely on the cloaking array on their cloaks to hide the aura of the Jiaoran tribe. If they undressed and entered the bathhouse, they would be fully exposed. Upon hearing this, Lankin said the only way was for him to infiltrate alone. He had a half-demon body, but looked human, making him the most suitable for the infiltration mission. Yet before he could even set off, Lan Jian said that the traitor had actually walked out of the bathhouse, though it was unclear where he was heading. Just as the three of them started following the traitor, a mysterious figure appeared in the distance, monitoring them. Actually, after they parted ways at the tavern, Huang Miaoying had been tailing the three of them. He was now just waiting for Lankin's group to act against the traitor, so that he could seize the opportunity to steal Ao Bing's Star Soul inheritance. Just as he was smugly thinking, He was the oriole waiting behind. Farther away, an even bigger eagle was keeping an eye on him. And that person was none other than the centenarian song Yunxiang. They were playing a classic game of the mantis stalks the cicada. Luckily, I was the eagle. Catching both big and small prey was something I was very good at. The Prince of Longhai Kingdom's human race personally led the expedition to capture the traitor. Multiple layers of ambush had been set up. But interestingly, his current appearance seemed quite different from the him I encountered in my previous life. Turning the clock back to an earlier moment, I was riding my flying shuttle and finally reached the outskirts of Shadao City. Before entering the city, I put away the flying shuttle into the internal space of the Star Master system. Even though I used a concealment array to mask its aura, for safety's sake, it was better to put it all away. After doing all that, I checked the time and decided to first exchange the medicinal herbs I'd arranged. Otherwise, making the seller wait too long wouldn't be good. Rumor had it that Shadao City was under martial law. So I pulled out the formless of all beings left to me by my mother from the system space. After using it once previously, I had thrown it into the system space. Taking this opportunity, I decided to study it carefully. It would be helpful for my future infiltration missions. As my thoughts shifted, the formless of all beings immediately mapped me into a new form. But then I realized the person I was about to trade with seemed to be a researcher from the Samarin family. Using this guy's appearance to sneak into Shadao City was no problem, but it would be inappropriate for the transaction. Then the next form turned me into an instructor. That really left me speechless. This crappy mask didn't record any more normal-looking characters? So I kept changing appearances while walking. But no luck so far. Turns out, my 100 years later self was still the most suitable. And effortlessly, I blended into Shadao City's Redstone Chamber of Commerce. When the receptionist lady heard I was there to see Manager Liu, she immediately led me to their manager, Liu Yang. But what was a bit strange was that after hearing I was recommended by Manager Hong of Nanzhou for a transaction, Manager Liu quietly said he wanted to speak privately. After leading me backstage, he asked if I was a retainer of the Song family. Hearing this, I wondered if our Song family was actually quite famous here. To keep a low profile, I quickly replied that indeed, I was handling affairs for young Master Yunxiang. My purpose this time was to acquire 1,000-foot gold and purple sand gallbladder, 2 rare materials. After hearing this, Manager Liu immediately confirmed that I was a Song family retainer. Then he told me the seller had already been waiting for quite some time while we were talking backstage. The guest hall of the Chamber of Commerce wasn't idle either. A master and disciple from the seller's side were also exchanging their views. The engineering graduate student, Jia Ruo, was very puzzled as to why the seller's side, when developing a new mech, still required his mentor to pay out of his own pocket, offering 2 rare spirit herbs to exchange for materials. He felt this was very unnecessary. In response, Teacher Yuan Pai explained to him that although it was the seller's project to develop the new mech, the seller valued their experimental data very much. Moreover, he was very interested in this mech that was said to allow soul descent in 3 dimensions. If the research progress could be accelerated, he was even willing to invest more funding. Just after they finished talking, Manager Liu brought me to appear before them, although they were shocked afterwards that I produced so many high-quality crystals. Nothing unexpected happened. With Manager Liu as the guarantor, the transaction was completed smoothly. After finishing up here, I left the Chamber of Commerce. Now the only problem Left was finding the herb Wu Yinghua. Since there was still time, I decided to scout the cellar in West City first. Once night fell, I would make my move. At first, I thought West City, being a military zone, would be heavily guarded. But I was able to stroll in casually. I headed straight toward the seller's residence. However, as I passed a rooftop, I detected a foreign aura of holiness. When I sneaked closer, I confirmed she was indeed a saint-level expert. But strangely, this woman, I had no memory of her. Had I not encountered her in my past life? Then I used the Star-Lord system to scan the surroundings. Soon I discovered she was monitoring a few human cultivators. Besides that, I noticed a blue-haired boy among them, who radiated a familiar soul fluctuation. But his appearance didn't match the one I remembered. Why was that? This feeling of familiarity. I surely couldn't be mistaken. But why was there such a big difference in appearance? The new Seoul General Ao Bing's candidate, Lan Kun. What had happened to him? Meanwhile, young Master Huyan grabbed two demon girls and fled. After separating from his guards earlier, Huyan Shin visited one of the top high-end demon slave clubs in Sand Sculpture City. Two cat-girl demon slaves accompanied him closely, eagerly interacting with the young master. Here, as long as you had money, you could enjoy whatever pleasures you wished. Food served with humanity. As Huyan Shin was reveling in pleasure, a scruffy middle-aged attendant suddenly entered his private room. The man introduced himself as the VIP area supervisor. During his rounds, he noticed Huyan Shin's lavish spending. Thus, he came personally to greet and thank the esteemed guest. But Huyan Shin immediately saw through his intentions. Putting on a fierce look, he told the supervisor to spit it out quickly, and not to interrupt his fun. After being scorned, the supervisor finally explained, if the young master wished, he could directly buy these two cat girls. He also said the two cat girls were bred in-house, and in their possession, they had official bloodline certificates, far safer than wild, untamed demon tribes outside. Hearing this, the two cat girls also told young Master Huyan they had just learned the Shi Shui Lake dance, and could perform it for him at home. Even if the dance wasn't perfect, they could still warm his bed. Under such circumstances, Huyan Shin happily agreed to the deal. The supervisor gave him a thumbs up, praising the generous young master. Just as everyone was celebrating, Huyan Shin suddenly asked a question. Before coming, he had heard that the shop had recently captured a top-grade wild demon. If possible, he wanted to buy her too. This question, however, stumped the supervisor. That top-grade demon slave had already been reserved by a regular customer, and the fourth young master of the seller's family was not someone they could afford to offend. Even if Huyan Shin offered double the price, they couldn't agree. Upon hearing this, Huyan Shin looked displeased. Why was it that everywhere he went, he ran into the fourth young master's name? He still wanted to see what was considered top grade. If possible, he wanted to reserve one too. The supervisor couldn't refuse anymore. But he kindly gave a reminder. Young Master Huyan, since the top-grade demon slave hadn't been tamed yet, he would have to endure the trouble of heading down to the basement dungeon. Sure enough, the first glance at the dungeon showed how cruel this nation was toward demonkind. Seeing this scene, even the two cat girls hugged tightly onto young Master Huyan beside them. Don't underestimate the horse demon girl. The supervisor mentioned that before she was captured, she was the strongest warrior in her tribe. During her capture, she even killed 5 veteran experts of the club. Just as the supervisor was telling Huyan Shin he could place an order today, Hyun's guards suddenly called in, halting this cruel transaction. Fortunately, over the phone, the guards also brought good news. The 3 individuals they brushed past earlier were confirmed to be from Dragon Sea Nation. Their purpose here was to track down a recent traitor who had defected to the Mai family. Upon hearing this, Huyan Shin immediately told his guard to send his location. He was heading out right away to rendezvous. Before leaving, he casually tossed a money talisman to the supervisor, telling him to keep the change. He promised he'd return later. After Huyan Shin left, the supervisor immediately began figuring out how to quickly transport the demon slave to the Mai family's fourth young master, to avoid any complications. Meanwhile, in Sand Sculpture City's West District, an intense game of landlord pursuit was unfolding. When Lan Kun's group began to move, Huang Mioying also pursued them. And this sparrow was so arrogant that she didn't even bother to hide her aura with stealth formations. Behind her was me, an old fox using double-layered stealth formations. If she was really this careless, then I would surely win both rounds. Meanwhile, Lan Zhou, the Dragon Sea trader, was leisurely wandering the streets. She even casually played with a Dragon Sea God domain token in her hand. Not far behind her, a few figures were rapidly approaching. Long Lai's desert wings had already silently closed in on the trader. But after all, Lan Zhou was still a genuine heaven-tier expert. She quickly realized she was being tailed. Without hesitation, she activated her heavenly jade movement technique to escape. Seeing this, Lan Kun's group also abandoned stealth and began chasing her openly through the streets of Sand Sculpture City. After chasing for a while, Lan Zhou realized the traitor was fleeing rapidly toward the city outskirts. Without hesitation, Lan Zhou leapt onto the nearest city wall. Using soul power, she blasted open a huge pit to anchor herself. Lan Kun quickly followed suit, creating a foothold not far above Lan Zhou. Meanwhile, above them, for their young master, they brazenly started chasing, in full view of Sand Sculpture City's guards. After chasing for some distance, Lan Jian suggested that she and Lan Kun activate their new soul generals. Since they had already left the city, fighting openly wouldn't hurt anyone else. As two massive black shadows passed over Lan Zhou's head, 2 rows of Tiandu navy-colored mechs appeared in front of the traitor Lan Zhou. Seeing these 2 rows of mechs, Lan Zhou was even more certain that the pursuers were Dragon Sea Nation idiots. Only morons would think using navy colors for camouflage in a desert was a good idea. That same Dragon Sea Prince who was so full of pride this morning. Why had they now been restrained by someone else's artifact? The story had to start from when they caught up with the traitor Lan Zhou. Facing 2 new soul generals, Lan Zhou had said she had expected other Dragon Sea Princes to come. She hadn't expected the first to arrive would be a half-blood waste like Lan Kun. Her words immediately enraged Lan Jian, who was chasing her. Lan Jian shouted for her to cut the nonsense. If she didn't hand over the Dragon Sea Wing, she could forget about living. Lan Kun also spoke to his former royal uncle, urging her to turn back. If she returned with them, Lan Kun promised to plead with the king for her life. However, Lan Kun's plea for repentance only infuriated Lan Zhou further. She immediately retorted that Lan Kun was indeed a half-blood born of a human woman. Even his speech now leaned toward the human way. In her eyes, only cowardly human rats and useless demon trash would live on land. The noble Jouren race carried true dragon blood, and their rightful place was the endless deep sea. Then she shouted arrogantly, saying she'd show them true combat techniques from the deep sea. Before they could react, Lan Zhou summoned her own nation's mass-produced soul general, and then she disappeared into the sands below their feet. Facing this, Lan Kun and the others panicked. If they couldn't see Lan Zhou, their secret weapons were useless. A soul power blast shot up, accompanied by Lan Zhou's mocking voice. Underground, she cursed viciously. How could 2 land-dwelling trash ever dream of chasing a peak heaven tier like her? It was laughable. But she guessed the Dragon Sea King must have given them something to counter her. The dragon-subduing spike, an artifact that restrained Jiaoren. The previous Soul General's vessel, Lan Ao, had been ambushed with this. Now that the ambush was exposed, Lan Kun quickly calmed Lan Jian down and instructed her to proceed with their original plan. Receiving the young master's order, Lan Jian switched to hand cannons and began a wild bombardment. While firing, she shouted for Lan Zhou to come out and fight her properly. Meanwhile, while the two sides were entangled, on a distant city wall stood Huang Miaoying, one of Qishui's 4 sacred generals. Behind her lay the scattered bodies of Sand Sculpture City's guards who had tried to pursue Lan Kun. After helping Lan Kun by clearing the pursuers, she made no further moves. In her eyes, the 3 fighting below were just clowns. This puzzles me a bit. The mantis stalks the cicada, yet the sparrow watches. Yet this sparrow just sat and watched. This would make my plan to eat them all harder. Meanwhile downstairs, a squad of escaped guards was running past. They also found it strange. There were so many breaches outside the city. Yet the alarm system remained silent. Thus they had to run and warn the sellers manually. But before they got far, 2 people blocked their way. They nervously raised their weapons, preparing to defend themselves. But the approaching Hu Yanxin claimed to be a guest of young master Mai Jin. They were merely investigating the commotion outside the city. Once they confirmed his identity and connection, the guards immediately sheathed their weapons, saluting and apologizing. They then quickly explained the outside situation, hearing about the disabled alarms and the mysterious powerhouse on the walls. Hu Yanxin flashed a sly grin and whispered to his guard. Moments later, they launched a sudden attack on the surviving guards. After a brief scuffle, the scene fell silent again. 2 Earth-tier experts weren't something ordinary guards could resist. After knocking them all out, Hu Yanfa suggested killing them to be safe. But Hu Yanxin waved him off, saying it wasn't necessary. Their priority now was to go join the chaos within the Jiaoren's infighting. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Lan Jian was still being bombarded by Lan Zhou hidden beneath the desert. Occasionally, Lan Zhou would counterattack. But seeing Lan Zhou cower underground for so long, Lan Jian was getting more anxious. Her firing rate increased dramatically. Lan Kun quickly reminded her to stay calm, not to get reckless. Otherwise, she'd expose weaknesses. But before he could finish his warning, Lan Zhou suddenly burst out of the desert behind him. He had already switched to 2 short blades for close combat. He aimed to take down Lan Kun with 1 blow. Fortunately, Lan Kun was a battle-hardened warrior. The sudden ambush only slightly damaged his armor. After the failed sneak attack, Lan Zhou switched to direct assault, thrusting toward Lan Kun's cockpit with a straight stab. But Lan Kun quickly noticed it. While dodging backward, he used a bare-handed blade-catching technique and easily grabbed Lan Zhou's mech. Seeing this, Lan Jian immediately called the young master. She quickly approached the young master. Summoned by the call, the dragon-subduing spike soon appeared in her hand. This artifact was specially crafted to deal with Jiaoren. The 4 watching from the city wall immediately recognized this powerful weapon, though each remembered it slightly differently. Huang Miaoying had only read about it in texts, while I remembered in my past life. It ended up in Nan Rongqi's hands. Hu Yanxin said it was his 9th great-aunt's artifact. Regardless, none of it changed the fierce infighting below. As Lan Kun was about to be overwhelmed, Lan Jian suddenly summoned a mech. It seemed help was on the way. Before Lan Kun could even react, the dragon-subduing spike pierced through his cockpit. Under the spike's bloodline suppression, Lan Kun's new soul construct was forcibly dismantled. His screams soon followed. Before Lan Kun completely passed out, Lan Zhou walked up to him and sneered. Had he not gone easy, the 2 Earth-tier weaklings would have been crushed long ago. And had he not planted Lan Jian as a mole, he couldn't have lured the Dragon Sea Prince into this trap. After his triumphant speech, he realized Lan Kun had fainted. and hadn't heard a word. Infuriated, Lan Zhou ordered Lan Jian to wake the humble prince. Poor Lan Kun, had he endured just a little longer. As Lan Kun writhed in agony under the dragon-subduing spike, Lan Zhou mocked him with a wicked grin. But Lan Kun ignored him, instead turning to Lan Jian, asking why she betrayed Dragon Sea. After all, Uncle Jian had once been a royal guard for his father. Lan Jian's reply, however, plunged Lan Kun into despair. Uncle Jian shamelessly admitted he had always been loyal to Lord Lan Zhou. This proved Lan Zhou's defection had long been planned, and spies had been planted for years. Lan Zhou openly told Lan Kun his true goal: to use the Dragon Sea Prince's lineage as leverage. He then held up the Jiaoren clan oracle he wore. Long ago, the West Sea had suffered 4 years of devastation. The Jiaoren clan was forced to abandon the ocean and seek refuge with the human empire. Later, a hero named Lan Tong arose, who became the first sole general vessel of Ao Bing. With Ao Bing's power, he quickly restored peace to the endless sea. The Jiaoren were able to return home, and Lan Tong was crowned founder of Dragon Sea Kingdom. It was known that after a vessel fused with a soul general, the soul general would eventually revert into its soul domain to await the next successor. But Lan Tong, wishing to protect his people longer, after many hardships, finally obtained a secret technique from immortal generals. At the cost of his own source, he sealed Ao Bing's soul domain, creating the Jiaoren Oracle. Thus the Jiaoren domain was born. Each time Ao Bing's vessel neared exhaustion, the seal would activate again, reforming the Jiaoren domain, waiting for the next worthy successor. While listening to this tale, Hu Yanxin, eavesdropping, sensed something odd. The secret technique described was extremely similar to that of the Huyan clan. Meanwhile, Huang Miuying was worried if Qishui learned this technique, they could soon dominate the entire central continent. But after hearing the full story, I was confused. In my past life, it was the Heavenly Empire that crowned the Dragon Sea King. Yet Lan Zhou's story ended differently. And after finishing his tale, Lan Zhou summoned his short blades, ready to draw blood. It is said that to activate the inheritance, the pure blood of 3 royal family members is required. Originally, his plan was to borrow it from Sand Sculpture City and bring it to the Tiandu Kingdom. Then he would coordinate an ambush from inside and out to capture 2 princes. But a sudden appearance of a divine rank in Sand Sculpture City completely disrupted his plan. At this moment, the battered Lan Kun smiled and said to Lan Zhou, "No wonder the king ordered each prince to lead a separate team and split into multiple groups to pursue." It turns out it was to prevent Lan Zhou from gathering royal bloodlines. And he even mocked while smiling. Right now there are only him and Lan Zhou from the royal family. At most 2 people. Unless Lan Jian is his illegitimate son, there's no way to make 3. But right after he finished talking, Lan Zhou stared at Lan Kun with a look like he was watching an idiot and said, if he had no solution, why would he lure Lan Kun out? At this moment, my memories of the previous life matched perfectly. Lan Kun's foolish look was exactly the same as I remembered. A stupid prince who was sold out but still helped others count money. But as the sound of footsteps grew closer, I realized they had talked for too long. Now the city guards from Sand Sculpture City were rushing over. Talkative villains are really annoying. Before changing positions, I glanced in Huang Miuyin's direction. Although her concealment technique wasn't very advanced, with her saint stage cultivation, she shouldn't be easily discovered by city guards. Sure enough, the soldiers rushing out from the city all hurried past beneath her feet. Yet not a single one noticed the saint stage expert floating above. And the first thing these guards did after exiting was to open fire on Lan Zhou's group. They prepared to swiftly suppress the rebellious Jiaoren soldiers. In response, Lan Jian immediately fought back. She had to protect her master from capture. As a royal guard of the Longtai Kingdom, She was indeed skilled. With 3 soul energy rays, she struck down the first 3 charging city guards. Then the captain of the guards ordered everyone to switch to melee weapons, to break through the enemy's firepower as quickly as possible, and control the rioters. Seeing that Lan Jian couldn't suppress the enemy's numbers, Lan Zhou immediately constructed his mech, and ordered Lan Jian to escort the Fool Prince to the Divine Realm transfer. Watching their retreat, the pursuing city guards quickly realized they were heading toward the Divine Realm transfer. The good news was that they received word that the 4th young master of the Mai family and his guards were also on their way to help. Meanwhile, Huang Mioyan, floating above, was thinking whether Lan Zhou planned to steal energy from the Divine Realm transfer to activate Ao Bing's inheritance. At the same time, Hu Yenxin couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing the Jiaoran soldiers leaving, he called Fa Shu to construct their own mechs and give chase. None of these guys could stay put. I just wanted to watch the fun and maybe profit a little. But more and more people got involved. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, the city guards originally stationed at the Divine Realm transfer had already been ambushed by Lan Zhou and Lan Jian. In almost an instant, they were all knocked down. After dealing with the mortal guards, Lan Zhou deconstructed his mech and slowly walked toward the Divine Realm transfer. Then he took out a small vial of blood from his pocket. He said arrogantly, "This contains the blood of the previous Ao Bing successor, together with the blood of himself and Lan Kun present." They now had 3 royal bloodlines. Moreover, the Divine Realm transfer surprisingly could reactivate inert royal blood. After reactivating the saint blood, Lan Zhou immediately opened the vial and poured it onto the divine domain. After absorbing some blood, the Jiaoran Jade surprisingly came alive and transmitted a voice, urging Lan Zhou to inject the second royal blood. Now it was Lan Kun's turn to be dumbfounded. He never expected it could be done like this. The mixed blood prince of Longhai Kingdom was determined to reclaim the clan treasure from the traders. Traversing thousands of miles, he arrived at sand sculpture city of Shayu Kingdom. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed by his traitorous uncle and guards. The undercover soldiers launched a surprise attack. As a result, he was forcibly extracted of his demon blood to unlock the new soul-descended Ao Bing inheritance. Seeing this scene, Hu Yenxin remembered the way they once unlocked Naza's inheritance. It was exactly the same as now. Thus, he was certain that before the third blood was injected, the soul construction wouldn't happen. Otherwise, they would miss the best chance to enter the secret inheritance realm. Given the situation now, they couldn't afford to wait any longer. Hu Yenxin immediately turned and dragged Fa Shu to launch a sudden assault. Even if they couldn't seize the divine domain, they had to destroy it. Meanwhile, Lan Kun deeply regretted his recklessness. If he hadn't pursued rashly, this blade wouldn't be at his neck now. Before striking, Lan Zhou pretended to be a caring elder, telling Lan Kun he would make it quick for his royal nephew. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his short blade, and with a swift motion, he began the ritual. Lan Zhou then started chanting an ancient incantation to extract demon blood. As the chant continued, Lan Kun's blood gradually got absorbed into the fishbone-like short blade. At the same time, this cruel scene was fully recorded by Huang Mioyan, floating invisibly above. Seeing that the divine realm transfer could reactivate saint blood, he became determined to steal some back for research. Perhaps it could awaken the dormant sacred lords. Meanwhile, Wu recognized the ancient chant Lan Zhou was reciting. Interestingly, in my memory, this chant matched exactly with the Spirit Clan's alchemy texts. But for now, I just hoped anyone among them would complete Ao Bing's inheritance ceremony. So whoever succeeded, I could copy it using the new Lord system. Although I had read the chant before, it was my first time witnessing it live. Seeing live blood extraction was indeed a bit gruesome. As Lan Kun's blood was injected into the Jiaoren jade, the divine jade gradually grew larger. Slowly, it floated above Lan Kun's head. After absorbing the second blood offering, the enlarged Jiaoren jade urged Lan Zhou to inject the third royal blood. But just as Lan Zhou was about to cut himself, a huge soul energy beam suddenly blasted in front of him. This sudden attack forced Lan Zhou to dodge at maximum speed. A slight delay would have either killed or severely injured him. Barely escaping, Lan Zhou furiously shouted for the attacker to come out and fight him one-on-one. At such a critical moment, he couldn't allow distractions. However, his provocation got no response. Only Hu Yenxin's continuous soul energy beams answered him. Still, the old man deserved pride. Despite his age, he dodged Hu Yenxin's barrage with ease and grace. But Hu Yenxin had struck at a critical point. Lan Zhou couldn't construct his mech now. Thus, Lan Zhou ordered Fa Shu to deal with the isolated guard Lan Jian. Meanwhile, Lan Jian stood frozen, watching his master attacked. Hu Yan's sudden assault seemed to have crashed his brain. Fa Shu, lurking behind, didn't hesitate at all. He immediately launched a fierce flying kick. Successfully ambushed, Lan Jian quickly recovered. Using one hand on the ground, he maneuvered his mech into a 360-degree spin. Mid-spin, using inertia. But he forgot one very important thing. The mech from Hu Yan's family had 4 arms. Taking advantage of this, Fa Shu immediately grabbed Lan Jian's right leg. Then with a swift fling, Lan Jian instantly lost his right leg. With one leg missing, Lan Jian could only pull out his longsword to balance himself. But before he could stabilize, the rampaging Fa Shu, like a war god, was already upon him. This time, Fa Shu didn't give Lan Jian any chance to react. Swinging all 4 arms, he tore off Lan Jian's right arm. Then with a hand chop, he smashed Lan Jian's cockpit out of the mech. Just as Lan Jian was falling to the ground, Fa Shu even gave him a kick. But dealing with traitorous lackeys deserved such ruthlessness. Seeing his beloved subordinate killed so cruelly, Lan Zhou couldn't sit still anymore. To avenge him, he was willing to give up the inheritance. But just as he constructed his mech, a head-on attack struck his cockpit. Lan Zhou inside the mech was heavily injured. The attack pierced right through the entire mech. Even the pilot was thrown out. As the momentum slowed, the true form of the attack was revealed. It was the dragon subduing spike that Lan Kun's group had brought. Hu Yenxin, controlling the spike from afar with his soul power, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, their family had ties with Jiaoren soldiers. Or else, he wouldn't have learned how to control this weapon. Lan Zhou, beaten without even knowing the attacker's identity, was dumbfounded. He never expected his attacker to use a dragon subduing spike. If he hadn't traveled far to Sand Sculpture City to collect the third Elder's pills, he wouldn't have accidentally fallen into the Longhai secret realm. The one who made this broken secret realm didn't even bother to set up an identification mechanism. The root of the problem traced back to when Hu Yan's family used the dragon subduing spike to capture the traitor Lan Zhou. Seeing Lan Zhou struggling and cursing, Hu Yenxin brought Fa Shu forward, mocking that the dragon subduing spike was made specifically to target the Haixin clan. So of course they knew how to use it. Hearing this, Lan Zhou completely snapped. The blood feud between the two clans made his blood feel like it was burning. He went completely berserk, shouting at the sky for masters to show themselves and help. He promised he would repay them handsomely on behalf of Longhai Kingdom. Floating high above, Huang Mioyan sighed. Sensing his presence by divine realm cultivation wasn't bad. But he had no intention of helping. Rather than dealing with a peak heaven stage, It was easier to let Hu Yan's clowns retrieve the inheritance first. Then strike and take it himself. After waiting a while, Lan Zhou also realized something was wrong. Given the situation, the lack of response meant the people above were enemies. Seeing his hopeful face, Fa Shu raised his head to sense the aura above. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Hu Yanxin said to Fa Shu that the Haixin clan was just bluffing. Instead of wasting time, they should focus on retrieving the Jiaoren Jade. Then he stretched his hand toward the Jiaoren Jade. While sensing it, he thought, if this inheritance ritual was 90% similar to theirs, the way to stop it should be similar too. But just as he was about to act, urgent footsteps came from behind. Turning around, they found Lan Zhou had broken free from the spike's binding. He had picked up a weapon and was charging to tear them apart. Facing two weaker opponents, Lan Zhou arrogantly declared himself the child of destiny, though he had no idea who had helped him. Hearing this, I was speechless. Who else but me would secretly help them? If Hu Yan's family took the Soul Jade, how could I copy the new Soul Artificer Ao Bing? Based on what they said, in the previous life, Lan Kun probably pursued them into Tiandu Kingdom before being ambushed by his treacherous uncle. But the appearance of the Divine Realm transfer disrupted the original timeline. Could this be the butterfly effect triggered unintentionally by me? Meanwhile, Hu Yanfa immediately ordered his young master to retreat. He would do his best to buy time for the young master to escape. But just as he prepared to intercept, Lan Zhou leapt away, rushing straight toward the Ao Bing Soul Jade without looking back. Then he picked up a dagger and slashed deeply into his own arm. He immediately began chanting the blood extraction spell. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. Most people misunderstood his intentions. Only I knew. He was preparing to forcibly initiate the inheritance ceremony. As the third royal bloodline was injected, a prompt immediately sounded from within the Soul Jade. The Longhai secret realm has been successfully activated. While waiting, I remembered hearing a strange sound from the Divine Realm transfer earlier. But before I could investigate, a sky-blue figure suddenly emerged from the Ao Bing Soul Jade. Once his form stabilized, he introduced himself as the first host of the new Soul Artificer Ao Bing. He told the chosen warriors to prepare to enter the secret realm and complete the 3 trials he set. Only then could they obtain Ao Bing's inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant whirlpool of seawater appeared out of nowhere. Hu Yan's family and Longhai Kingdom's people were immediately sucked into the whirlpool. Following them, Huang Miuan, who had been floating in the air, was also sucked in. Even he didn't understand why he qualified to enter the inheritance secret realm. The same situation applied to me, the unlucky one. The one who designed this inheritance formation didn't even bother to add a proper identity check. Sucking in anyone, what a mess. What kind of nightmare would make a grown man scream for mercy in his sleep? After we were sucked into the Longhai secret realm, Sand Sculpture City returned to its usual quietness. At night, the Lai family's patriarch, Mai Biao, went to sleep with 2 concubines accompanying him. But not long after, the 2 concubines noticed that their lord was talking in his sleep. He was begging for mercy and clutching his chest. In his dream, he returned to a great war years ago between Xiaoyu Kingdom and Tiandu Kingdom. The southern border of Tiandu Kingdom and the Death Desert were battlegrounds in chaos. Coincidentally, Mai Biao led troops to the front lines that day and witnessed a nightmare that would haunt him forever. During the battle, suddenly golden beams of soul energy appeared. Half of the Xiaoyu Kingdom soldiers were wiped out instantly. When they saw clearly, they realized those beams were actually golden flying knives. After striking them, the knives returned to a mech that suddenly appeared in the sky. The Star Soul General Bai Qi. This mech was piloted by Tiandu Kingdom's famed general Nan Rongyi. Upon realizing the identity of the enemy, the Xiaoyu soldiers screamed that the intelligence was wrong. They had no prior reports that Bai Qi would be on this battlefield. But as soldiers, they still fulfilled their duty. Everyone raised their weapons and fired at Bai Qi. Yet their attacks passed right through him, causing no harm at all. Before they could figure out what happened, the battle god Bai Qi had already appeared behind them at lightning speed. Charging into the crowd, Bai Qi transformed into a butcher once again. Wherever his gaze fell, everything turned to death and desolation. Seeing this, even the distant soldiers lost their will to fight and started fleeing. But before they could get far, Bai Qi caught up from behind and unleashed a crescent moon slash, slaughtering them all on the spot. Mai Biao, stationed outside the canyon, had already started retreating early. A small squad was protecting him. 3 men chose to sacrifice themselves to cover the Lord's escape. Before leaving, they reminded Mai Biao to avenge them. Hearing his men's words, Mai Biao promised to avenge them someday and take care of their families with the best treatment. But before he could finish, 3 icy flying knives had already pierced their bodies, just as they turned to fight back desperately. But 2 more flying knives came, killing the last 2 of Mai Biao's guards. At that moment, he could only kneel like a dog, begging for his life. Against a godlike enemy, any resistance was futile. However, Nan Rongyi didn't kill him on the spot. Instead, he approached and asked if he was Mai Biao, the head of the Mai family. With a blade against his throat, Mai Biao could only answer obediently. He even promised to offer endless treasures in exchange for his life. But Nan Rongyi said he didn't want money. Pointing to the canyon, he declared that Sand Sculpture City must heed this warning. If their soldiers ever crossed the border again, he would personally destroy Sand Sculpture City. That look from Nan Rongyi became Mai Biao's lifelong nightmare. Awakening from his nightmare, the first thing he muttered was, "I dare not cross the border." After calming down a bit, he furiously ordered people to take him to the underground hangar to find Dr. Dan Pai. On his way there, his guards reported that an unknown group had released poison outside the city. He dismissed it, saying to let Mai Jin handle it. Upon entering the underground hangar, he was surprised to find that Dr. Dan Pai's new mech was nearly complete. Dr. Bell said they were lucky today. They obtained the missing materials from the guild. Now the mech was barely finished. Looking at the machine said to rival the new Soul Artificer, the Keystone. Mai Biao praised it immediately, calling it the embodiment of Sand Sculpture City's will. He decided then and there that once testing was done, he would personally pilot it to seek revenge against Nan Rongyi. The humiliation he suffered would be repaid 100-fold. Before them stood Dylan, current commander of the Black Armor Guards. He was also the chosen one of the new Soul Artificer Guan Yu. As a child, he lost his father early, which tore his family apart. His mother fell seriously ill and couldn't work. To support his mother and brother, he replaced his father's job as a porter at the docks, thanks to his father's former colleagues. But by bad luck, he was ambushed during work by Ma Shanlu of the Black Armor Guards. The reason for Ma Shu's attack was a radar alert from Lady 3, indicating an unidentified new Soul Artificer appeared nearby. A young girl versus a Black Armor Guard captain. The outcome was obvious. Young Dylan was brutally beaten by Ma Shu. Luckily, just as Dylan was about to crash to the ground, the innate Soul Artificer Guan Yu inside him activated and saved him. However, after being rescued, he fell into a coma. No matter how Ma Shu called him, he wouldn't wake. In his subconscious, he saw a different scene. Guan Yu gently cradled him like a father. Dylan, overwhelmed, didn't know how to react. But he never looked away from the familiar figure. When he opened his eyes again, he saw 2 strangers. The man on the right looked guilty and nervous. After he woke up, the Black Armor Guard's female doctor gave him a basic checkup. Finding no major issues, she informed Ma Shu that Dylan had a mild concussion and would recover quickly given his constitution. Before leaving, she mentioned that Dylan was slightly malnourished. She urged Ma Shu to feed him properly. After seeing off the doctor, Ma Shu's face turned serious. It terrified young Dylan, who feared that his illegal work would be exposed. Without work, he would lose his income. Fortunately, Ma Shu quickly apologized, saying he was too rough earlier. It was all a misunderstanding. He even bought lots of snacks and fruits that Dylan usually couldn't even dream of. After receiving the gifts, Dylan dropped his guard. He curiously asked if Ma Shu really came from the Black Armor Guards. Unexpectedly, Ma Shu asked whether Dylan wanted to join the Black Armor Guards too. Even the dock manager was stunned. He didn't expect Lord Ju to invite a kid to join. But Ma Shu ignored him, telling Dylan directly. Besides a salary, the Black Armor Guards provided free training resources. You could train and study at the same time. With Dylan's potential, the Grand Commander might even personally take him as a disciple. Although Ma Shu described the Black Armor Guards like a charity, young Dylan was still worried whether a child could get full salary. Ma Shu, seeing how obsessed with money Dylan was at his age, and how he secretly worked, guessed that Dylan's family situation must be poor. So he told Dylan directly that one day in the guards was worth 10 days of black market labor. Hearing that, Dylan was so shocked he froze in place, his mouth trembling as he said he needed to ask his mother's permission. Seeing success near, Ma Shu turned to the dock boss and told him to settle Dylan's wages and pay his medical expenses too. If the boss hadn't given wrong information, he wouldn't have hit a little girl so hard. Thus the boss had to pay. After settling things, Ma Shu lifted Dylan onto his shoulders, saying he would personally talk to Dylan's mother. Then he jumped out the window carrying Dylan. Both Dylan and the boss were terrified. Who takes kids away like that? But it turned out he was just showing off. Soon after, he properly boarded his flying shuttle with Dylan. On the way home, Dylan asked Ma Shu a strange question. Why did people call him Ju Yi, Lord 9? He thought it was because 3 + 6 = 9. This made Ma Shu slightly embarrassed, because the nickname was given by Lady 3 of the Song family. She said it came from an old joke. When someone messes up 6 times, they become 9. When I was sucked into the Long High secret realm, a vague voice calling my name echoed in my subconscious. Who was it? Why were they awakening me again? When I came to, I found myself lying inside a military tent, wearing the uniform of a Black Armor Guard centurion. Thinking carefully, I recalled that before entering the secret realm, I had cleverly laid down protective measures against illusions. In my past life, after exploring countless secret realms, I could guess by instinct that one of the 3 trials would involve illusion reality. But since my rebirth, I hadn't had a chance to explore any secret realms. So this time, I planned to fully immerse myself. In the mirror, I noticed there was no scar on my left cheek yet. Thus, I deduced the current timeline was about 2 years after the South Wild longevity tide. Just as I guessed. When I walked out of the tent, 2 Black Armor Guard soldiers were standing outside, and they respectfully addressed me as Lady 3 of the Song family. When I heard them calling me that, I couldn't help but feel nostalgic about my past life. So I couldn't resist for a moment, and told them not to call me Centurion, but to call me Father instead. After I teased her, Liang Xiaoji's face changed drastically. One of the young brothers could only awkwardly say that Centurion Sama really loved to joke. Hearing him say that, I felt in my heart like giving a thumbs up to the creator of this secret realm. I didn't expect the generated dialogue in the illusion to be so intelligent. After finishing my daily jokes with the soldiers, I walked alone toward the front of the military camp. The soldier behind me also reminded me that there was a cliff ahead, telling me to be careful. Actually, the reason I came to the cliff was to locate my position. Seeing the fortress city at the southern border of Zhangzhou, the Tancheng, and combining it with the timeline, it should be the time when Nanzhou had been destroyed by Shou dynasty. After that, the Milan army took the opportunity to press south into Tiandu Kingdom. At that time, Commander D led half of the armored guards to the north to support the Zhenbei army, while I stayed behind with the other half to defend the Zhangzhou front line. However, my overly arrogant attitude at the time caused me to fall into Night Net's diversion tactics. As a result, the defense line south of Tancheng was destroyed by the Taiji mercenaries. And ever since then, my face bore the scar left by Night Net. Thinking back on this, I realized that this illusion was meant to make me reflect on the mistakes I made out of youthful arrogance. The idea was good, but it wasn't enough to trouble a secret realm genius like me. Once you realize you are in a dream, you can control the entire dream. Here, I still have the final say. After testing my soul power, I was very sure that this theory was correct. Next, let me finally enjoy playing a holy summoner in the illusion. So I flew up using emergency air control. Now, my goal is to find Nightnet and give him a good beating. Then I'll directly break this illusion formation by force. As I was looking for Nightnet in the 3rd sector south of Tancheng, a fierce battle was taking place. On the ground, a nameless soldier was being attacked by a ferocious fighting beast, which was tearing at his cockpit. He raised his crossbow and prepared for a final shot. With a soul-powered blast, the soldier finally killed the brutal beast. If he had been any slower, the beast would have bitten through the star soul crown. Meanwhile, on the surrounding battlefield, other squad members were also finishing off the remaining beast nests. Moments later, the battlefield calmed down. The warriors were tending to each other's wounds. When the young soldier disengaged his star soul construct, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. His younger brother, who had enlisted with him, immediately ran over to care for him. After helping him up, Zhang Degi, the younger brother, asked about his brother's injuries. Fortunately, Zhang Dafu, the elder brother, apart from exhaustion, had no other serious problems. Just as Zhang Degi was about to take his brother to the logistics team for a meal, their captain stopped the two brothers. After a brief conversation, the captain praised Zhang Degi for his outstanding performance in battle. He hadn't expected a rich young master to be so skilled at Star Soul mecha handling. However, after praising him, he sternly scolded Zhang Dafu. He couldn't understand why Zhang Dafu, every time, would recklessly charge into enemy formations. But Zhang Degi turned back and told the captain that he would keep an eye on his brother, asking the captain not to worry. An uninformed adjutant also came over to the captain to inquire about the two brothers' situation. When the adjutant praised them as promising talents, the captain sighed and said, "They were fallen young masters from the Zhang family of Zhangzhou." The words he said earlier were because he had known their elders before. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers finally got their meals. The younger brother kept urging the older one to eat properly. He even secretly told his brother that if the food wasn't to his taste, he even hid some dried meat and wine. Later, they could sneak away and have a few sips. But this invitation from the younger brother received no response from the elder brother. This made him lose his appetite as well. He then sincerely said to his elder brother that the downfall of the Zhang family might have been destined, but no one from the Zhang family had ever blamed him. Seeing his elder brother so desperate for death, he felt heartbroken. After hearing his younger brother's words, the elder brother finally spoke. He still blamed himself for being blinded by foolishness back then. He deeply regretted having once tried to harm his brother. But the younger brother beside him said he had forgiven him long ago. Before they could talk properly, the alarm in the squad suddenly went off. Immediately, all of them reassembled their mechs to prepare for battle. But when they were ready to fight, they realized an overwhelming number of beasts were charging toward them. Their small squad alone could never handle it. Making matters worse, behind them were many medical and logistics personnel, and some of the beasts could even fly, which meant they couldn't evacuate the battlefield by air. Just when the situation became extremely dire, the charging beasts suddenly turned their heads to look behind them. Perhaps because sound traveled slower. When the squad finally saw behind the beast horde, they spotted a mysterious expert gathering energy for a massive attack. As he shouted, one arrow shatters mountains and rivers. A terrifying soul-powered slash struck down upon the beast horde. The power of that arrow instantly turned most of the beasts present into ashes. The few who barely survived also collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Once the smoke and dust cleared, the mysterious powerhouse revealed his true appearance. But none of those present could recognize his mech type. However, someone in the battle squad mentioned something. He suspected that this person might be the legendary southern ghost of Nanzhou. The squad captain had heard of this legend. Back in Yuanding City under Shou Dynasty, there were rumors of Shu Bansheng's mysterious disappearance. About a year later, someone claimed to have seen an old gentleman's sword mech outside a boudoir. It moved like a ghost among the beast nests of Nanzhou. Before they could react, the southern ghost of Nanzhou turned and left. And I witnessed all of this from above. After he left, the squad didn't chase him. They still needed to finish clearing the remaining beasts. But meanwhile, up in the sky, I fell deep into thought. This illusion could actually show me scenes outside of my memories. Normally, illusions shouldn't be able to generate anything beyond my memory. To solve this mystery, I decided to find that southern ghost and figure out the truth. In the original timeline, without my presence near the second prince, old Shu likely would have met a tragic fate. But now this southern ghost in front of me looked like the gentleman's sword, yet was patched up with random parts from different places. Such a state and behavior made me unsure whether Shu himself was still piloting it. But just then, I noticed something hidden under the mech's cloak ahead. So I decided to get closer and take a look. Just as I was about to approach, the southern ghost of Nanzhou suddenly turned and glared at me with a vicious look. This sudden move threw me off balance. Normally, Shu's peak heaven rank strength shouldn't be able to detect a saint level like me. But his following actions clearly showed he had detected me and was extremely hostile. Before I could think of how to respond, he had already assumed an attack posture. In the next second, he raised his broken sword fragment at me. At the same time, I could hear soul power gathering in the air. Seeing his stance, I knew things were bad. I knew he was about to unleash his ultimate move, one arrow shatters mountains and rivers. Even more urgently, I realized that in this illusion, all my defensive arrays were gone. And it was already too late to summon a mech to block it. Just as I was trying to think of a solution, the devastating attack, one arrow shatters mountains and rivers, had already been launched at me. Fortunately, just before I was hit, I remembered that I was in an illusion. So I used my willpower to summon a top-tier defensive array to block the attack. However, I must say, the sense of oppression brought by the southern ghost of Nanzhou in this illusion was truly overwhelming. I almost fell into his trap just now. As I was catching my breath, the ghost in front of me suddenly withdrew from the battle. His mech fled while making harsh metallic scraping sounds. It was as if something inside was about to burst out. And just as I expected, after a few steps, a head of red hair suddenly emerged from the top of the mech. But what he did next completely caught me off guard. He activated demonic disintegration. Normally, this ability should only exist on the scorpion mech from Milan Kingdom. Yet somehow this southern ghost had it too. Seeing this scene only strengthened my resolve to catch him. I immediately gave chase. But after pursuing him for a while, a pink translucent wall suddenly appeared ahead. Seeing the southern ghost pass through without issue, I followed confidently. However, when I tried to cross, I crashed straight into an invisible wall. After landing, I carefully explored the area. But no matter how I searched, I found nothing. It seemed that the wall's coverage was quite large. Finding the source wouldn't be easy. So I decided to use the Star Master system to scan it. But after summoning it for a while, there was no response. After waiting a bit longer, I realized that back then, the Star Master system wasn't that powerful yet. But since I was in an illusion, maybe I could generate a peak version of the system. And just as I thought, in this place, besides my own strength, even the system could be upgraded to its peak form. After scanning with the system, I finally learned. This wall was generated based on my memory space, and my effective range of movement was limited to a 500 li radius at the current time point. Upon hearing this result, even within 500 li, I couldn't leave Zhangzhou. So for now, I could only find Night King and beat him up to vent my anger. After a little while, I arrived at a small port city near Zhangzhou. The entire place was ablaze and thick with smoke. I knew why. Back when defending Zhangzhou's front lines, this city had sent out a distress signal to the Tiandu garrison. They said they were being attacked by mercenaries using Milan Kingdom mechs. And now that I arrived, I realized Night King had recklessly brought troops to loot this place and planned to attack Tancheng. Seeing him smugly celebrating on a tall building made me furious with my past self. If I hadn't fallen for his trick back then, Zhangzhou might have held out. Thinking this, I charged forward full of anger, appearing right in Night King's field of view. Without giving him any time to react, I landed right in front of him. Seeing me suddenly appear, Night King immediately recognized me, because I was the one he had planned to lure away back then. But now, seeing me flying through the air terrified him, because only a saint-level expert could perform aerial flight. He had no idea the Centurion of the Armored Guards was actually a saint-level powerhouse. Seeing my old enemy from a past life, I no longer planned to hide my strength. In this illusion, I was the Emperor. After transforming into my past self's form, I had the Star Master system immediately summon my exclusive envoy, the Star Soul Descender, Abyss Lord. Now I could finally enjoy myself. Originally, I came to Shayuguo to collect medicine for the Third Elder, but I got unexpectedly dragged into Star Soul General Ao Bing's inheritance trial. Because of that, I got the opportunity to crush my past life's nemesis Night King in the illusion, considering how he left a deep scar on my face in my previous life. I decided to make full use of this chance. This time, I would have my fun. As the system notified me of successful summoning my exclusive envoy Star Soul Descender, Abyss Lord, once again became my mech. At this moment, Night King's mind completely shut down. Even now, he still couldn't accept the reality in front of him. His subordinates, upon seeing the Abyss Lord appear, immediately began rushing toward Night King. It seemed they were trying to buy him time to escape. Although they were just mercenaries working for money, their actions at this moment won my respect. So I immediately turned around and summoned all the battle ape swords from the Abyss Lord. These would be my parting gifts for them. Only loyal warriors deserve such a grand farewell. Seeing this scene, Night King finally snapped out of it. But his warnings to his men came too late, because the moment he turned around, he already saw his entire force annihilated. Even the renowned assassins from Milan Kingdom, known for their durability, were shredded like paper. After dealing with those valiant warriors, I told Night King to stop hiding. A man who possessed the Star Soul General Liver General shouldn't be this fragile, right? Hearing my words, Night King became even more dumbfounded. Because within his mercenary group, there shouldn't be any traitors leaking information. Other than them, only the assassins from Taiyuan knew he had obtained the Liver General. So quickly, he confirmed his suspicion. Then he began pondering that those from Taiyuan, who always preached about universal love and non-aggression, and often intervened militarily to stop wars between nations, might actually just be maintaining a delicate balance. Maybe they didn't want the Eastern continent to reunite again at all. While he was lost in thought, I, floating in the sky, directly exposed his entire plan. Milun's army moving south was just to lure away the armored guard. Meanwhile, he would sneak ashore at Xinjiang port by sea. And later, he planned a night raid straight to Zhangzhou's Tancheng. After I revealed everything, Night King could only force a bitter smile. He admitted that he had underestimated me before coming here, thinking I was just an ordinary little centurion. Finally, one of my heart knots was untied. Since I was cheating so openly, I thought I might as well enjoy it thoroughly. But this happiness still felt a little incomplete. After satisfying my heart, I told him to hurry up and summon the liver general. Once I had enough fun, I'd finish this boring illusion world. Night King, who had just regained some consciousness, though not understanding what an illusion world meant, still obediently drew his saber and began summoning his mech. As a blue lightning of soul power flashed again across the sky, my old nemesis finally reappeared before me in a familiar stance. But this guy didn't even give me time to marvel before launching his attack. And upon seeing that familiar Bee-Dragon Greatblade, the scar over my eye began to ache faintly. Maybe it was because he saw my overwhelming power and dared not be careless. Right at the start, he unleashed his strongest move, the Bee-Dragon Strike. This move really brought back memories. Back then, against this move, I was completely powerless. But now looking at it, it's nothing special anymore. After that, I remotely drew 3 battle ape swords. Because if I summoned too many, this fun might end too quickly. Then these 3 battle ape swords immediately shot forward and shattered his strongest strike. While cutting through, they kept advancing toward him. Faced with this outrageous scene, Night King immediately summoned all his bee-blades, and in front of him, the 3 battle ape swords had already broken through his defenses. In response, I couldn't help but mock him. Give up struggling. Everyone's mechs are using sensor weapons. He should have known there was no escape. So just as I finished speaking, his liver general was instantly caught in the flying blade vortex. As he was being shredded to pieces, he glared at me in unwillingness, probably unable to understand why he encountered such a powerful opponent. With a pleasant explosion, this personal set of 3 battle ape swords also met their end. I hadn't expected him to be so weak. Had I known, I would have toyed with him longer. Fortunately, the core of the illusion wasn't far away. Time to end this boring illusion early. Meanwhile, in another space, the Secret Realm's administrator also sensed an anomaly. He hadn't expected someone to pass the first trial so quickly. Thus, he began to look forward to this outstanding descendant of the Zhao clan. However, before he could react, a huge crack appeared in the management space. Although this had happened before, this time, it felt different. Turning around, he tried to order the trial taker to stay still, as the second trial's formation would activate soon. But right after he finished speaking, 2 hands stretched out from the crack. Those hands began tearing at the rift, making it bigger. As the crack was fully torn open, I piloted the Abyss Lord and appeared in the administrator's space. When the administrator saw me, at first, he thought I was a descendant of the Zhao clan. But after taking a closer look, he realized that in front of him was actually another soul frame user. Thus, he launched an attack at me. At the same time, he manipulated chains of soul power while questioning me, asking how I entered the Zhao clan's secret realm. Facing these attacks, I casually waved my hand and easily dispelled his petty tricks. Just like that, I was already bored of it in my previous life. And under my control, all the chains he summoned have been returned to their rightful owners. Even though I know he was merely a replica created by the original master, my anger could only be vented on him. If he hadn't asked how I entered just now, I wouldn't have gotten so angry. With his pathetic level of formation skills, he still dared to imitate others and create a secret realm. For such an important inheritance, shouldn't he have first added a bloodline identification code for entrance? With such lousy skills, how can he still call himself a manager? From now on, everything in this secret realm will be under my control. Standing in front of me is one of the 4 great clans of Qishui Kingdom, controlled by Huang Miuang, the Mind-Soul General, Wen Zhang. What I never expected was that at such a young age, he was already able to control the Mind-Soul General in this secret realm. I had already easily mastered the ability to control the Mind-Soul General. But why could I see his past? Everything starts from before I took over the secret realm space. Previously, in the illusion of the first trial, I found a loophole. So I followed the trail and hacked into this event constructed by formation programs. After explaining it once, the previous system administrator still didn't believe I had this ability. Because after the Longhai secret realm was created, formation grandmasters had challenged it too. In response, I didn't want to waste words with him. If he knew what's good for him, he would comply. Otherwise, once I made a move, this secret realm might be destroyed. After hearing this, the system administrator started to worry that after I gained control, I would immediately seize the Ao Bing inheritance that belonged only to the Zhao people. Because of this, he refused to agree to my request no matter what. After realizing his concerns, I told him that I would absolutely not seize the Ao Bing inheritance. I even promised to help them select a successor. But after exhausting all my words, this old guy still remained unmoved. He even said that even if his soul dissipated, he would never agree to me. With no other option, I stopped accommodating him. Actually, all the requests I made earlier were merely a notice to him. In fact, I never intended to ask for his so-called opinion. Now, with the peak new master system supporting me, finding a loophole and forcibly hacking the entire formation core would just cost a little more effort. And sure enough, after I issued the command, in just a few seconds, the system found the core of the spatial loophole. After finding it, the old guy in my hand was completely useless. So I casually threw him aside. After that, I officially began violently breaking through the formation loophole. And following that came the collapse of the system space. And everything started falling apart rapidly. Along with it, the collapse of the entire secret realm system. This scene completely stunned the administrator. Because in the past thousands of years, no trial challenger had ever done anything like this. And now, it wasn't just the space collapsing. Even his own administrator data was suffering from unintentional intrusion and destruction. After realizing all this, he finally started to behave and said that as long as I stopped, he would hand over the control to me, on the condition that I promise him not to steal Ao Bing's soul. For someone who had just been so disobedient, I could only say to him, "It's too late for that. Where were you earlier, when you forced me to act myself? Now you come begging? What's the point?" After hearing my rejection, the old guy panicked even more. He knew very well now that if he kept being stubborn, both Ao Bing's inheritance and this secret realm would be destroyed. So he quickly shouted and admitted his mistake to me. He was now willing to hand over the secret realm and serve me as his master from now on. If I stopped the intrusion, he would do whatever I asked. After gaining his unconditional submission, I finally stopped. Seriously, he really wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. He had to be forced this way. Before he would listen. Then, I released the restraints on him. And warned him not to play any tricks. If there was a next time, I wouldn't stop. Fortunately afterward, he behaved more honestly. And quickly took out the control jade box. From his chest. But when I saw the jade box, I noticed a problem. Because this item in front of me looked very familiar. So, I immediately dissolved the new soul construct. And went over to investigate. But after coming out, I noticed another problem. The Xiangyu newborn seal left by my mother could even deceive the secret realm's formation. It's clear that my parents were no ordinary people either. After clearing up my doubts, I approached the control jade box and directly seized it. After I unlocked its external protective formation, I became even more certain that I had definitely seen this item before. Then when I tried to recall more deeply, I suddenly remembered the chest left to me by my parents. I'm very sure that inside it, there was an identical jade box. Just as I was about to recall more carefully, that old guy told me to inject divine power into this jade box. After injecting it, I would be able to control this secret realm event. After learning the method, I started to inject my divine power into the jade box. After carefully probing, I discovered that so-called secret realms were actually small worlds, created using formation programs, within a special space. So after the injection was complete, that old guy knelt before me, and called me Honored One. Because he could feel that I had become the master of this small world. And just now, that guy's body was so huge that even lifting my head to talk to him was exhausting. So I casually shrank him down. But after he became smaller, I had a mischievous idea. Since he could change size, why not try changing gender as well? His old man appearance should really keep up with the times. With that thought, without caring about his consent, I directly issued the command to turn him into a woman. And as I expected, before he could even resist, he had already transformed into a beautiful female Zhao tribe member. Seeing how I messed with him like that, he thought my next move was going to involve some unspeakable things. But in my view, since he didn't even get angry after being teased like this, it showed that he was truly submitting sincerely. So after relaxing a bit, I opened the administrator interface to check on the others. Actually, while I was dealing with the administrator, everyone else was still inside their own illusion worlds. Because before entering, they didn't protect their mental seas. So they had no idea. They were so deeply trapped in illusions. However, the one I was more interested in was that holy level expert. According to my memories from my past life, I had never encountered him before. So I was really curious about which faction he came from. Thus, I decided to go check out his illusion world. After all, with control in hand, everything else was just a minor detail. Meanwhile, Huang Miaoying was fighting several ordinary fierce beasts in her illusion. They were evenly matched at first. But the situation quickly changed. Those fierce beasts couldn't withstand the soul power lightning she summoned. Once the beasts were dead, a man appeared behind her. And from the look on his face, he seemed very worried about Huang Miaoying. When he released the new soul construct, I was stunned too. How could someone operating a machine like that be so young? And judging from the way he spoke to his father, he seemed quite casual. Also, judging by their clothing, it didn't look like modern attire. How old was he really? Originally, I just intended to use the Secret Realm Management Authority to glance at the past of the new soul descender, Wen Zhang. But instead, I stumbled upon a massive prehistoric secret. Their families made in the future would be someone even I would need to fear. And all of this goes back to when I first entered this illusion. At that time, young Miaoying had just finished battling the fierce beasts. but her father was scolding her. Seeing this scene, I became a little curious. I didn't expect her heart demon illusion to be set during her childhood. How did this woman eventually grow to become one of the 4 holy sages of Chishui Kingdom? With this question in mind, I went into the secret realm system to check. And what I found shocked me. According to the system records, this illusion world had already looped 13 times. How could a holy level powerhouse be trapped by a heart demon illusion for so long? But then, I thought of a possibility. With her strength, there's no illusion she couldn't break through. She simply didn't want to wake up. Since there's such juicy gossip here, of course I wouldn't waste my administrator privileges. I decided to forcibly break this illusion. Maybe I could even uncover some strange clues. So afterward, I followed the father and daughter to a place filled with peach blossom trees. And in the middle of the peach forest, there was a lone mountain grave. When I moved closer to take a look, I realized the grave belonged to Huang Miaoying's mother, Huang Yuji. After I finished examining it, the father and daughter arrived at the same place. They were carrying some offerings in their hands. But strangely, right after entering the shrine area, her father immediately turned back and closed the gate. At the same time, young Miaoying asked her father when he would teach her proper spells. Hearing his daughter's question, he gently stroked her head and asked why she suddenly wanted to learn spells. To this, young Miaoying said that after learning spells, she wouldn't have to wait every year until the peach trees were in full bloom to visit her mother. Whenever she missed her mother, she could come anytime. Hearing his daughter's words, her father showed a hint of sadness. But he quickly composed himself and used the excuse of offering sacrifices first to gently brush off her request. While they were offering sacrifices, I wasn't idle either. I kept an eye on everything they were doing. Then I recalled that ceiling formation just now. If I remember correctly, I had seen something similar in the Earth Spirit's secret realm in my past life. Thus I inferred that this man was likely a member of the legendary Sealing Master's lineage. These people were tasked with sealing the Earth Spirit's secret realm. In my past life, when I explored that realm, I had encountered such a situation. Back then, I speculated that man probably used up all his life force to suppress the Earth Spirit's secret realm. It was said that beneath the Earth Spirit's secret realm, a terrifying soul crafter was sealed away. If he ever broke free, the entire continent would be plunged into endless war. To prevent this, the Sealing Master's lineage spent centuries carrying this burden. Judging by the current illusion timeline, this man before me might very well be the same person I encountered later. Hopefully, it wasn't just a coincidence. Meanwhile, after finishing the basic offerings, the man told young Miaoying to wander nearby, as he still had something he wanted to say to his wife. Once the daughter was far away, he quietly sat down and pulled out a letter full of writing from his pocket. After softly reading the letter aloud before the grave, he burned the letter as an offering. While burning it, he kept talking about how he missed her every moment of every day. Such a heartfelt scene even moved me, the great king of spies. After all, this was inside an illusion, and I was only gathering information. This couldn't count as eavesdropping. So I casually took out half a watermelon to enjoy while collecting intel. Life was pretty sweet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the peach forest, young Miaoying, sent away by her father, encountered a huge wild boar. Normally, a little girl would be terrified in such a situation. But this mischievous girl was busy thinking about 100 ways to deal with the boar. So she jumped up and charged at it. This startled the wild boar too. It probably never imagined that it would be taken down by such a small child. While she was hunting the wild boar, I had almost finished gathering my intel. It turned out that the heirs of the Sealing Masters were given 10 years of freedom to marry and have children. And the young man before me named Sikong Jing was the current heir of the Sealing Masters. The turning point of the story happened when he traveled to the divine capital of Qishui Kingdom. At that time, he and Miao Ying's mother, Huang Yuji, locked eyes at the Falling Bridge Poetry Festival and fell in love at first sight. Not long after, they pledged their lives to each other under a peach blossom tree. Sikong Jing even abandoned his duty as a guardian of spirits and decided to grow old together with Huang Yuji. But the good times didn't last. After living peacefully for a while, they were soon discovered by the Huang family. The family then started hunting them down. While escaping to the outskirts of Mount Zikong, Huang Yuji, due to her severe injuries, gave birth prematurely. After giving birth to Miaoying, she passed away. Later, Sikong Jing set up a great wind bell formation nearby and hid inside it with Miaoying ever since. Listening to this story made me deeply sorrowful. Turns out the Huang family of Qishui Kingdom had already been so disgusting even back then. After digesting all the information, Miaoying also returned with her hunting prize. Judging by the current development, I didn't see any reason for Miaoying to loop through this illusion 13 times. So I decided to follow them home and see. As they passed through the Guardian formation to return home, I noticed a maid standing in their courtyard, her hands and feet bound by heavy restraints. But strangely, when Miaoying saw her, she sweetly called her sister Juxiang. As I approached, I realized the restraints weren't ordinary ones. What crime had she committed to deserve such treatment? Then, recalling her name carefully, a figure from my past life suddenly popped into my mind. Someone I had deeply feared. If it really was her. No wonder Miaoying was stuck looping 13 times and refused to wake up. In my past life, this woman wasn't exactly my mortal enemy, but she was far more troublesome than any regular foe. After the fall of Tiandu Kingdom, I had fled badly wounded to neighboring Qishui Kingdom. When my injuries improved, despite the Qishui Empress's persuasion, I insisted on returning to Tiandu to fight alongside it. But on the way back, this old hag kept obstructing me at every turn. Although I had acquired the new Lord system during my time in the Earth Spirit adversity, the damage to my soul veins still affected my performance. So they launched a war of attrition against me, using chains that trapped souls. The result was predictable. Not long after the battle began, due to soul energy depletion, my new soul construct was forcibly undone. Also, my injuries hadn't fully healed yet, so I couldn't gain any advantage over them. After being forcibly stripped of my construct, this old hag led her Dark Mirror division right up to me, arrogantly demanding my surrender. Hearing her words, I was furious and retorted back, saying the Qishui Empress had already granted me permission to leave. What right did the Dark Mirror division have to hunt me down? Were they planning to rebel? At that time, the old hag insisted. She was accusing me of stealing Qishui's military secrets and would take me down. She claimed it was all for the sake of protecting Qishui Kingdom. Of course, I didn't believe her nonsense. She was just making things up to snatch the new Lord system from me. Luckily, just when I was desperate, on the river behind them, a miracle happened. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have escaped. They fabricated everything, all to seize the new Lord system from me. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, something stirred on the river behind them. Suddenly, a fleet under the Qishui Empress appeared. They opened the ship's loudspeaker and broadcasted a message. They said they had an imperial decree for me. Seeing the ships appear, the old hag immediately realized everything. The timing was so perfect. Clearly Her Majesty was determined to protect me. While she was still processing this, the Empress's envoy continued shouting, explicitly ordering the Dark Mirror Division to cease the arrest and release my new soul construct. Seeing things had come to this point, Tong Juxiang, the chief of the Dark Mirror Division, raised her hand to stop her subordinates from further action. Because she knew this wasn't the time to turn hostile yet. So while waiting for the envoy to land, both sides refrained from further fighting. The imperial decree sent by the Empress clearly stated her intention to protect me. Moreover, she said, I had contributed greatly to the kingdom, and thus conferred me the title of Marquis of Manhua. And on that very day, I was to enter her harem and await her summons. After hearing the decree, I was completely stunned. I couldn't figure out what the Empress was thinking, because the title of Marquis was the highest ranking status among the harem consorts. From what I later learned, after hearing the decree, the old hag was still desperate to take me away for interrogation, because the new lord system's power was too similar to the master of Taiyuan she knew. She absolutely wanted it. So as I was preparing to leave with the envoy, the old hag finally couldn't resist ordering her men to use force to stop us. Luckily, the envoy sternly rebuked them, saying it would be considered rebellion. Seeing both sides about to clash, the old hag flinched, faced with the charge of rebellion. She could only weakly say that I was highly suspicious and couldn't be let go. Seeing her soften her stance, the envoy said if she had evidence, she could present it directly in the divine capital. If proven guilty, the Empress would judge accordingly. After saying this, he added another warning. Since the Imperial Guards came to summon me, the Dark Mirror Division had no right to obstruct. After completely intimidating the old hag, the envoy let me board the ship peacefully, guaranteeing no more dogs would block my way. The feeling of having someone powerful backing me was truly exhilarating. So I turned around and wished the old hag a long life. I even joked that she was already over 100 years old and should take care of her health. Maybe it was my words that infuriated her, because later, when Qishui Kingdom lost its 400-year legacy, she was the one behind it. Even the former Qishui Empress couldn't have imagined it. The Dark Mirror Division she personally founded, from slaves and criminals, would ultimately destroy Qishui. Now, inside the illusion, I grew even more curious, because it made me very interested in Huang Miuyan's past. And I suspected the reason why this illusion looped 13 times was definitely tied to her. But based on the current plot development, I hadn't yet discovered anything unusual. At least for now. Nothing suspicious stood out yet. But something was definitely lurking beneath. The relationship between Huang Miuyan and her seemed quite good. It looked pretty nice. But in the next second, I noticed something was off. Unexpectedly, Tang Juxiang blushed when she saw Sikong Jin. And her subsequent actions were very suspicious too, because her every move was just like the lady of the house. Later during dinner, they were chatting and laughing together, and their bond seemed truly deep. Seeing this, to quickly find out the truth, I used the illusion's management rights to fast forward the story. I jumped straight to nighttime and noticed Sikong Jin reading a book called Orthodox Methods on Sealing. Moreover, I saw information about the 5 elements reversal wind bell array in it, because it was similar to the sealing technique used against the war ancestor. I intended to secretly learn it. But just as I was memorizing the information, Tang Juxiang unexpectedly showed up, peeking from outside the door. At first, I thought she also came to steal the technique. But she boldly pushed the door open and walked in. And she was dressed quite revealingly tonight. Seeing Sikong Jin's shocked face, she became even more forward. Her flirtatious expression made it obvious that she wanted Sikong Jin to make a mistake. Fortunately, Sikong Jin, who had shown such deep affection during the day, did not let me down. Faced with temptation, she still refused. But if she had been truly determined, this illusion wouldn't have repeated 13 times. So after the initial rejection, Tong Juxiang intensified her seduction. And from her expressions, I could tell. She wasn't doing this willingly. There was a purpose behind her actions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have later become the chief of the Dark Police. Sure enough, as she escalated her moves, Sikong Jin finally couldn't stay still. The orthodox methods material in her hands lost its appeal. As the saying goes, even heroes fall to beauty. Steel-willed men have their weaknesses. If at midnight, such a woman barged into your room, how would you choose? Faced with such a dilemma, Sikong Jin, who had been a widow for Huang Mioyan's mother for years, was momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, after a few breaths, she finally calmed herself, her hand already reaching for a weapon. As a member of the Spirit Guardians, she knew clearly that sudden intimacy either means robbery or treachery. Thus, such a gift arriving at the door must have hidden intentions. However, strangely, Tong Juxiang didn't show any fear. Instead, she suddenly burst into tears. Unable to get a response from Sikong Jin, she decisively picked up her clothes and left, leaving me unsure whether she was genuine or scheming. But that scene just now made me laugh out loud. I never thought that old hag, when she was young, had such an embarrassing experience. Next time I see her, I'll definitely bring it up and laugh at her. After ending this little episode, I decided to speed up the illusion again. Watching it this way was too slow. Later, after the awkward incident overflowed, for the next 2 years, the family remained the same. Sikong Jin and the old hag didn't have any further incidents. But there's a saying that is true. A child's heart is very perceptive. Sikong Jin and the old hag didn't have any more incidents. But as the old saying goes, children's minds are actually very perceptive. After that incident, Huang Mioyan often sat alone in a daze, deep in thought. Her worries seemed even heavier than her father's. Because on this day, Sikong Jin, as her father, decided to teach his daughter the array techniques of the Spirit Guardian's legacy. Hearing that her father was finally going to teach her formations, Huang Mioyan was extremely excited. Because once she learned them, she would be able to visit her mother anytime. After reaching an agreement, Sikong Jin began her teaching session. According to her explanation, the Spirit Guardian's legacy could be traced back to 2 eras ago, and sealing formations were different from ordinary formations, making them extremely difficult to learn. This piqued my interest too. If I could master sealing formation techniques, then in the future, when exploring the Geospirit's secret realm, I could enter many areas that were previously inaccessible. So, in the following days, I attended school together with Huang Mioyan. After 2 months of training in the illusion realm, Huang Mioyan finally grasped some techniques. But every time she deployed a formation, it was all crooked and messy. Such a level of formation would be truly embarrassing if shown to others. So when Sikong Jin saw his daughter's performance, he couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. If she couldn't inherit the legacy, the Spirit Guardian's bloodline might end with her. I shared the same concern as him. After watching for so long, even I had learned it. It seems Huang Mioyan really lacks talent in formations. But after I finished learning it, I was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect this sealing formation to share common roots with the 5 elements grand array used to suppress the battle ancestor. Based on that calculation, if before I only had a 60 to 70% chance of forcibly breaking the 5 elements grand array, now with this knowledge, my success rate rises to 120%. I could break the array perfectly. And after breaking it, I could even reseal it with a higher level formation. Moreover, I could set a password for easier unlocking next time. After secretly mastering the skill, I went to check on the others' progress. Their mental maturity was far too lacking. Up to now, no one had taken the initiative to break free from the illusion realm. The once selected rookie, Lan Kun, was still watching The Little Mermaid every day in the illusion. Such a carefree life for a proud prince. And Hu Yenxin was still stuck in his teenage years. But what intrigued me was that person beside him the Hu Yan clan's rookie? Switching focus to Hu Yanfang was a bit saddening. He normally appeared like a monk, detached from worldly desires. But deep inside, he was still deeply attached to his deceased wife. And as for that traitor Wang Shu, he was even more puzzling. He had seemed like a very close brother to the former Aobing's rookie. So why had he now walked the path of betraying the proud race? Just as I was about to leave the monitoring screen, I made another discovery. Besides the original entrance, an extra snowman illusion had appeared. And this illusion was very strange. Inside was just a single snowman sleeping. And it had slept for over 100 years. Meanwhile, as I was stunned by this, another 2 months had passed within the illusion realm. Huang Miaoying, who had been practicing the sealing array, continued her cultivation. But this time, her practice target was the coexistence box. With Huang Miaoying's help, the chains binding the box's limbs were finally broken. Still, she was worried that Sikong Jin might return and punish her. Seeing this, Huang Miaoying simply went all the way and opened the outer sealing formation as well. After doing all this, she looked a little tired. But she urged the coexistence box to run quickly. She did all this to return freedom to it on behalf of her father. She had always known it was her father who imprisoned it. Thus, after inheriting the sealing formation, the first thing she did was free it. Knowing her intentions, the coexistence box said nothing more. It just turned and left the place where it had been imprisoned for so long. But as it turned and fled, something strange happened. On one side was Huang Miaoying struggling to maintain the formation, while on the other side was the coexistence box grinning maliciously. All this happened. But I didn't notice, because I was still studying that snowman illusion. By the time I realized something was wrong here, it was already too late. Now only Huang Miaoying remained, full of sorrow. Luckily, I had secret realm admin privileges. As long as I scraped hard enough, no mystery was unsolvable. Can you imagine a teenager who was still immature in mind being so cruel? Earlier I had missed part of Huang Miaoying's memories, so I had to rewind the timeline. After rewinding 2 months, I found that Sikong Jin had gone on a long journey, and he seemed to have given Huang Miaoying important instructions. So I rewound another month. But I just returned to the time when he was teaching sealing formations. Fortunately, I quickly pinpointed the key moment. From Sikong Jin's expression, I could tell how important that jade token was. After restoring the playback speed, I realized I was right. Before leaving the mountain, besides warning Huang Miaoying not to mess around inside the formation, he also told her to absolutely stay within the sealing array and never go out. At that moment of separation from her father, who had been her only family all these years, Huang Miaoying also looked extremely reluctant. She softly asked her father if he could stay, seeing his daughter on the verge of tears. Sikong Jin, as a father, immediately comforted her, saying that after finishing his tasks, he would come back and take her away from here. At that time, he would also take her to Tiandu Kingdom to taste all kinds of delicacies. Hearing about delicious food, and leaving this place, Huang Miaoying immediately cheered up. She kept excitedly listing the famous foods from all parts of Tiandu Kingdom. But in the end, she still worriedly asked her father to pinky promise her. She wanted him to be responsible for what he had said, because she had never been separated from her father all these years. So after the initial excitement, she still looked very reluctant to part. She kept reminding her father to return before her birthday to celebrate with her. To this, Sikong Jin patted her little head and said, "If you encounter any danger here, you can activate the jade token using the formation. Not only will it trigger a defense system, but I will also sense it and rush back immediately." But after hearing this, I was a little confused, because that jade token looked very similar to the life tokens used by sects in Central Continent. The only function of those was that as long as the name glowed, it meant the person was still alive. So I guessed that his descent this time was probably to take over the sealing mission of the Earth Spirit's secret realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed such a thing to his daughter. Sure enough, just as I predicted. After he left, the coexistence box immediately began staging acts of self-pity toward Huang Miaoying. After some coaxing, Huang Miaoying was influenced by her clumsy tricks. She even unlocked the restraints on her. Seeing this, I could only helplessly shake my head. This little girl was way too easy to deceive. But this shouldn't be an unforgivable mistake. So I decided to keep watching. Aside from the old witch's escape, as I expected, after Sikong Jin left, he never returned. Poor Huang Miaoying kept counting on her fingers every day, waiting for her father to come back for her birthday. Even after her birthday passed, Sikong Jin still hadn't returned. And now in the sealing formation, only Huang Miaoying was left. And when people are most desperate, unexpected events always follow. When the sound of explosions came from the distant formation, Huang Miaoying immediately imagined it was her father knocking. She happily rushed to open the door. But the source of the noise was actually people forcibly breaking the formation from outside. Moreover, the tools they used were quite advanced. Leading them was Huang Shenglin, the current head of the Huang family of Qishui Kingdom. As for how they found the place, it was easy to guess. It must have been the old witch informing the Huang family after escaping. The only thing that surprised them was that Sikong Jin and his daughter had hidden under their noses for over 10 years. Still, they underestimated the spirit guardian's strength. The two guards trying to break the formation quickly reported problems. Even after using the breaking cones for a long time, the formation remained intact. So they suggested inviting a formation master to assist. The steward immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this, furiously scolding the two men as useless trash. At that moment, however, the formation door slowly opened from inside. Due to the concealment array, Huang Miaoying still didn't realize the ones outside weren't her father. So when the door fully opened, she was completely dumbfounded. Even a fool could tell the people outside meant no good. She tried to shut the door again, but found that the door had lost its function. Because in those few seconds of hesitation, two royal guards outside had jammed the door open with formation-breaking cones. The steward behind them immediately ordered everyone to rush in and capture Huang Miaoying. Huang Miaoying, having never experienced such things, could only think about escaping. But surrounded by royal guards, she didn't even make it 2 steps before being encircled. Although they had the upper hand, the royals overlooked something crucial. The reason Sikong Jin dared to leave his daughter alone was simple. His daughter had the strength to protect herself. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned. None of them had expected that trying to capture a little girl would end up confronting a soulcrafter. The steward who gave the capture order was completely scared stiff. In front of the family head, he even blurted out that Huang Miaoying might be the illegitimate child of Miss Yuji and Sikong Jin. Her remarks were immediately and harshly punished by the family head. Moreover, because of her innate talent as a natural rookie, Huang Shengnan quickly changed her tune, saying that no matter how long Huang Miaoying had been lost, she was still a princess of the royal family. Because she clearly knew that with the existence of an innate rookie, the royal family would surely prosper for hundreds of years to come. Thus, she immediately ordered that no one was allowed to harm her. Instead, they were to capture her alive using soul restraint chains. Upon receiving the order, the royal guards quickly bound Huang Miaoying's limbs. Many were shouting excitedly that they had caught her. But before they could celebrate for even a few seconds, the flying blades mounted behind her soulcrafter mech, Wenjong, suddenly appeared. However, they didn't launch an immediate attack. After detaching from the mech, they simply hovered silently above the encirclement. After being treated so violently, Huang Miaoying was filled with extreme rage. She immediately channeled Wenjong's power, summoning heavenly thunder. With a clear cry, a heavenly might-like soul force burst out from her. The pressure erupted instantly. Now it was the royal guard's turn to suffer. Of all people, they had provoked a furious little girl. Without good survival skills, they wouldn't even know how to end this. Do you know how painful it is to wait for someone who will never return? Her father had only just left home. Yet bad people came to capture her. This made the young Huang Miaoying extremely angry. Thus she used Wenjiang's power to summon a massive thunderstrike. With a loud bang, the enemies who had her surrounded instantly became corpses on the ground. Witnessing such a fierce attack, Huang Shengnan revealed a greedy expression. She even began imagining how to use Huang Miaoying to glorify the royal family. Meanwhile, the steward nearby, seeing his mistress's excitement, immediately ordered the reserve troops to continue the assault. Facing the charging enemies again, Huang Miaoying summoned her new soulcrafter Mech, readying Wenjiang's exclusive weapon for battle. Though young, thanks to her innate rookie constitution, her combat talent and cultivation were no less than those royal guards. Seeing this, the steward weakly suggested to the mistress, "Our manpower is limited, and this little one doesn't seem easy to deal with. May I ask the family head to personally intervene?" And indeed, Huang Miaoying was handling the battlefield with ease. She fought effortlessly, facing this unexpected situation. Although Huang Shengnan cursed her subordinates as useless, she was already preparing to personally intervene. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the second batch of guards had joined the fray. To increase their success rate, most stayed at the front to attract Huang Miaoying's attention, while two members sneaked around under the cover of smoke. With coordinated efforts, they hoped to succeed. Just as they were about to celebrate, Wenjiang's mech suddenly lit up with heavenly lightning. Before they realized it, it was too late. The heavenly lightning instantly turned them into charred corpses. But after unleashing this wide-area attack, Huang Miaoying suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, just when she was at her weakest. Not far behind, a round of applause rang out. She was praised as the future unparalleled genius of the Huang family. As Huang Shengnan landed, the mech she controlled appeared in front of Huang Miaoying. Seeing the girl full of hostility, she put on a kindly facade and tried to persuade her. But young Huang Miaoying didn't understand. All she knew was that her home was invaded by villains. She was determined to drive the enemies away at any cost. Although her courage was commendable, having only basic soulcraft training, we all know, when there's a major gap in cultivation levels with your opponent, you are left with only two options: surrender or die. Very soon, Huang Shengnan managed to capture Wenjiang at close range. Even Wenjiang's powerful armor couldn't protect Huang Miaoying's arm from being twisted. And without giving her any chance to react, she twisted violently using the strength of her single leg. After adjusting her angle, she struck Wenjiang's core lock with a fully charged split sky palm. Hit by the blow, Huang Miaoying was flung away, and her soulcrafter armor instantly dissipated. Fortunately, the surrounding formation walls cushioned her. Otherwise, with that force, she would have flown much farther before landing. After landing, she did not lose consciousness. She stubbornly struggled to her feet again. But even if her body could endure, her heart had already collapsed. What pained her most was not being defeated by the villains, but losing the only pillar she depended on. When her father left, at that moment, helpless, she could only cling tightly to the jade token her father had given her, crying and calling out for her father. She desperately wished her father would return at that moment. But when I saw the name on the jade token had already dimmed, I knew her father had probably perished in the Earth Spirit's secret realm. Watching her kneeling there crying for her father, even I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She would probably never understand why her father had to lie to her during their final farewell. While I pitied her, Huang Shengnan deactivated her armor and approached her. She first asked about Huang Miaoying's details. But wounded and mentally shattered, how could she answer? All that remained in her heart was the obsession with her father. Seeing her disobedience toward the family head, the steward stepped up to pressure her to answer. But no matter how they forced her, all she said was, Miao must wait here for father to return. Seeing this, Huang Shengnan changed her tactic. She spoke in a gentle, familial tone, promising that if she returned to the Huang family, no one would bully her. But even so, nothing changed. Huang Miaoying still knelt there dazed, murmuring that this was her home, and she would wait here for father. From her gaze at that moment, I realized. Perhaps she already knew what the dimmed jade token meant. And just as Huang Shengnan knocked her unconscious and prepared to take her away, the illusion ended. Soon, the illusion looped again. After watching the whole process, I understood the true nature of her inner demon. The reason she kept looping and refused to awaken was, she was waiting for someone who would never return. No matter how many times she looped, the outcome would never change. By the 20th cycle, I could no longer bear it. I hadn't intended to intervene. But seeing her so pitiful, I decided to help as a kind of tuition for learning the ceiling formation. To free her from her obsession, I chose to intervene. At her moment of greatest weakness, when she cried out for her father to save her. At my command, all enemies around her were instantly trapped by the ceiling array. Seeing this, Huang Miaoying instantly became alert again. Not only seeing the familiar formation, she also heard a familiar voice. Then, to help her break free from her obsession, I manipulated the formation, extremely compressing space. In the next second, the enemies inside were instantly turned into dazzling fireworks. But when Huang Shengnan noticed me, she said something that surprised me. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have known Sikong Jin had died. But she said, I couldn't possibly be here. And she was very certain about it. This strange situation was something I now had to investigate myself. If it really was the case, then something had happened years ago in the Earth Spirit secret realm. What exactly happened back then? Fortunately, I kept insisting on observing the gossip around the new soulcrafter Wenjong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have witnessed such a heartwarming scene. However, the appearance of this scene is actually closely related to me, the bystander. Because when I watched the adorable Huang Miaoying loop through the illusion 20 times, I finally couldn't bear it anymore. So, I chose to intervene at the very end of her memories. But when Huang Shengnan saw me disguised as Sikong Jin, a small incident happened. Because from his words, I actually heard him firmly say that Sikong Jin should have died. Moreover, when I attacked him, he clearly showed experience fighting against seal masters. Based on all these clues, I boldly speculated that Sikong Jin sacrificing himself to seal the Earth Spirit secret realm was probably due to the Huang family colluding with other forces. While I was thinking all this, Huang Shengnan had already drawn his soul summoning talisman and was ready to counterattack. But he never expected to run into an invisible wall on his way to launch. After crashing to the ground, he realized that a large area around him had already been sealed off. I could only tell him, no matter how fast a heaven-rank cultivator is, it's useless. As long as my sealing array is wide enough. Even if you're fast, you're just a fish in a tank. Then I controlled the sealing array to compress the space. Everyone from the Huang family on the battlefield was captured inside by me. Although I usually like bullying the weak, this shameless act this time counted as venting some anger for little Miaoying. Sure enough, just as I expected, after the villains were dealt with, I heard little Miaoying crying and running toward me from behind. She was crying while shouting for her father. Clearly, everything that happened earlier really wronged her. So when she got close to me, she immediately pounced into my arms. And the way she clung tightly Was like she was afraid her father would suddenly disappear again. However, what she said next made me shut my mouth. Because the little girl in my arms, besides complaining why her father came back so late, was only filled with worry and longing for him. This scene made me feel a bit emotional too. So I embraced the brave little girl with the identity of her father. But an unexpected thing happened here. Not long after being hugged by me, Huang Miuing suddenly broke free from my arms and slid backwards rapidly. But she quickly explained, because she sensed a different soul force fluctuation from me. So she began to suspect that I wasn't her real father. This left me a bit dumbfounded, because I had carelessly forgotten to disguise, and was actually discovered. I had thought she wouldn't notice. Was this her talent? Or are all innate rookies like this? This time I could only explain to her that during my trip to Tiandu Kingdom, I inherited the ancient legacy of the spirit guardians. Thus the soul force fluctuation changed. Then I performed a demonstration of switching soul force fluctuations on the spot, and told her this ability came after fusing with a senior with 60 years of combat experience. After hearing this, Huang Miuing gradually lowered her guard, but she still felt uneasy. Seeing that things were beginning to turn around, I immediately used my permissions to create a roast duck for Huang Miuing behind me. And I told her it was a gift I brought back from Tiandu City. But when she took a closer look at the gift, she suddenly got upset, because what I was holding wasn't roast duck at all. So she immediately thought her father was trying to trick her. But seeing this scene, I knew that she had completely let down her guard. So I quickly took out her favorite roast duck to make up for it. But when I saw her sitting on the ground, gnawing on the duck, I was speechless. As a true Tiandu native, I absolutely couldn't tolerate this. So I immediately introduced to her the proper way of eating roast duck in Tiandu. Eating it by gnawing like that was simply ruining the delicious roast duck. Maybe because I made it sound too tempting. After hearing it, little Miuing immediately clung to me, acting spoiled, asking me to take her to Tiandu City. Facing the girl's spoiled act, I felt a bit of a headache. But I decided to see it through to the end. Quitting halfway is not my style. So then, I used the Secret Realm Administrator's permissions to temporarily create another section. And based on my memories, I generated the 9 treasures of Tiandu. After everything was generated, little Miuing immediately showed strong interest in the strange yet beautiful city outside the window. She immediately turned around and chased after me, asking if this was Tiandu City. And she even wanted to learn from me the teleportation technique I just used with the ceiling formation. Regarding this, I could only tell her that it was a power I gained after merging with a great figure, and couldn't teach it to her, because the inheritance of that figure only had 1 copy. After saying that, I immediately started making many Tiandu specialty dishes. At the same time, I used the opportunity to make her forget the question she had just asked. As expected, the little girl became extremely excited when she saw the food. She even started spinning around the table. Seeing this, I felt extremely gratified. These moments I'll treat as a beautiful memory that I give to her. While she enjoyed the food, I reminisced about this beautiful Tiandu city through the illusion. After the Southern Longevity Tide ends, I should go back and take a look too. After enjoying my memories, little Miuing had already eaten herself into a little chubby pig. Then I went up and asked her if there was anything else she wanted to eat. If she did, I would make more for her. But the next second, before I could finish my question, she slowly began to fade away. And after hearing those words, I understood. Perhaps from the start, she had actually been fully aware. Looping 20 times was just to see her father a few more times. After her illusion completely ended, I immediately returned to the administrator's space, to check on the others. Fortunately, when I got back, I learned that 4 people had successfully passed the first trial. As for those who failed, let them continue to stay inside their memories. Let them continue to stay in the illusion. At present, aside from me, Lan Kun and Lan Zhou, as well as Hu Yenxin and Huang Miaoying, have all completed it. When the second trial was about to start, they asked if I wanted to participate as well, and to spark my interest. She even spoiled it for me in advance, telling me that in the second trial, what we would face would be the former soul carriers of Ao Bing, the new soul general. The new soul general Ao Bing's inheritance had finally entered its white-hot stage. The content of the second trial was that all candidates would fight against many enemies, and then, based on their kill scores, would randomly match with a copy of a past Ao Bing soul carrier for a final duel. These copies, created by Mithril Jade and recorded, had no emotions or independent consciousness, and these copies inherited all the combat strength and combat experience of the original owners. So as the gatekeepers of the trial, they were the perfect candidates. After the administrator finished explaining the rules, I asked her whether the second trial would suppress everyone's cultivation level to a capped range. Because among the 5 people present, the difference in cultivation level was quite big. After hearing my question, the administrator said that such a rule definitely existed, and based on the weakest candidate currently as a reference, after the second trial started, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to late low stage. This left me a bit speechless. Could it be that the weakest one here was actually me? After I calmed down, I asked the administrator whether in the third trial, the winners of the second trial would fight each other to determine the final winner. In response, she told me that was indeed the case. The final winner would obtain the new soul, called Ao Bing's inheritance. As expected, the secret realm trial still couldn't escape the classic fight with words, fight with fists, and interactions format. If someone wanted to cheat, there were ways. And just when I was thinking about how to deal with it, the administrator beside me awkwardly said he wanted me to help him transform into Lord Lantong's appearance to announce the trial rules, because that way it would look more imposing. Hearing this, I agreed, thinking it was indeed necessary. But that old guy looked too old-fashioned. So I decided to give him something more interesting instead. And after a flash of light, the administrator was immediately stunned. He turned around and started chasing me, asking seriously if I was serious. How could such an adorable fat-headed fish have any sense of authority? I couldn't help laughing out loud. After doing all this, I started thinking about what name to give him. Calling him Little Lan sounded too plain. Names like Dog Egg, Lucky Fortune, or Iron Pillar sounded too rustic. While I was still thinking, the administrator gave up struggling and decided on his own to use Little Lan as his name. But just before setting out, the final request was still to have a bit of majesty. And just as he finished speaking, I conjured up a pair of adorable little dragon legs for him. Seeing this scene, he finally stopped struggling altogether. However, I could tell. Forget it. Since things had gotten to this point, I decided not to toy with him anymore. In the end, through healing, I gave him the ability to freely adjust his body size, and then let him set off to explain the rules. At the same time, at the candidate teleportation array, everyone there was also waiting for the start of the second trial. Among them, the first to awaken was Hu Yenxin, who was looking around for his guardian. But very soon, he learned that Fa Shu had failed to pass the Heart Demon Illusion Realm. Meanwhile, after waking up, Lan Kun saw the traitor Wang Shu and became extremely furious, saying that Lan Zhou was recklessly risking the human clan's legacy. But Lan Zhou completely ignored him, and he soon noticed the presence of Huang Miaoying. Because he hadn't seen her before the ceremony began, he quickly concluded that Huang Miaoying must have been the powerful figure hidden above, overlooking everything. Meanwhile, the most absent-minded person was actually Huang Miaoying herself. At this very moment, she was still immersed in the emotions of reuniting with her father, murmuring repeatedly, "I'm sorry and thank you." Fortunately, in the next second, the adversity administrator appeared, and this action snapped everyone present back to their senses. Upon seeing this, Lan Kun broke down on the spot, because he couldn't believe that the guardian of the human clan was actually a fat-headed fish. In response, little Lan simply ignored him and quickly explained the rules for the upcoming trial and the conditions for winning. And just as he finished speaking, everyone on the field was instantly teleported to the battle arena. The unluckiest ones were Lan Zhou and Huang Miaoying, because their teleportation spots were marked directly in the middle of enemy hordes. Luckily, everyone was very experienced in battle, facing the enemies swarming like tides. They quickly shifted into combat mode and soon started using their various skills to slaughter the enemies before them. However, the differences in their mech performances quickly became apparent. Meanwhile, I also entered the battle arena, and I noticed Huang Miaoying too. She was using a hostess technique to conceal the fact that she was actually a Wenzhong clan member. So I also decided to hide myself. While I was at it, I also tested what I had developed earlier. After some time had passed, everyone's final kill counts were revealed. As a former Su Ren in my past life, Lan Kun disappointed me the most. After fighting for so long, he only managed 126 points. In comparison, the young master of the Wu Yan family scored almost half more than him, with a total of 261. Meanwhile, Lan Zhou, who was already a TNJ-level powerhouse, did not disappoint anyone. He achieved a total of 425. On the other hand, Shengjia level powerhouse Huang Miaoying was limited by the performance of her mech, and ended up with only 689 points. When the results screen shifted to me, it became a bit absurd, because while piloting, I actually achieved the highest score on the field, 1,000 points. But this form of Wei Yuan had one fatal flaw. The output was too overwhelming, causing the user's soul power load to reach an absurd level. If it weren't me, no one else would have been able to use it. Just as I was thinking about it, not far ahead, a semi-transparent figure suddenly appeared. Moreover, she appeared in the form of a monk. At the same time, similar figures appeared in front of everyone else, and the ones appearing before them were all different. When facing the replica of Ao Bing Su Ren, the most excited one was Lan Zhou, because before his eyes stood his idolized elder brother, Lan Ao. But the replica, which had no emotion or independent consciousness, completely ignored him. And then he started preparing to construct a mech. As the surging soul power gathered soulstones, Ao Bing, the 9th generation Su Ren, master of all kinds of ice spear weapons, Lord Lan Ao, appeared right before Lan Zhou. At the same time, the other replicas in front of everyone also began constructing their own mechs. After so many generations of inheritance, just how many special forms does the new soul sect's Ao Bing have?